Okay, the microphone was off. Sorry about that. Hey, and I'm really sorry about last week. So my internet went out on Thursday, right in the middle of Halloween. And then it was out until Sunday. So I'm sorry if you're just tuning in right now. My microphone was off, as happened on Halloween as well. I should have checked that right away. So today, yeah, today's a big day. Forgive me, I'm still getting set up. I know I wanted to do politics today, and I normally don't do politics at all. I mean, what's the point? Don't want to make people mad. It's about flight simming and gaming and having a good time. But today's kind of the exception to the rule. And so I do want to fly around Washington, D.C. today, so I'm trying to get ready and set up for that. And but I've got to clear up my my cache here. Seems to be a bit full. And so I want to open up the chat for anybody who wants to talk about anything today regarding politics. I would say, you know, don't be too crazy. None of us want to get in trouble. And that's another thing that we can talk about today is censorship on this platform. And I really don't want to single them out, but it really is overbearing at times. And since about 2012. So they're real touchy on anything. You got to be really careful about what you say on this platform. I set this live stream, set it up under the headings news and politics today, as opposed to gaming and Microsoft Flight Simulator. Because again, today is kind of an exception to the rule, where I will talk about politics, and you're free to talk about politics too, and share your opinions in the chat room if you want. My goal for today is I want to fly around DC, and I don't normally. Let me get the Washington map here. Here's how you find coordinates if you don't know how. Spirit of Washington Heliport is right down here, so that's be a good place to start. You right click anywhere in Bing Maps, go to the bottom, you can get your coordinates, and that's formatted in a way that Microsoft Flight Simulator loves. So copy that. I had jury duty yesterday. Whoa, that was a nightmare. Speaking of politics, the state, and see if we can zoom in. Yeah, jury duty, that was no fun. Without you being there and knowing the circumstances, what happened yesterday during jury duty, it might sound like a cop-out, what I'm about to say next, that I was dismissed. I was not picked to be on the jury. And there's a process when they set up a jury called voir dire or voir dire, however you want to pronounce it, where the attorneys will eliminate people that won't be favorable to the outcome that they want. And in their line of questioning, doing the voir dire, they ask you questions. How do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? And it came to a particular point of law, circumstantial evidence. That was the point, the topic being circumstantial evidence. And them stating that, hey man, if Even if we can present circumstantial evidence, you know, you might have to vote. You might have to decide somebody's fate based on circumstantial evidence, and they think that's all fine and well. And I don't think that that's all fine and well. I think you better be able to prove something, or it shouldn't even be here. It should be dismissed, as sad as that may sound in certain situations. Oh, come on. I cleared everything out. I don't know what is going on with the cache. It's always something, man. Do. Try medium first. Okay, we just want this. I don't understand. Oh well. Buzzard Point. Oh, I just saw the helipad. Where was it? Oh, the White House helipad? No, I don't want to start there. Thomas Jefferson Memorial. No, I need the Spirit of Washington helipad. No, really? Do. So they're saying that I wouldn't be able to follow the law. I won't follow the law that says that, hey man, if all they end up having is circumstantial evidence and the defense doesn't say anything, that I have to go with the conviction. So now I understand why they invited in 70 of us to try to pick a jury. I wasn't really happy with what was going on there yesterday, that's for sure. I don't want this. And I want to grab the helicopter. Need to throw it into hover mode. Stay low. Do. I tried to get a hold of a gentleman I really enjoy his political commentary on things. His name is Lionel Nation on YouTube. And I DM'd to see if I could get possibly any permission to live stream any content he live streams today. And that would be great. I would love it if he says, cool, Phineas, go ahead. Ask for permission for today only. So if he approves that, then yeah, I'm going to pop up a window. Talk about whatever Lionel wants to talk about with regarding today. And we'll keep an eye on the polls, and I'll be having a Twitter window open. There's an update to Navigraph Symlink. Would you like to download the upload now? Nah, not right now. And we need to set this as a helicopter. I hope that they create an AI just for this. I mean, they're like, what's a good use for AI? One that recognizes that when you change aircraft, it knows what settings to pick. All right, just down below me for a minute, I saw the tip of the monument, so we're in the right vicinity. There's the White House. There was an download, a DLC you could get at one point of the Capitol, and it had Trump inside the White House, and you could actually fly up to the windows and see Trump inside. Thought that was pretty cool. I didn't get it. All right. So, yeah, hovering over Washington, D.C. I was reading a book while I was sitting around jury duty on the founding of our nation, and like the myths. Hey, if you want to fly along today and make a big show of politics, then join in or jump into DC and just hover around DC today. Fly around. There's the Lincoln Memorial. I didn't realize the Pentagon was that close. See, I don't know. So I'm learning. So I was reading a book on the founding of America and myths. And I suppose this has happened all throughout time. It happened with other things like the Bible, where certain stories didn't become canonized until a lot longer. And then was there any, what's the truth to them? Maybe that wasn't a good book to reference. But right off the bat, they open with Paul Revere. The book opens with The Ride of Paul Revere. And in the actual deposition, in the accounting of Paul Revere, he wasn't a big player. He wasn't a big player at all. And in his deposition, the 1 by land, 2 by sea, the lanterns, I don't know that any of that actually took place. Neither did the author. There doesn't seem to be anything to account for it. And just the way things went and transpired, none of it really happened that way. And it wasn't until later when American poets, American writers wanted to, create hit poems. And so they would mythologize certain situations and certain people to, create this, this feeling of pro-America, and create these myths. And sadly embellished the heck out of them. And so it's sad to learn that the things that you learned in school growing up, American history wise, that things may have happened, but definitely not as you were taught. Some people didn't exist at all. So the next chapter, or it's moving into, so it went from how the ride of Paul Revere, and he was a nobody, and nothing really happened the way it was, and he was turned into this story that everybody now learned in school, but none of it was true. Or some of it. And then the next chapter is Molly Pitcher. a female in the battlefield, or, you know, who saved men with giving them water, or seen in pictures like loading a cannon. Well, the author is seeming to suggest that she didn't exist at all. That she's a composite. She was a composite character created around other women that did things during the Revolutionary War. Wow. And that's really as far as I got yesterday. So I'm intrigued, but I'm a little bit disheartened to keep wanting to read. It's like, okay, what else? What else? But that's kind of goes back to everything today. You know, how much is true of what we know today, what we're told? Every day, how much in the media is truth or not? Just because we have real-time technology and we can move information quick, does it mean any of it's true at all? There we go. There's a lot of points of interest here. I should open up Bushtalk. I will in a minute. Smithsonian Castle. Nice. Cool, there's some people flying around there. There's Browntown and yo, my guy. Nice. So SimBrief, huh? SimBrief can now be integrated directly into the simulator. SimBrief Dispatch, if you haven't heard about it, it was released this weekend, or I guess this weekend. And I have the what do I have up here? I have SimBrief Panel. It's kind of like SimBrief Dispatch, but SimBrief Dispatch is something completely different. SimBrief integration directly into the simulator from like the main menu and flight planning. This allows me to just fetch whatever I have out there, but it does allow me to look at certain things. Anyway, if that's something that you're interested in, should be happy to hear that. Looks pretty darn amazing. I was thinking about picking it up, but man, we're so close to 2024 now. A little more pepper in the engines. Okay, so Bushtalk. It's probably going to freak out because we're so close to so many. The point of the points, she's probably not going to know what to read. Okay. There we are. Easy, easy. Not us. Uh-oh. Looking out of the corner of my eye. See, we're going to hit the ground here. Come on. Break it up. Break it up. You mean? Again, you.
The Washington Monument is an obelisk within the National Mall in Washington, D.C.
No.
Once Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army in the American
No, Seta said she's going to freak out.
President of the United States. Located almost due east of the reflecting pool, and
It's giving me all of them. It's popping up all of them.
Made of marble, granite, and bluestone gneiss, is both the world's tallest predominantly stone structure and the world's tallest obelisk, standing 554 feet 7.
This one. Again, I'm not familiar with the area. I don't normally fly DC. I avoid politics. So I thought this was Lincoln. This is Jefferson.
The Jefferson Memorial is a presidential memorial built in Washington, D.C. between 1939 and 1943 under the sponsorship of President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Roosevelt thought that it was a suitable memorial to the founding fathers of the United States and to Thomas Jefferson, the principal author of the United States Declaration of Independence and the founder of the Democratic Republican Party. The neoclassical building,
the Democratic Republican Party. Isn't that a
Potomac River? It was designed
contradiction?
by John Russell Pope and built by Philadelphia contractor John McShane. Construction began in 1939 and was completed in 1943. The bronze statue of Jefferson was added in 1947. Pope made references to the Roman Pantheon, whose designer was Apollodorus of Damascus, and to Jefferson's own design for the rotunda at the University of Virginia. The Jefferson Memorial and the White House form one of the main anchor points in the area of the National Mall in Washington, D.C. The Washington Monument was intended to be located at the intersection of the White House and the site for the Jefferson Memorial, but soft swampy ground required that it be situated further east. The National Memorial is managed by the National Park Service of the Department of the Interior under its National Mall and Memorial Parks Division. In 2007, it was ranked 4th on the list of America's favorite architecture by the American Institute of Architects.
Pretty impressive. I didn't know this was here. That you could come in here. So, just something I know about Thomas Jefferson that's always stuck. Not a lot of trivia. I mean, I have learned a lot, but you forget a lot. I couldn't tell you everything that I have heard or learned about the man. But certain things stick with you. And I guess maybe it's just the rebellious nature in me. But I talk about the human condition a lot. And as we've done this, as I've been doing this Skydude live stream, and we've been traveling all over the world now and using Bushtalk Radio to learn about all these sites. The big one being the Alexander the Great tour from Macedonia all the way down to India, basically. And using that just as a framework to what's going on today. And really getting an understanding of how history is repeating itself, has repeated itself over and over and over. And in these conversations, or in these, flights, realizing that the human condition is one of the things in the equation that never really changes, that hasn't changed. And perhaps that is a lot of the reason why everything is so cyclic and why history repeats itself over and over again is because of us. So there's an area of psychology that deals with a concept called archetypes. And that an archetype is a unique thing. You know, if I say chair, picture a chair in your head. Okay, well, you can picture all kinds of different chairs, but at one point there's just the first chair. And every other chair that comes from that chair. Okay, so the archetype is the first chair. And then all the things that come from that. Okay, so they're saying that in psychology that the human condition, we're archetypes. That there are only so many types of humans. There are only so many types of men, and there are only so many types of women. So, in a nutshell, to make this really, really, really simple, they use the Greek pantheon to explain this. Here's a good way to do it. So, in the Greek pantheon, there's 10 male deity and 7 female deity. All right. So every man and woman that has ever existed is cut from one of those. Each one of those 10 deity have a unique personality. They're completely unique. And every one of those 7 female deity have a unique personality, completely unique. And that in human society, there are women that are only cut from those 7, and there are men only cut from these 10. That's it. Now you can get mixtures where one deity is predominant, and then you have influences of the other deity personality traits in you. So you still have a whole lot of combinations, but it's not infinite. It's not infinite. And that has never changed throughout all of human history. So a lot of the reason why I think we can't get along, but if there's a design to it, I don't understand. You know, I know it's the flavor, but you know, some will say it's the balance. We need each other. Well, when things get out of hand, I think unbalanced, I think that's, you know, when we start having problems. And I think that that's where we're at today. That's where I think where we're at today in the United States of America. We are unbalanced. Okay, so going back to Thomas Jefferson, the thing that I remember him saying that, you know, basically because of human nature, over time, the government will become corrupt. It is inevitable. If you aren't proactive, like a hawk, like an eagle, if you don't keep an eagle's eye on the people inside the government, because of the human condition, it will inevitably lead to corruption and unbalance, blah, 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 and a whole lot of problems. And that's where we're at. So he recommended, and it's not to be mean, it's just business, as they say. It's just business. It's not personal. It's just business. He says, as a matter of business, you should overthrow the government about every 20 years or so. And in this case, overthrow is a good thing. It's not, hey, let's be mean about it. It's not personal. It's not personal. But after a while, everything is going to, just without a doubt, it's going to become corrupt. You can't always ensure that the people in there are saints, and they're far from it today, as we see. And we've never done it. We have never listened to his advice. And for what, almost 300 years now? We've never booted them all out. And I don't mean that from one side or the other. As a collective American citizenry, we have never used our powers to writ of mandamus, however you want to pronounce it, mandamus. Sounds like a Harry Potter spell. A writ of mandamus. Mandamus. So a writ of mandamus says you're all fired. They don't teach that in school, do they? They don't teach us about the one thing that we absolutely need to agree upon and have in our arsenal as citizens to use against the government when they become unbalanced and corrupt. They will, as far as I know, until something changes, they won't teach our children. And they didn't teach us. Do you know about it? The writ of mandamus? You ever heard of it? The writ of mandamus allows us to kick everybody out. Everybody. And start over. It's just business. Just business. You could see how it could be used and abused like anything else. We're susceptible to corruption too, we're just human. It's going to happen. So, but as the citizens, it's probably a good idea that we know about that and that we know how to use that when we need to. And all we do now is things like today. We have an election and we're hoping that, to restore some balance or do whatever you think our party needs to do or their party needs to do or whatever. And we're fighting this way. And it's okay. But again, we've never kicked them all out. So this concept of, let's say, deep state, the swamp. Hey, there's people in the chat room. Hey, sorry. Let me stop my rant and bring up whatever anybody wants to say in the chat room. Good evening. Good to see that you're now streaming again, but I got to go now. School is killing me. I get it. I understand. And this weekend was weird. The internet was down from Thursday till Sunday, and then I had jury duty yesterday. Originally from Falls Church, now Florida, duh. Hey, I'm from used to be Colorado, and now it's Cali-rado. I'm broadcasting from Colorado, now Cali-rado, because of all the Californians that have moved here and have just made life suck. Sorry, that's the first time I'm taking it to a particular party. I was talking the other day about winter coming and how the old cowboys around Colorado will say, man, I just pray for an old style winter again. Yeah, I miss the old winters too, skiing and snowing and snowboard, whatever. And you're like, nah, not for that reason. One good snowstorm like we used to have in the old days, and all the people from California go home. They can't even handle the snow. And he says they usually tend to leave. They move in, make life hell. One good snow, they go home. So just praying for a good snow. So we've never kicked anybody out. And so these elections can only do so much if we can't invoke a major change. And so finally we have a candidate that's coming along who in the last 50 years, you're not going to hear other candidates talk about doing the things that this one candidate wants to do. And we've been trying to point that out all along. Like, he's a Nazi, he's this, you people are this, you people are garbage, you're the threat to democracy. Man. They will call you anything and say anything to stop conversations like the one I'm having and stop people from listening. That it's not us against each other, is that we have an imbalance and a problem. And that's how I feel about anything at all anyway. Now, that's just my opinion. I'm no authorized historian in any way, shape, or form. I'm just another citizen like yourself. And I've voted different ways in the past. I've never been set in my ways. I'm more set now, I think, than ever before. But it's because I see what I think are injustices, inequality, corruption. It just doesn't seem like yesterday, Willie. Waylon. DC has legal weed. Colorado does too, yeah. Yeah, I was really glad when that happened. I don't have many vices. I don't like to drink anymore. Boy, did I. But I'm not taking anything away from anybody, you know, but yeah, so I have very few vices. And that's one of them. And all I can say is it's great to not be a criminal. So God bless America. for better or for worse. But I believe that it's helped with a lot of dealing with a lot of the organized crime. When you can take something away from organized crime, that's a win. It's a win, my friends. Anytime something is illegal, you're going to have organized crime. Very organized. Computerized organized. High-tech organized. And boy, are they. And so I think it's a win. It's a win-win in the long run. And ultimately, it's in the spirit of what we're talking about today. Land of the free, home of the brave. You want to make... you want to do this? Yeah, there can always be consequences. All right, so we're at the monument, and let me play Bushtalk. Do. Wow, it's not pinpointing where we are, right?
The Washington Monument is an obelisk within the National Mall in Washington, D.C., built to commemorate George Washington, once Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army in the American Revolutionary War and the first President of the United States. Located almost due east of the reflecting pool and the Lincoln Memorial, the monument, made of marble, granite, and bluestone gneiss, is both the world's tallest predominantly stone structure and the world's tallest obelisk, standing 554 feet 7 and 11/32 inches tall according to the U.S. National Geodetic Survey, or 555 feet 5 and 1/8 inches tall according to the National Park Service. It is the tallest monumental column in the world if all are measured above their pedestrian entrances. Overtaking the Cologne Cathedral, it was the tallest structure in the world between 1884 and 1889, after which it was overtaken by the Eiffel Tower in Paris. Construction of the monument began in 1848 and was halted for a period of 23 years, from 1854 to 1877 due to a lack of funds, a struggle for control over the Washington National Monument Society, and the American Civil War. Although the stone structure was completed in 1884, internal ironwork, the knoll, and installation of memorial stones were not completed until 1888. A difference in shading of the marble, visible approximately 150 feet or 27% up, shows where construction was halted and later resumed with marble from a different source. The original design was by Robert Mills of South Carolina, but he did not include his proposed colonnade due to a lack of funds, proceeding only with a bare obelisk. The cornerstone was laid on July 4, 1848. The first stone was laid atop the unfinished stump on August 7, 1880. The capstone was set on December 6, 1884. The completed monument was dedicated on February 21, 1885, and officially opened October 9, 1888. The Washington Monument is a hollow Egyptian-style stone obelisk with a 500-foot-tall column surmounted by a 55-foot-tall pyramidion. Its walls are 15 feet thick at its base and 1.5 feet thick at their top. The marble pyramidion has thin walls only 7 inches thick supported by 6 arches, 2 between opposite walls that cross at the center of the pyramidion and 4 smaller corner arches. The top of the pyramidion is a large marble capstone with a small aluminum pyramid at its apex with inscriptions on all 4 sides. The lowest 150 feet of the walls, constructed during the first phase 1848 to 1854, are composed of a pile of bluestone gneiss rubble stones held together by a large amount of mortar with a facade of semi-finished marble stones about 1 1/4 feet thick. The upper 350 feet of the walls, constructed during the second phase 1880 to 1884, are composed of finished marble surface stones, half of which project into the walls, partially backed by finished granite stones. The interior is occupied by iron stairs that spiral up the walls, with an elevator in the center, each supported by 4 iron columns, which do not support the stone structure. The stairs contain 50 sections, most on the north and south walls, with many long landings stretching between them along the east and west walls. These landings allowed many inscribed memorial stones of various materials and sizes to be easily viewed while the stairs were accessible, plus 1 memorial stone between stairs that is difficult to view. The pyramidion has 8 observation windows, 2 per side, and 8 red aircraft warning lights, 2 per side. 2 aluminum lightning rods connected via the elevator support columns to groundwater protect the monument. The monument's present foundation is 37 feet thick, consisting of half of its original bluestone gneiss rubble encased in concrete. At the northeast corner of the foundation, 21 feet below ground, is the marble cornerstone, including a zinc case filled with memorabilia. 50 American flags fly on a large circle of poles centered on the monument. In 2001, a temporary screening facility was added to the entrance to prevent a terrorist attack. An earthquake in 2011 slightly damaged the monument, and it was closed until 2014. It was closed again for elevator system repairs, security upgrades, and mitigation of soil contamination from August 2016 to September 2019.
All right. Speaking of weed, there used to be an annual smoke in at the Washington Monument the morning of July 4th. Well, that sounds like a mighty nice event to hang out at for a while. Listen to some good music. Nice. So wanted to get over here and I can't like play the news. I wish I could just have like CNN or it doesn't matter, any station. I don't want to pick anybody out. You know, hubba. And so I kind of have to monitor Twitter. Taylor Swift uploaded a video telling her millions of fans to vote and send her a photo of your sticker with the hashtag just voted. You'll have to vote like your lives depend on it. Yeah, but not for her candidate. She makes bad choices. That doesn't even look like her. I guess it does. Yeah, it is. You know, I like her. I've liked her music in the past. I have. I think that, she's a confused young lady and she's made a lot of bad choices, and I think she's continuing to make a bad choice, and that's just the way I see it. When you use AI to replace every mention of our democracy with our bureaucracy, everything starts to make a lot more sense. It sure does. And that's what I've been getting at since 2016. Up until 2016, you had very few candidates who were self-made. And so their whole livelihoods depend on their existing this bureaucracy. Their whole rise to power and fame relies upon this bureaucracy. And just going back to Thomas Jefferson saying, careful. Remember, the human condition and the bureaucracy. What's going to happen? So we get this candidate who finally comes along and says, I don't need their money. I'm not beholden to them. And I think they're out of whack. And everything that we've seen from them since, really reinforces just how out of whack they and other institutions connected to them. They've all got really chummy. It's all a big, we're all doing well. Yeah, you're all doing really well. And I'm an old school radio guy, so I used to listen to a guy named Paul Harvey, and he would do these great editorials on the state of the nation. And others, old newspaper men, old newspaper editors, old TV men, old TV producers and editors, and they all kind of have something to say in common, and that being, we apologize. We abused our power as newspaper editors and as television producers in early America. It was well-meaning. The road to hell is always paved with good intentions. It was well-meaning, but we absolutely abused our power to manipulate the American people. And I'll just leave it at that. They use their powers, and they admit using their powers to manipulate the American people and claim that it was all well-meaning. Well, that's a good way to get out of anything, by saying, well, I meant well. Yeah, and I get it. And it's still happening. So going back, we've got a candidate who we've been saying support. We need to go in there and we need to rip apart the bureaucracy and do as much as we can to put them all back in their box as public servants. Whereas lately they're very lordly. They act very lordly. Once you elect people and you send them off to DC to represent you, do they represent you? Anybody get a vote on that $200 billion sent overseas in foreign aid? Anybody get asked, hey, how do you feel about that? Nope. Top law experts reveal why the Dems can't steal the election like they did in 2020. Excellent. I hope so. We have no faith. We don't have any faith. Half of the country has, well, both sides have said in the last 50 years, there is corruption and imbalance and problems with the election. So you can't say one side is screaming foul when both sides have at the top of their lungs for the last 50 years been screaming, there's a problem. White hats stopped 3 buses of Harris supporters in New York City who voted in New York, then boarded the bus to vote again in Pennsylvania. 150 people all detained. Good. I'm glad. We've got to put a stop to this. We can't do this, folks. We need to be red, white, and blue paladins at this point in time. That's asking a lot of people. But we can't. History, again, going and doing these live streams where we've been flying around the world, learning about history and how it's repeating itself, and what the historians have said up to this point and how long they predicted our country to survive. This is it, period. This is the maximum amount of time that most historians have given our country before it collapses like a cake. There aren't many historians out there that have predicted that we will overcome what is happening right now. They don't have any faith that we're going to be able to survive with all of our education, with all of this stuff that we have tried to build, especially the education and trying to ensure that the next generation doesn't make the same mistake, that we as a nation don't succumb to the same things that destroyed every other great nation on this planet. And there are reoccurring things and people. Again, we know that the human condition is locked in. So there's people you got to watch out for when things become imbalanced. There's certain archetypes you got to watch out for. You can't have those people running around being, in control when they've got too much. They're just, we've got to all balance each other out. Just in, the election judge for a polling location in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, never showed up, causing voting to be delayed and forcing some residents to cast provincial ballots instead. Folks, I don't know. Again, I don't know that much about even the structure of my own government and how the elections are handled here. I have somebody who's extremely close to me who works in the Department of Revenue with the state in the DMV area. And it was just reported to me this weekend that 150 electoral judges in the state of Colorado have decided to run, quit, and hide. Their excuse being, we don't want it, it's just too crazy now. We don't want any part of it. Right. What do rats do when the ship is sinking? That's my take on it. I know, being a Coloradan, and I'm sure if you're from any state that you're from, you've heard about corruption in your state. It happens here. I know it happens here. So I'm glad. Hit the road, Jack. I don't care. You want to bail right now? Well, then bail. Good. We don't need you anyway. What are you afraid of? Afraid of getting caught this time? You guys think, this guy, Sal the Agorist, you guys think they'll try the whole 300,000 ballots were just discovered at 3 a.m. in the swing state, all mysteriously for the Dems thing again? Yeah. Again, how? Why is it always? How is it always? Whenever there's an error, why is it always for the Dems? Statistically, how can that be? You just don't really lately ever hear that, it's a Republican, the machine's Dominion. The Dominion just turned over 2 million votes to the Republican Party. Not even one. Not one since 2016 did Dominion screw up once and send a vote over to the Republican Party. How can that be? It's just a computer glitch. Powerful than that. A vote for Camel is a vote for the devil. I'd rather leave religion out of it, but hey, if you feel that way too, hey, cool. I'm in Virginia. My good friend was the local polling station where they opened. When he showed his ID, they couldn't find him. He's been voting at the station for 20 years. They kept him standing around for 30 minutes. As soon as they started filming them, they suddenly found his vote. They suddenly found him. Be aware, y'all. There will be shenanigans. Stay in line. Yep. Okay, so this is the World War II pool.
The Vietnam Veterans
Oh, no, the memorial.
commonly called the Vietnam Memorial, is a U.S. national memorial in Washington, D.C., honoring service members of the U.S. Armed Forces who served in the Vietnam War. The 2-acre site is dominated by 2 black granite walls engraved with the names of those service members who died or remain missing as a result of their service in Vietnam and Southeast Asia during the war. The wall, completed in 1982, has since been supplemented with the statue 3 Soldiers in 1984 and the Vietnam Women's Memorial in 1993. The memorial is in Constitution Gardens, adjacent to the National Mall and just northeast of the Lincoln Memorial. It is maintained by the National Park Service and receives around 3 million visitors each year. The memorial wall was designed by American architect Meyer Lin. In 2007, it was ranked 10th on the list of America's favorite architecture by the American Institute of Architects. As a national memorial, it is listed on the National Register of Historic Places.
Is that the wall there? That looks like a road. Don't forgive me, folks. Again, I don't know my Washington, D.C. very well. I would imagine this would be the location for it. It's supposed to be over here on the map. That's too bad that I don't have a... I'm regretting it now, not having any Washington DLC, if there are any, for everything to be in place. Okay, let's do the Lincoln. It says this right here, see?
The Lincoln Memorial is a U.S. national memorial built to honor the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. It is on the western end of the National Mall in Washington, D.C., across from the Washington Monument, and is in the form of a neoclassical temple. The memorial's architect was Henry Bacon. The designer of the memorial interior's large central statue, Abraham Lincoln, 1920, was Daniel Chester French. The Lincoln statue was carved by the Piccirilli brothers. The painter of the interior murals was Jules Guérin. Dedicated in May 1922, it is one of several memorials built to honor an American president. The building is in the form of a Greek Doric temple and contains a large seated sculpture of Abraham Lincoln and inscriptions of 2 well-known speeches by Lincoln, the Gettysburg Address and his second inaugural address. The memorial has been the site of many famous speeches, including Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech, delivered on August 28, 1963, during the rally at the end of the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. Like other monuments on the National Mall, including the nearby Vietnam Veterans Memorial, Korean War Veterans Memorial, and National World War II Memorial, the memorial is administered by the National Park Service under its National Mall and Memorial Parks Group. It has been listed on the National Register of Historic Places since October 15, 1966, and was ranked 7th on the American Institute of Architects' 2007 list of America's favorite architecture. The memorial is open to the public 24 hours a day, and more than 7 million people visit it annually.
That's great. It's cool seeing all the different states around the outside of it. Fortunately, this doesn't have the murals on the inside, but hey, it's there, and we can look at it. So very, very cool. We'll double back in a minute. Rent-A-Cow's in the chat room, and he's talking about blockchain technology in voting. And it is powerful, and I really wish we could trust the government to implement a system that is uncorruptible. I have my doubts, and I've talked to him about my doubts on it before, but I hate doubting, and I don't like being the guy that's the devil's advocate. I don't like being that person at all. I am all about hope, the future, and, you know, belief that we can overcome these things that have destroyed nations in the past, that we can arrive and use our technology and our knowledge to, you know, to create a better system. It's the whole point of what we're doing here, to create a more perfect union between the people and it, you know, the government that we create to protect us. All right, so this bridge here, let me put this into hover again. What? Bridge. Well, there was a pin. Oh, I'm dumb. There's a pin on in Microsoft, but I expect there to be a pin out here, but there's not. So the Pentagon City, Pentagon. So if I continue to go forward, we're going to come across to Arlington. All right, so let's find Arlington.
Theodore Roosevelt Island is an 88.5-acre island and national memorial located in the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. During the Civil War, it was used as a training camp for colored troops and a refugee center for former enslaved black people. The island was given to the federal government by the Theodore Roosevelt Association in memory of the 26th President, Theodore Roosevelt. Until then, the island had been known as My Lord's Island, Barbados Island, Mason's Island, Analistan Island, and Anacostine Island. The island is maintained by the National Park Service as part of the nearby George Washington Memorial Parkway. The land is generally maintained as a natural park, with various trails and a memorial plaza featuring a statue of Roosevelt. No cars or bicycles are permitted on the island, which is reached by a footbridge from Arlington, Virginia, on the western bank of the Potomac. In the 1930s, landscape architects transformed Mason's Island from neglected, overgrown farmland into Theodore Roosevelt Island, a memorial to America's 26th president. They conceived a real forest designed to mimic the natural forest that once covered the island. Today, miles of trails through wooded uplands and swampy bottomlands honor the legacy of a great outdoorsman and conservationist. A small island, Little Island, lies just off the southern tip. Georgetown and the John F.
Here we are.
Center for the Performing Arts are respectively across the main channel of the Potomac to the north and the east.
Potomac. So yeah, again, to quote Rent-A-Cow, this is why we need a voting system modeled after cryptocurrency. All votes can be tracked and checked by thousands of independent computer systems in real time. And yes, I want to be hopeful that maybe certain technologists, if things go the right way today, that certain people in this next administration could feel so strongly the way Rent-A-Cow does. And this idea of efficiency and streamlining things, that maybe it could start going in that direction. Because I don't know about you, this is where I become like the lazy American. Yeah, I mean, standing in all day in line, or even mail in, but mostly standing in line all day. These people that are having to suffer through that today. Wouldn't you just want to swipe, just do it on your phone? Don't you wish you could trust the system so much that you just vote on your phone? It knows who you are. There's no chance of cheating. But I was talking earlier about, when you reach a certain level of power inside the government, certain corridors of power, that have so much power, and all they have to do is say, for national security reasons. And unfortunately, if those people aren't your D&D paladin, knights in shining armor, uncorruptible, then a system like that can't ever work. But I'm no super technologist. I can't say that 100%. It's just that's what I feel, that a system like that can't ever work. Because there's always somebody that can say, well, for national security reasons, I've got to have a back door. And all the other computer nemesis out there who try to figure out a way to break the system. Okay, so the cemetery.
Arlington National Cemetery is a United States military cemetery in Arlington County, Virginia, across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C., in whose 624 acres the dead of the nation's conflicts have been buried, beginning with the Civil War, as well as reinterred dead from earlier wars. The United States Department of the Army, a component of the United States Department of Defense, controls the cemetery. The National Cemetery was established during the Civil War on the grounds of Arlington House, which had been the estate of Confederate General Robert E. Lee's wife Mary Anna Custis Lee. The cemetery, along with Arlington House, Memorial Drive, the Hemicycle, and the Arlington Memorial Bridge, form the Arlington National Cemetery Historic District, listed on the National Register of Historic Places in April 2014.
Man, it is huge. Man. How horribly haunting. Rent-A-Cow, nobody is disputing how much Bitcoin should be in XYZ's account. The network self-corrects, that kind of thing. If you really study how Bitcoin achieves trust, you can easily see how that kind of system would be adapted for voting. I would love to see it. I would just so love to see it. I would love it if we just... When I was growing up, I just had so much faith and so much... just so much faith in the system. You believe it. You believe everything is, the way that we've got set up our stuff. That it's all legit. It's all uncorruptible. My God. It just is. It goes on and on and on. Oh my, sorry about that. All right, we're coming to the Pentagon. Let's get over there. Update to Navigraph Symlink. Not now. I would love it. I would love somebody like Elon to go in there. Hey, now you may not have heard this over the weekend, but a gentleman by the name of Ron Paul has contacted Elon and said, hey, man, if you guys happen to win, I would so love to help you on matters of reformation and efficiency and whatnot. Now, at the time that gentleman was running for...
is the headquarters building of the United States Department of Defense. As a symbol of the U.S. military, the phrase the Pentagon is also often used as a metonym for the Department of Defense and its leadership. Located in Arlington County, Virginia, across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C., the building was designed by American architect George Bergstrom and built by contractor John McShane. Ground was broken on the 11th of September 1941, and the building was dedicated on the 15th of January 1943. General Brehon Somervell provided the major motivating power behind the project. Colonel Leslie Groves was responsible for overseeing the project for the U.S. Army. The Pentagon is the world's largest office building, with about 6,500,000 square feet of floor space, of which 3,700,000 square feet are used as offices. Some 23,000 military and civilian employees, and another 3,000 non-defense support personnel, work in the Pentagon. It has 5 sides, 5 floors above ground, 2 basement levels, and 5 ring corridors per floor, with a total of 17.5 miles of corridors. The central 5-acre pentagonal plaza is nicknamed Ground Zero on the presumption that it would be a prime target in a nuclear war. On the 11th of September 2001, exactly 60 years after the building's construction began, American Airlines Flight 77 was hijacked and flown into the western side of the building, killing 189 people, according to the 9/11 Commission report. It was the first significant foreign attack on Washington's governmental facilities since the city was burned by the British during the War of 1812. The Pentagon is listed on the National Register of Historic Places and is a National Historic Landmark.
So they said it was built, she said it was built by Grove. Now Grove, if it's the same Grove, had a hand in building a lot of our nuclear research facilities. He was the main builder. A lot of interesting conspiracy stuff I've heard about this place over the years, and there's a lot of controversy about, you know, what hit the Pentagon. That's, you know, the rabbit hole stuff. That is totally rabbit hole stuff, and goes back to what we know or don't know, or what we're being told, or how we're being led by the nose. And so I don't know. I wonder, these Bing maps are old, right? But what is that? It looks like they're doing groundwork for over there, but that's strange. Okay. All right, so let's head back towards the White House. Well, let's hover here for a moment. Let's go check the Twitter. Again, normally I don't do politics. Today's the exception. So I'm going to be hovering and flying around DC if you want to join. I'm just kind of be hovering around looking at landmarks and watching, you know, Twitter. I can't broadcast news, but I'm just going to keep an eye on things and allow anybody to come in and say whatever you want to say. Have you voted? I voted. And I got my confirmation back. So no shenanigans at this time. And it was fast. It was fast. I'm so happy, actually, with the way things are running right at the moment. So, same with the wife. We voted on the same day, of course, and we sent in our stuff anyway. And we're definitely a case of opposite attracts, right? And so, in our voting, and we don't try to get into each other's business when it comes to that, causes way too many problems. And so it is what it is. Either way, sometimes we find ourselves diametrically opposed. But she as well got confirmation back right away. Your vote's been counted. Here's how it is. Da 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 da. So everything's fine here. I can't report any shenanigans at the moment. I'm not hearing, other than the Jenna Griswold things. If you're following national news and have Twitter or whatever, you may have heard about the situation in Denver with a lady named Jenna Griswold. She was the one who tried to kick Trump off the election here, and it caused a whole court case. They tried getting him off the ballot here. She was the primary architect, and there's the news at the moment is that she let out all the Dominion passwords, or somebody in her office. So that's a big deal right now, and other people in Colorado have gone to jail recently for what they're claiming is election interference or breaking the law. And if she is not held responsible, again, they just never seem to get in trouble. They never seem to face the consequences. That shit's got to change. We have to have faith in our systems. We and we've got to get these people back to public servants. And that may seem like an unachievable task. This is the election judge that showed up almost an hour late to a voting location in Allegheny County. Voting couldn't begin until he showed up. Oh. Well, hey, I don't want to judge a book by its cover. But that is definitely a colorful illustration as a book cover. That's probably all I should say about that. They're shutting down the power in Pennsylvania, Northampton County, 14,000 out. I heard another place was just told evacuate for a gas leak. Oh, sad. I don't know about this. This seems like fake news right here, but and you don't want harm to come to anybody or anybody to do something stupid like that. But freedom of choice. That's what you got. No. The Babylon Bee. Democrats remind everyone a winner may not be declared until 110% of the vote is counted. Seems about right. This is a GSU graduate poll worker who mailed a bomb threat to a Georgia polling location. 25-year-old Nicholas Wimbish from Milledgeville, Georgia. Is this the Russian Raffensperger was warning us about? Found her. She's a poll worker. Police are here. Update coming soon. I have never heard that you can't wear political paraphernalia while voting. It's a free country. I don't understand that. Have you ever heard that? Is that new to you? It's new to me. I've never been so political that when I go vote, I dress up and I wear political shirts or a hat or anything. I just go vote. But the idea that if I was wearing a baseball cap, that people would confront me and tell me I can't vote because I'm wearing a hat or a shirt with a political phrase on it or anything. Well, all that doesn't seem in the spirit of what we're doing here. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. It's supposed to be a party. It's a party. It's a party. Why can't you dress up and be happy about it? So you're saying I couldn't dress up as Uncle Sam? The idea that you or I, dressing up as Uncle Sam, couldn't vote. I would fight for your right to dress up like Uncle Sam, no matter what, or whatever. I don't care. It's like Super Bowl to me. It used to be anyway growing up. Hey, good luck to your team. Good luck. You're wearing your jersey. I'm wearing my jersey. I don't care. I wouldn't stop you from voting. It's none of my freaking business. But I don't understand why people, especially it seems one-sided. It seems so one-sided that you have to appease one side. But again, it just doesn't seem in the spirit of what this country is about. I would have a hard time as a sheriff not arresting somebody who would try to stop somebody from voting because of a hat. I would arrest your ass so fast. But again, I don't know. That the law? Have you heard that crap before? I can't. Again, I can't imagine. If I can get to hover here for a minute. I need a better auto hover. It's so touchy. I would love to have an assist that sets it right. It's calculating. It's like wherever you hit hover, it's right. It locks that in right there. Whatever it needs to do to make sure you hold hover at that altitude perfectly. Okay, so we are here now. This isn't a good enough map for what I want. There's the monument. This is what they call the mall.
The National Mall is a landscaped park within the National Mall and Memorial Parks, an official unit of the United States National Park System. It is located in the downtown area of Washington, D.C., the capital city of the United States.
I would like to see this. Put this on a bucket list.
The United States Department of the Interior.
Beautiful.
The term National Mall commonly includes areas that are also officially part of neighboring West Potomac Park to the south and west and Constitution Gardens to the west. The term is often taken to refer to the entire area between the Lincoln Memorial on the west and east to the United States Capitol grounds, with the Washington Monument dividing the area slightly west of its midpoint. A smaller designation sometimes referred to as the National Mall excludes both the Capitol grounds and the Washington Monument grounds, applying only to an area between them. The National Mall contains and borders a number of museums of the Smithsonian Institution, art galleries, cultural institutions, and various memorials, sculptures, and statues. The park receives approximately 24 million visitors each year.
Let me get a different map because it's only focusing on a couple of places. It just really, it isn't covering any of these buildings. They aren't listed. And maybe I'll spend some time this year now that you can create your own entries for points of interest in Bushtalk. So again, here's Bushtalk, looking at it, and all we've got is this mall pinpoint. But you see that all these buildings are something, but nobody's created points of interest. Down here in the corner of Bushtalk, you've got this plus symbol, okay? You can add points of interest. Now, and they give you the option to submit the information. And basically, you know, using Wiki or your own histories, or however you want to create these and fill in the descriptions and the titles and the script for the AI to read. But it's a giant collaborative project. So when I was doing my Gold Town hunt the other day, I did 2 points of interest that aren't on the map. So I'm going to try to do more of those this year. Anyway, what I want to do though is now get this map, our standard Bing, and find them all. Okay, so this is the mall. But now we have the names. National Museum of American History. Okay, so this is Smithsonian. Sculpture Garden. Stop there, come across the street. Sculpture Garden. Carousel. Army Medical Museum and Library. Smithsonian Arts and Industries. Smithsonian Institution. Andrew Jackson. Downing Urn is Urn. And Freer Gallery of Art. So, okay. So looking out at this now. This is all Smithsonian stuff because we have the Sculpture Garden right there. That's where we went across the street. So there. So basically everything on this way, it's all Smithsonian. This is a church, though. Oh, gads, come on. Helicopter's coming down. Damn you. Still coming down. So touchy. I remember being taken to the Smithsonian when I was a kid, and I do remember them saying, it's huge. You can't, it's nothing you can see in a day. And all I wanted to see when I was a kid was the Enterprise from Star Trek. I had no other interest as a kid. That's it. Star Trek was it. Where's the Enterprise? I don't care about anything else. I love the classic architecture. Can't get enough of it. So let's cruise on down a little bit. 2:53 in the afternoon here, and we will get back to monitoring Twitter in a minute. So and I'll look to see if I doubt there are any poll results in yet.
Capitol Hill, in addition to being a metonym for the United States Congress, is the largest historic residential neighborhood in Washington, D.C., stretching easterly in front of the United States Capitol along wide avenues. It is one of the oldest residential neighborhoods.
Wow, what an interesting building there.
And, with roughly...
No, I crashed. What?
Just under 2 square miles, it is also one of the most densely populated. As a geographic feature, Capitol Hill rises near the center of the District of Columbia and
I hit the hill.
Pierre Charles L'Enfant, as he began to develop his plan for the new federal capital city in 1791.
I was over the Air and Space Museum,
House on the crest of the hill at
where they would have had the Enterprise.
As a pedestal
Maybe.
waiting for a monument. The Capitol building has been the home of the Congress of the United States and the workplace of many residents of the Capitol Hill neighborhood since 1800. The Capitol Hill neighborhood today straddles 2 quadrants of the city, southeast and northeast. A large portion of the neighborhood is now designated as the Capitol Hill Historic District. The name Capitol Hill is often used to refer to both the historic district and to the larger neighborhood around it. To the east of Capitol Hill lies the Anacostia River, to the north is the H Street Corridor, to the south are the Southeast/Southwest Freeway and the Washington Navy Yard, and to the west are the National Mall and the city's central business district. The Capitol building is surrounded by the Capitol Hill Historic District, which is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. The Capitol Hill Historic District was expanded in 2015 to the north to include the blocks bordered by 2nd Street, F Street, 4th Street, and just south of H Street, Nebraska, collectively known as the Swampoodle Addition.
The Swamp Oodle Edition? What? Talking about? Well, put a positive spin on it. We didn't have to refuel. We're refueled. Mr. Tuthill is out there. Flyer Ace 21. All right, let me just put down for a minute so I can go monitor things. I don't want to have to keep an eye on the helicopter crashing. All right. Hope I didn't get hit by a car. Okay. Two unhinged hair sporters assaulted me today in Bastrop, Texas. These people are dangerous and violent. I was only there asking why there was so much support. It's weird, man. You guys are the violent ones, really? When was the last time you heard anybody from MAGA at all, ever? When? Ever? Please. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Please. Please. I don't mind being wrong. Please find me news stories, tweets of, man, these MAGA wearing hat guys came out and they kicked me in my butt, or they intimidated me and told me I couldn't vote because I was wearing a Harris shirt. And you know, it doesn't go that way. Today, some news reporter asked Donald Trump, are you going to tell your supporters if things go wrong to be peaceful? And he's like, my people are peaceful. I don't know what you're talking about. You're the ones who are you're You're basically the crazy and violent ones. He was saying the same thing. Show me where anybody that just feels strongly about the country and the things that I've been talking about, cleaning up Washington and getting our country back on track. And, there's other domestic policies, yada, 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 yada. But Nazis, they're not, oh my God, the fascists, they're so violent and they're, and you just don't see that coming from this side. Oh, people on Mega might say, yeah, we dislike you very much. I mean, a whole lot. Just, boy, wow, you really take the cake. But, they don't sit around and gotta take these people out. Gotta get in their faces. No, this would be the sweetest victory of all. To just finally get enough people, just vote their asses out. Just sit down. Sit down. Stop making everything such a mess. Love ya, but STFU, man. Out of control, out of balance. 8 years ago, I thought Trump would destroy the country. Today, she voted for him. It's cool, lady. Cool. Oh, yeah, one guy was saying he was in line and, surrounded by a bunch of college girls. And again, could be just made up. You never know. But it was just a tweet that came by, and he's like, all these young ladies that I was in line with, they were all Trump supporters. Wow, if that's true. Wow, that's fantastic. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Kamala just pretended to call a voter, but then accidentally showed her screen. I was just on a call with my friend's iTunes library. Says G. This guy is great. I love following Steven's songs on Twitter. Very, very, very funny individual. It's horrible. Kamala cop pretending to speak. Yeah. To me, I learned about her when I was living in California after college. This is funny. I decided to hang out in California with my dad after college. Take some time off. Just play hacky sack, man. That was my life's goal, man. All I want to do is play some hacky sack and smoke a lot and hang out with cool people. And I got to do just that. And it was glorious. And I had such a good time. But while I was there, living there, there was this woman in government there that was just outrageous. Outrageous. Just some of the things she was doing. I didn't put two and two together until many years later. That this is the same person. This is the same person who were sending parents to jail for their kids not being in school. Now, I can understand wanting to make people send their kids to school, but it's on the kid. If the kid is going to be a failure, then the kid's going to be a failure. If he wants to just hang out with stupids like me and play hacky sack all day, it is a parenting thing, but again, it's just the overreach. It's offensive. It's so offensive. Why don't you just put remember they used to have like truant officers in, I remember like watching old Rascals television shows. Oh, the truant officer or whatever. And the kids would go, running away. The truant officer. So they actually used to have people that run around and say, hey, you kids, get your asses in school. Right? Not, hey, I'm going to go arrest your parents. That was her. That was her. And so, I have a built-in dislike for her all the way back to 1992. And such a built-in dislike for that woman. I am not against having a female president. I'm not. Well, 70% of me. It's just the right one, you know, the right one. And I can't believe she's even our option. It's so un-American how she has come to be this candidate. Maybe people feel the same way. I can't believe that a man like him has come to be our candidate. But if she was saying, I'm going to take it to the deep state, I'm going to reform the government, I'm going to do all these things that these guys want to do, you know, maybe she'd have any of them, if they were to say the same thing, might have some credibility, but none of them do. Again, every politician up to this point, for the most part, maybe Ross Perot, because he was pretty self-made, he wasn't beholden to the machine to gain power. So there just isn't anybody out there. Morgan County, Alabama, not letting Americans with updated voter registration vote. Poll station taking votes, but not putting them in the system today. Saying it could take a week. You know, again, what country are we in, folks? It's not acceptable. Every election that you've ever watched your whole life growing up until recently, I guess maybe since college, I've seen some elections, you know, with the hanging chads and all that crap happen. But prior to that, everything just always seemed smooth. No problemo, man. Everybody sit around the house during elections, and I remember growing up watching my family sit around the house during elections, and for better or worse, as again, I guess my family was very much more like Super Bowl. All right, well, your guy won. Let's get behind him and let's get some crap done for the next 4 years. We'll see you again in 4 years. Good game. Anymore. Especially with them calling for unity all the time. When, again, you'll claim unity 1 minute and then claim that we're the enemy. We're the threat. We're the threat to bureaucracy. And don't use the word democracy. Come on. We know how they vote, and they don't seem to give two licks about the Constitution. So, you know, all this moral outrage. Oh, the Constitution, our democracy. Oh. What do you mean, oh? You fake things. Good for you. So more on this guy. Georgia poll worker been arrested for making bomb threats against other poll workers and attempting to frame a voter. Of course, this poll worker was an avowed leftist. Again, very violent. The history of people, the history of us, all the way back to the beginning. Certain archetypes are prone to be violent. Hubba. It's Kristen Darling. She's a handful. If you follow her, she's a handful. Careful. Are others seeing this too? Breaking Google shows where to vote section with a map for her, but not for him. Google is the biggest corporate donor to the Democratic Party. Louis C.K., I'll just say it, I hate the idea of capping prices and suing giant companies just because they're doing too well. I do too. Also, I hate restrictions on things being built and pretending that adding affordable and low-income options will make any prices go down. People are not idiots. The more supply, the less demand. I don't like welfare programs for people that can't work. This is what I don't like about Democrats. Also, I hate the idea of letting the market run wild with no restrictions of cutting taxes without specific plans on what parts of government to cut. I hate caring for babies in the womb, but little plans to help parents afford them when they're born. I don't like concepts of a healthcare plan or defunding the Department of Education for people that go to work and need to send their children to school. What I don't like about Republicans. I don't like the two-party system, but this is what we got. Maybe one day it'll be more about policies. Yeah, well, that's to me and the people that follow Trump. It is all policy. Again, they just don't want you to understand that we're after the government. Chris Cuomo finally got it the other day and said, I'm going to admit that Trump supporters, they just are trying to find the right guy to do the right job. And they can't stand the government. They just can't tolerate what the government has become. That's the essence of a Trump supporter. They don't care that he speaks the way he does or acts the way he does. It's just the right person for the right job. And the job being taking the fight to an out of control federal government. That's the policy. That's the primary policy. Everything else is, drill baby drill, and that goes back to him talking about supply and demand. Okay, and look, all of these things, the Milton Friedman, we go back to the father of economics. One statement that you need to know about the father of economics in this country, just one. Inflation is only, capital letters, ONLY, only a result of government spending. It's overspending. Inflation is only caused by the government. There are no other factors that cause inflation. They'll tell you we can't ever go back. We have to go back. At this point, it's unsustainable. If we could at least get back to like an 80s economy, to put this as simply as possible, back to a Big Mac. Remember when you first had your very first Big Mac? What did you pay for your first Big Mac? I think it was 60 cents. I am almost positive the very first time as a child that we were introduced to McDonald's, the Big Mac was 60 cents. I remember hunting for pocket change with all the kids in the neighborhood because we had a McDonald's about a half mile away from our houses. And we would go find pocket change. You got to have your 25 cents because we could usually get a comic book. Well, before they raised it to 25 cents, you could get 2 comic books. So a quarter for a comic book. If we had 60 cents or at least another $1, you could get a whole meal for under $1. Oh, like a hamburger, cheeseburger, fries, and a drink at McDonald's. And then we'd have money left over again for the comic book and the Slurpee. And we'd ride our bikes all day.
Swap 2603 X-ray Golf Sierra.
$5 now for a Big Mac? More now? Yesterday, during jury duty in the courthouse, they have a cafeteria downstairs for everybody. One of those sandwiches in the case in the refrigerator that they sell you. $8. $8 for, let's say, a tuna salad sandwich in the refrigerator. The meal of the day at the cafeteria was a pulled pork sandwich, fries, and a drink. $15. If you've been out to eat lately, and you've been to McDonald's, I think the last time we were there, $30. $30. We could have went to a nice restaurant in the past for $30, $40. So going back to Louis C.K. on the prices and social services and this and that, and the government creating the inflation. If they didn't create the inflation and we had, again, he mentioned supply and demand, and then we had our energy independence, and we weren't, I don't know how many trillions of dollars in debt now, that, you know, we could get our economy back to a survivable level. And, you know, they've created a condition where it's unsustainable. People just can't afford to live. That's just simply live. You can't afford to live anywhere. You can't afford to eat. You can't afford to do anything unless you're eating ramen. And even then, you know, all your other expenses. So we don't have a whole lot of representation anymore. The taxation without representation. And that's not fair. That ain't fair. And I would love it for, speaking of, we were talking about technologies like blockchain, Rent-A-Cow was in the chat room, about using blockchain for voting and be able to trying to create more secure voting ways and more, you know, like, he didn't mention that, but I did, the possibility of voting on your phone. But another thing I would like to see is some way that we can, every vote that comes before Congress, every vote, every day, whatever they're voting on, that there's a way for us to vote too, whether it counts or not. It doesn't matter if it counts. The point is seeing how what we want versus how they're voting. Every issue in front of the Congress, we should have our representation, and we're supposed to. The people that we send to Congress are supposed to represent us in that. But we need a better way to see that once they leave our state, the reason why they had to leave our state in the past, and the reason why we set up the system that we did, is it would take months and months and months for people to travel anywhere in the past. We had no choice but to send people to represent us to Washington. There's that whole system in itself. Having to elect somebody to represent us in this digital age is absurd. We can represent, like you're saying, use this technology, use this blockchain technology to allow us to represent ourselves now. I don't need you to vote for me when I can swipe left and swipe right and vote myself. Senator. Congressperson. I don't want you. I don't need you. They're like, we need to do away with the electoral college. Well, I don't know if I agree with that or not at all. What we do need, though, is more direct representation. Direct. So with all this compute power that we have now, that seems like an awful good use of it. You know, they're like, ooh, the popular vote should matter. Well, yeah. Yeah, in a lot of ways it should. For example, let's just take the Ukraine thing. That alone, right there. When every single spending policy comes up on foreign spending, how do you think that the American people would be voting on those issues? Do you believe that the American people would have sent all that money to Ukraine? No. Do you think the American people, if collectively given the chance to vote on any foreign spending, would send a dime at this point to anybody? No. When you're seeing millions and billions and trillions going out of the country and not trillions being sent to our own people in mortal danger, and this Leviathan working for us to do what it was created for, protecting us, defending us. Providing safety for us. That's its only purpose. That's the saddest stuff ever. I can't believe that we're in a position today where today's vote could possibly be a tie. It makes no sense to me that this could even be a close race at this point. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Again, going back to the start of everything, the human condition, history repeating itself, certain people rising into power, taking advantage, and just screwing it all up for everybody. And then it's got to fall apart, and then it's got to come back around again, only to happen again. When I first found out about this concept of history repeating itself, I was in high school and I'm sitting there learning about the Roman Empire. Well, it was a more broad discussion. The point was he was bringing up Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Egypt, Greece, and Rome, or Greece, Egypt, and Rome, however you, whatever order. But so the ancient, the Egyptians were studying ancient Egypt in late Egypt. Their nation, their empire survived so long, 4,000 years, something like that, that they were studying ancient Egypt while they were still a nation. Their history was that long lived. Now with Greece, it was half the time. They only survived half the time that Egypt did. And the historians then pointed out that Rome only survived half the time after that. And that since Egypt, it's been decreasing. Each empire survives at half the rate as the previous great empire. Like 4,000 years for Egypt, 2,000 years for this and that. When it came to Rome, it was 500 years. That's it. They only lasted 500 years. So then the historians, this is the moment in class where I was shook. The historians then predicted that the United States would only survive 250 years. Based on the trend of rinse and repeat, America only has 250 years. That's it. We're done. We're just too stupid collectively as a people to prevent it from happening. And I was mad. I was mad sitting there seething in my chair. And I wanted to disbelieve it so badly. I'm like, man, across the United States, we have the greatest education. If every class across the United States, if every kid sitting in every class across the United States is getting the lesson that I am getting today, we can do this. We can be the first generations to defy history. We are so smart now. We can definitively say what caused the downfall of these other empires. And we're so smart, we will be the first nation on earth to defy history with a well-educated citizenry, and we will absolutely defy history, and America will not fall in 250 years. I feel today like an idiot, but I don't want to. I want to believe what I believed that day. I've been hanging on to hope for so long. Since high school, that has been on my mind. That we can do this. We can do this. So this guy running for president, whether you like him or not, he, to me, is one of these people that has the ability to help us at this pivotal moment. Folks, we're at 250 years, right? And this is it. All the historians are out there. They've got their bets placed against us. Not just us, folks. It's the other countries too. Especially our biggest allies. It's the same story for them. They're in deep crap too. We can't get some crap under control. Oh man. We are in trouble. Hey, if you want to fly over DC and join me, I suppose. Well, it's open to anybody. I've got multiplayer on, so if you're flying around, I'll see you. But you should come fly DC. I'm surprised somebody hasn't organized a giant fly-in for today for this. Maybe there is. I guess I haven't last couple of days and over the weekend paid attention to the forum and events that people are doing. But I can't believe there's not at least a MAGA group that's doing a fly-in today over DC. I can't be the only one. Is awesome, this train station. Wow. Pardon me, I'm not a great helicopter person. I'm just kind of got to use one hand over here to control things and then try to control the throttle, the collective. I would like to get one of those setups where you learn how to fly a helicopter with both a cyclic and a collective. I'd like to learn how to do it anyway. But I'm looking, as I've been saying in previous live streams, I'm so looking forward to the future controls that are coming to the aircraft, like with regards vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, and the simplified controls, simplified computer controls. Anyway, if you have anything that's on your mind politically, any topic you want to discuss, nothing is off limits today in my live stream. Again, normally I don't do politics. Today's the exception. So whatever's on your mind. And, hey, I ultimately, I don't care how you're voting. That's your vote. You get to vote however you want. So I'm not going to come down on you if you come in and tell me, yeah, well, you're voting for the Democrats. I don't care. That's, all I can do is talk about what I'm talking about. Talk about history and things that have caused the downfall of other nations, that are potentially causing the downfall of our nation right now. And what do we do about that? Who do you feel, you really feel that your candidate is the best candidate to prevent that? That the direction you're currently taking us, that your party has been taking us since the 70s, since 1974. I think around 74, you guys did a great job. I mean, hats off. I mean, I think some fantastic things were done. Really, truly. At one point, the Democrat ability to harness, to leverage, to mobilize thousands and thousands of people to create great works. That generation, they knew how to do shit. They knew how to do stuff. But that's not the same people at all anymore. They talk a good game, but it ain't there. There's, they say deeds, not words. And so the way I see things is just, man, the worst stewards ever. The worst planners, the worst of everything lately. The worst. Our founders were recoiled at the idea of inviting millions of people to come in. First of all, what the founders and people in our early history, they wrote plenty on the subject of immigration. Plenty. And as you would imagine, being of sound mind and body, that they're going to say things like, well, there's periods where you can have people come in, and then there's periods where you shouldn't have anybody come in. You really got to allow some people to come in and let everybody assimilate and let everything balance out, or you could cause horrible problems. And they all kind of nod their head, yeah. Collectively, unanimously, they would, yeah. They agree that you can let people in, then you got to have periods where you don't let anybody in. And so that alone just seems to me to disqualify them lately for just treasonous activity against the country. To not have massive numbers of great works, projects in place to direct people to go to find prosperity and not cause a disaster by putting pressure on existing places. Just who does? I mean, why would you do that? And now to even try to get crap mobilized fast enough to now disperse everybody. It's crap, man. I'm not against immigration in any way. I'm against illegal and rampant immigration with no checks and balances, or, you know, timeout periods or assimilation periods. And you got a lot of people that, especially these days, there were people that our founders unanimously, not left or right or up or down, this party, that party, they unanimously agreed that there's certain people we shouldn't even let in the United States. What do you mean? You really mean that Democrats at one point in time said there are people that shouldn't be allowed in this country? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's history. It's proven. That unanimously they decided there are certain people that should not ever be allowed into the United States. Their history is such that they've always proven they will not assimilate. When you come here, you sign a contract coming here saying that you will assimilate. That's the rules. They will not. They will not. They refuse to assimilate, and they will do everything eventually to overthrow and cause social disruption. And they haven't changed ever. They are doing, no matter where they're at in the world, they continue to do the same thing. But the powers that be in their wisdom said, oh, come on. Come on, we can let them in. Come on. Let's stop being such jerks. Come on. Always throwing out the wisdom. Always believing ourselves smarter than our parents or our grandparents. Never heeding their advice. Going back to Alexander the Great and before Alexander the Great. Always failing to listen to their damn advice. Certain people were given time to change over centuries, and they did. And, you know, they pretty much mostly now have reformed themselves and get along with everybody they try to. And then there's others that no matter what, they're not there yet. They're not there yet. And we should heed the advice of our grandfathers and great-grandfathers and listen to their wisdom on this. For I'd give them another 200 years, man. At the rate that they've been going, they're still not there. They're going to need another 200 years to work their crap out, just internally with themselves. And even then, I don't know. They're so wrong thinking. And I don't even want to say it that way, because that's no wrong thinking. Just from their perspective, the way they see reality, they just, you know, there's nothing we can do when you're dealing with somebody that says, I can't allow you to live. I can't. I can't go, cool, man, I get it. I get it, man. That's just the way things are for you, and I have to accept that. No, I don't have to accept that. I'm not going to say, it's okay for you to think that I have to be killed. You can't suffer me to live. That's not okay. And that's where, you know, when it comes to foreign policy and war, and that, hey, that's where I start drawing the line, like Alexander the Great and others before him. No, it's not acceptable. And if that means that I have no choice but to destroy you, then I'm rooting for my team, buddy. and all it can muster. And make no doubt about it that we represent that, the machine that can do that. We are a great country. With absolutely the means to protect itself. But even that seems scary these days with certain people running things. Again, the bleeding hearts, the ones that no matter what, you can't get them to realize that these people will kill you. You've bought into their bull. They will play nice with you as long as they don't have the numbers. Once they have the numbers, and that's all their history is. That's it. That's all history shows for them. When they're weak, they're your best friends. They're the victims. But everywhere they've been in the world, as soon as they get sufficient numbers, it's over for you, man. And it's over. It's been over. It's over for the people that they've conquered. And they've just been slowly munching up territory over time. It's what they do. They make the greatest peace deals, this, that, and the other. And then when given the opportunity, they do it every single time. To me, that's the only real war that's left on the planet. To me, it's just that everything else is minor. There's one fight. There's only one Earth-ending, reality-ending war for the planet. And it's the same fight that has been going on from day one. There's the conflict between Eastern civilization and Western civilization. That's what a lot of people have been telling me, and I don't see it that way. The question is please let me pause here and go over to the chat room. I've got it on another monitor, and this is from The Writer Lives. Thank you for opining in the chat room. I really appreciate it. And the question is how screwed are we after today, no matter who wins? Well, I believe that there is a chance, as the man said, to get back to a golden age. But not only does it require Trump win the presidency, it requires that he can do the things that we're talking about. Right? That I have people tell me up and down, we can't do this, we can't do that, we can't come out from this economy, we can't go back to an 80s economy, we can't. Well, we Americans like me, we don't do can't, no, impossible. There's no such thing. We're Americans. We don't do impossible. We don't do can't do this. No, we can. So I think if he wins, I don't know that we're screwed. It just depends. There's a lot of crap in play. We have to break it down. Well, what part? What part are we screwed in? The economy? Let's just start with the simple one. The economy. Drill, baby drill. The first moment, if he is elected after tonight, tomorrow, or as soon as he is put back in, we know the first step to turning things around quick. We've got to get things in, got to get things down, prices down. Drill, baby, drill. Our energy policy. Everything is energy today. Okay. So to go from a state of energy independence where we're exporting to a state of this bullshit green agenda to destroy America, mostly supported by enemies of the United States of America, to stop us, these people have embraced. They've embraced an idea of people that would love to see America collapse at this time like clockwork. They're just giddy at the idea that America is now ready to fall. Just giddy. Giddy. So I think right then and there, if day one, well, right off the bat, economically, we might not be screwed. The whole tariff thing, it's the verdict's out. We have to see how that works. It's worked in the past. Okay. So just start with the fuel alone. If we can get shipping costs down again, get the fuel costs down again, we're not importing shit fuel from Venezuela to then refine and then put just, oh my God, everything they're doing is so back-asswards. I think Rent-A-Cow, when we were having a conversation not too long ago, he's like, we need to reopen some of these nuclear power plants. I believe that was you, Rent-A-Cow. Please forgive me if I'm wrong. But I believe that that was your sentiment the other day, that, man, we need to get some nuclear power plants going again. Yeah, that was the biggest fraud and conspiracy right there. The whole 3 Mile Island scare, scaring the American public, the China syndrome bullshit. And I have to say bullshit. Because from what I've learned, again, everything that you learn ends up always being wrong. So there's a gentleman who helped create, I can't name names and I don't have the research in front of me. This is just all from memory. But the man who helped create nuclear power plants, you know, they have these giant pools of water in them for cooling the rods. Well, this man would go swimming at night, hanging out in his nuclear reactor that he built for the United States government. Have a glass of wine and he'd go swimming in the reactor pool because he knew absolutely without a doubt that everything that, you know, the naysayers were saying was bullcrap, and he didn't die. He didn't die from radiation. He's like, they're safe, man. It's all just people that don't know. They're going to scare you to death. And then the way they portrayed 3 Mile Island and everything else, and it was so, again, the China Syndrome movies and Jane Fonda, folks, go figure. Stopping American advancement. All these, and I wasn't against them to begin with. I'm all for anything that produces energy. So I was never against the wind towers. And to me, they're appropriate places in the world to put them without endangering all the animals and being an eyesore. It's way out there, up on, you know, whatever. There's always a right way and a wrong way to do things. But you know, leveraging our greatness, our advanced technology to have, and now there's stuff that nobody even knows about or talks about. For example, like the Bussard Polywell. And don't feel bad if you've never heard of this. Okay. You may have heard of tokamak and the fusion reactors, right? Tokamak, fusion reactors. Right, well, Dr. Bussard was one of the gentlemen in charge of developing. They gave him $30 trillion or $1 billion to help America move towards fusion reactors. We've got to keep up with the Russians. They're working on fusion reactors. He came out towards his deathbed and said, Fusion reactor was a red herring. It was a bunch of bullshit. We believed it. We bought it. The Russians hoaxed us. That's all. I mean, maybe it was they were thinking the right way, but it doesn't work. He says, I spent $30 billion and ruined my reputation chasing tokamak. But Dr. Bassard swore before he died he was going to try to fix that and come up with the right way to create the reactor. And before he died, Dr. Bassard created the polywell. Now, the polywell is an architecture of rings. An architecture of rings, basically, that make a ring cage. But their overlapping magnetic fields don't allow particles that are... It creates a chamber that when particles are put in, they can't come out. He finally figured out the right configuration so that there was no leakage. And he shows all these models that he was working on and shows how they all fail. Like there's containment breaches at some point, all of his failures. But then, like anything else, once he finally... Hey, there's Tomcat over there. Once he finally figured it out, as with most science, when the solution is derived, it's rather simplistic. And you know, slapping yourself in the head. My God, it was this simple all along. And, you know, I made it too complicated. And that's the way the polywell is. It's so elegant. And it makes so much sense. Okay, so if you're a Star Trek fan, Dr. Bassard created the ram scoops on the front of the nacelles on a Federation starship. Those are named after Dr. Bassard. The whole idea of the nacelle and the reactor at the front of the nacelle, the big glowing things at the front of the nacelles in the Starship Enterprise, on the Enterprise, got those big glowing balls at the front on those nacelles, right? His imagination, that's what was going to go in there, a fusion reactor. It's a fusion reactor in there. But he thought it was like a tokamak design, blah, blah, blah. But the ram scoops, the magnetic ram scoops on the thing, those do exist. He created those. They're named after him. But anyway, that's the polywell. The polywell is a reactor chamber that the ram scoops will draw on the deuterium or hydrogen. And it shoves the deuterium and hydrogen particles into the reactor, where these overlapping concentric rings, these electromagnetic fields, they can shove the particles into it, but the particles can't get back out. And after a certain period of time, you've got all these particles that are bouncing around. The whole rest of the nacelle on the Starship Enterprise, the entire length of the nacelle after the reactor, is just to flush the plasma when you reach critical mass. So the whole point is you're out there in space, you're sucking in deuterium and hydrogen. The reactor it's driving your power plant. I mean, that's the reactions going on inside the reactor are generating the power. You're not having to use antimatter, the dilithium crystal, to split the antimatter stream. So you're drawing the power from the reactors down through the EPS systems, blah, 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 blah. But you can have situations where you're going to want to send the plasma into the coils to create the warp field, which is another topic of bullshit. Warping space. I believe that's a red herring too. It was meant to confuse a generation of people into understanding the concept of moving through space. And so this bullshit idea of we're warping space. No. It's bullshit. Requires an infinite amount of power. Well, right there, it's bullshit. But anyway, the rest of the nacelle. You flush the plasma into the coils. The coils, if held in the length of the nacelle, power your field, which is a magnetohydrodynamic field, which could allow you to move at incredible speeds in space in a given circuit, in an electrified circuit. You're not warping space. Liken it to an electron. But they're like, electrons don't move. Well, you got to start somewhere and mentally to understand where we're going with this concept. Is that there's flows of electricity in space. Electricity is transferring between all points in space. So in our mental, the way we mentally understand it is like electrons. They've always taught us this idea of electrons pushing each other. Well, electrons don't seem to actually get pushed, but that's the same kind of concept with an MHD field around your starship. You become an electron in the flow, and you move at the speed the electron or the energy is moving in any given particular circuit. So you have the potential to move at lower speeds in a circuit or at the highest core speeds. Other than that, the little white balls on the Enterprise, they didn't know what to do with those. They just added them on there. Usually they're not there, or you flush the plasma, if you have to, out the ass end of the nacelles. Or Riker did that one famous plasma flush. It had the enemy fly through it. Anyway, these concepts, sorry to take us all out there in the realm of Star Trek, but I want you to know that that's not bullshit. Dr. Bassard figured this stuff out before he died. And the Department of Defense has, because he owed them $30 billion, you know, that's all theirs. That's all this knowledge is, they have it. I'm not making it up. You can Google Polywell, Google Dr. Bassard, Google it all. It's all there. I'm not lying to you. You can find out the DoD has had Polywell since 2012. You don't see a whole lot of stuff today about the tokamak reactor, and that's the reason why. Tokamak was supposed to be the thing, but again, he said it was all Russian bullcrap. It was all red herring to get us to spend all this money. And again, hurt America. Well, I don't take kindly to that. In the history of mankind, we are the grooviest freaking cats to sit at the superpower, to sit on the superpower, I don't want to say a throne. We are the grooviest cats almost ever in the history of ever. And we come from a long line of groovy cats. Again, it takes all of us, and when things get out of balance, as they are lately, you know, I would give anything for us all to be groovy cats like we used to be in the 70s. Because at least at that point, there was some stripe. Man, we were getting, I think from the 70s and the 80s, we were getting along so well. It was pretty balanced. It was pretty damn balanced. and we all enjoyed each other, and we all had a good laugh about everything. And we all had the huevos to look at the government and say, you're all full of crap. But we still, going back to the writ of mandamus, they never teach us. They don't teach us like the tools that we need as a groovy citizenry to stick it to them and put them in their place when we have to. We don't even talk about convention of states. Does the average person that you know, when was the last time you had a conversation with anybody about participating in or having a convention of states? One moment, that's Chris. Hello, Chris. Yeah, I'm hanging out over DC talking crap. All right. All righty, bye-bye. We are a great force. We are what we want to be. And at the end of the day, we just want everybody else to be cool too. And we were there, man. We were there. We had it. Again, everything's cyclic, and I want to believe that, like the gentleman asked, the writer lives in the chat room. Let's get back to his topic. How screwed will we be? So I discussed just the economy, drill baby drill, and energy independence. Day one, right off the bat, bam, just got to. We got to get the power flowing. We've got to do whatever we can to get the power flowing. All right. Once the price of fuel comes down, the price of your Big Mac comes down. To not understand the relationship between the fuel and the shipping and the cost of the Big Mac. Got to get it under control. Okay. The writer lives says, what do you think about Buffett stockpiling $325 billion? Warren Buffett, the investor stockpile. That's who I'm assuming you're talking about. Warren Buffett stockpiling $325 billion. I don't know. As a capitalist, I'm like, well, okay, it's his money. Who's after it? You know, who wants his money? You know, I don't know that I really have a strong opinion on billionaires and what they do with their money. I'm not one of these people like current government. You must pay your fair share. Look, it goes back to they're pointing you at corporations and millionaires and billionaires and saying they're the bad guys. They're the bad guys. Well, there really isn't much in history to prove that when the people with the money are always advancing civilization. That great people with lots of money are usually philanthropists after a while, and they usually do great things. They try to do great things with their money. We looked at Stanley Hotel, the guy that created the Stanley car, great philanthropist, and you know, let's create this, creates this city and creates that city, and you know, so I think when the situation is favorable, that people will do good things. By them cutting the energy supply and hurting the economy, and then turning around and pointing at the corporations, saying they're price gouging, they're price fixing, these guys aren't paying enough, these guys aren't paying enough. No, it's your crap mismanagement. You have destroyed prosperity across the board. So maybe guys like this Warren Buffett over here, now he's going to hang on to it and hoard it or do whatever and get away from you. I don't know. It's a joke, but I'm surprised there aren't more Batman, Iron Man millionaires out in the world, men who use all their money to become like superheroes and stuff. But most of the rich people have been pretty beneficial to all civilization advancement. And that's been the goal of, like, you know, governments back through time. The whole idea of government and what a steward, a king, an emperor, whatever, it all revolves around the will of the creator. And the will of the creator is that you're given responsibility as a steward and given the power and the money. And your only job, you only had one job, is to secure a better life for your people, the people. So it's all tied to the biblical word of being a king, a steward, a shepherd, whatever it is. Your only job is to make better for the people. And that is what makes you, in time, in history, a great leader. How well did you take care of your people? What advancements did you bring to make life better for people? And that's the only criteria. So that I don't know. And Briar Patch Maneuver, thank you very much. That was you're talking about Riker. He breaks out the joystick, he takes over and he does some manual flying of the Enterprise, and he does a plasma dump on some people. I don't remember if it was the Romulans. I don't remember anymore, man. My Star Trek brain is fried. I used to be able to tell you pretty much, I would say, everything back to TOS, but I just can't anymore. Too distracted by all of this stuff lately. That is a beautiful park or crosswalk or something over there. Let's go check that out. And then I should put it into hover and we should go check Twitter. It's been more than an hour, so I know the whole world has changed in the last hour somehow. Today is a big, important day. So I've got my fingers crossed. And even if things don't go the way I would want, I still have my fingers crossed. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. How beautiful. Put it into hover and try to stay right here for a minute. Come on, turn around. Oh, that's lovely over there too. You people have such little lovely areas. Like I said earlier, I'm gonna have to bucket list Washington D.C. I really should. Man, I've been here as a kid, but you don't remember anything because all I wanted to see was the Enterprise. I didn't care a lick about politics or history or wanting to go to all the cool spots. I'm really concerned with the war footing this administration has put us into. And now is the time where I'm going to say, look, prior to, I told you the reasons why I'm voting for Trump. And my goals is, strictly looking inward at the government. And I'd say since after the Gulf War, I've been a Republican, but I can't say that I'm happy at all. I'm not a happy Republican at all. I'm disgusted. You've probably heard the term uniparty. Well, I think the government now in in looking at things in retrospect and reflecting that since 1974, it's been a uniparty. That they're playing the game. Since 1974, they're absolutely playing the game of I'm on this side and I'm on this side, and we get the people fighting over us. But at the end of the day, we're one party running things behind the scenes, and we don't give a lick about really what you think or want. We're going to do things the way we want. And that's, to me, that's the government we've had since 1974. And that it has become more and more diminished since 1974 because they abolished something called HUAC. 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 The House Un-American Activities Committee. Something similar like HUAC had been in place since as early as 1930. And it goes back to this concept that at one point, our leaders unanimously decided there are certain things we shouldn't allow into the United States that enemies of our way of life, they want to introduce concepts and be subversive and do things inside of our country and operate here, and we shouldn't allow it. So for a time, they were unanimous in their decision that we shouldn't allow certain shenanigans to operate in the United States. And so we used to have areas in our government that would call people out for their subversion and ask them to explain themselves before the American people. Okay? At least they gave them the opportunity. They didn't SS them and disappear them. They actually gave them an opportunity to go before the American people and explain themselves. And, let the people decide. So they did away with that. And then they made us feel guilty about it, calling it McCarthyism. Oh, he was bad. He didn't want these people to. He didn't want certain people to operate. He's a racist. He's a bigot. Whatever. No, he didn't come up with the stuff. He was following the rules. He just happened to be the person up there calling people out at the time. But it wasn't new. So they wouldn't allow people with certain ideologies to operate in our institutions because they're sacred, man. You can't let these people teach your children. Let's just start right there. Department of Education. That's up in this election. That's a policy we can talk about. Okay, since 1974, the Democrats abolished HUAC and have allowed people that prior to 1974 were never allowed to teach our children. Because they're subversive. They are going to teach your children to hate the United States of America and actively overthrow it for a more favorable government for themselves. Like communist Marxism. Let's just take isms. Take some isms. A lot of the other isms. We didn't want these people to have power in the media. We didn't want them to have power in Hollywood. And up to that point, we did not allow them to operate in our country. And so right then and there, to me, the Democratic Party. But the reason why I'm saying I'm pissed off, well, I hit a building. The reason why I'm pissed off with the Republicans as well, since 1974, they have had the opportunity to turn that around, and they haven't. The Republicans are just as complicit in the downfall of the United States of America since 1974 as the Democrats. But here comes this guy who they want to assassinate, that we're rooting for, that wants to stick it to both of them and put them back in their box. Then on top of that, not just dealing with eliminating the swamp and the deep state, now you've got to deal with all the damn subversives that are operating willy-nilly. And like I said, we'll stick to education. When HUAC was active from the 1930s up to 1974, they tried entrenching into our institutions. Hey, there's JFX. Okay. So they tried desperately to entrench themselves into institutions. And then when people like Joe McCarthy come around, he's like, hey, you're not supposed to do this. We don't need you here doing these things. They call, we're being blacklisted. We're being canceled. That's what they call it these days. We're being canceled. All right. And so what most of them would do, as depicted in certain movies if you've ever seen the movie The Rocketeer, he's dealing with Germans that have infiltrated Hollywood, Nazis that have infiltrated Hollywood, that are doing just that. They're using Hollywood to spread messages to undermine the United States of America. The movie Hail Caesar. The socialist communists kidnap a famous actor to try to convert him into communism. And others, as the government is closing in on them, literally hopping on submarines and fleeing the country. So between HUAC and people going after them, they were actively leaving the country. But as soon as the Democrats abolished HUAC in 1974, they re-entrenched with a vengeance. You should hear them in the past laughing on shows like Rush Limbaugh, calling it before Trump won the first time. They really thought that Hillary was going to win. And so they would call up to programs like Rush Limbaugh and laugh their asses off at us, saying, it's a long game. We've been playing the long game. We own your kids. We own your children. And they're talking about they've re-entrenched in all of our institutions. And they own our kids. They can turn our kids against us. They can turn our kids against the country. And I think that what we're seeing out there these days, again, no parental rights. The kids belong to the state. Well, that's a bunch of bullshit right there. Any politician that is espousing your children belong to the state. Well, that is crap, man. So, going back to how screwed are we? Well, in this case, pretty screwed. He's talked about eliminating the Department of Education. And in that regard, we may not be screwed. It just depends on if we can put the rights back to the parents and if we can get these subversives and call them what they are. There is no problem teaching and educating children on all the different ideologies. It is when you make the children advocate your points of view and you have an agenda to make the children of this country Marxists and communists. Well, now we have a problem. So, eliminating the Department of Education. It's sad. It's sad that we even have to talk about it. It's sad. Terribly, terribly. But, you know, the data isn't there to support that it's been the greatest thing ever. And look at us today. I believe that our education system would at least ensure that after 250 years, we don't collapse. And I believed it. I believed America had the greatest education system in the world. And that if I, a dummy like me, can understand that concept and believe that the United States of America won't make the same mistake and collapse. And they failed us. What has the Department of Education done for this country when that isn't a thought on every child's mind in every school? We've got to do whatever it takes to make sure that America doesn't collapse. We'll be the first generation to make sure that we don't repeat history. Screw that. We ain't going down. And look where we're at today. Specifically, today. Today. There are very few teenagers and people that can vote for the first time ever this year. There aren't a whole lot of them out there having that conversation. Let's talk about history, man. It's all about history, man. That's it. No, let's talk about your freaking pronouns. Let's talk about anything but. So how screwed are we on a scale of 1 to 10 with this? And probably a 9. Again, there's hope. There's hope, though. If the Democrats win, screwed. That's how screwed. All the way. 10, 100, 1,000, whatever it is. What's the top of the marker? Screwed. In my opinion. At least if he wins, chance to turn it around. There's hope. So we've done education, 2 policy, education and economy and energy. Okay, I've kind of touched on foreign policy with regards to immigration and a certain ideology on this planet. The last fight, the big fight. The last World War. It's not, in my opinion, it's not us versus Russia in any way. And here comes I can't believe you're going to side with Russia. I never did growing up. Very, very, I'm an anti-communist. But at the end of the day, our fight isn't with them. Still, the big fight in my mind, it's still not the United States versus communism. That's not World War III. World War III is the same fight from day one that's been going on since the beginning. It's with Eastern civilization. And we might as well just call it for what it is too. And I'm sorry if I'm going to offend anybody. This is probably going to be considered controversial now and could get this particular live stream on election day flagged and removed. Because they don't want you talking about the honest truth. In my opinion, the honest truth, my fellow Americans, is the conflict with Islam. I've said it before. There are certain people that are both Democrat, Republican, whatever parties existed in 1790, whatever. It was a unanimous decision that we not let them in the United States. They won't assimilate, and no matter what, they're going to try to kill us. We're seeing what's happening with all these other countries that have done it, and they're reaching critical mass. And I feel for them so badly, but they did it to themselves, and they knew too. That's the thing. Nothing's changed. How do you continue to make that mistake since the beginning of time? So, I'm all for peace, love, and getting along with your fellow man, as long as your asses stay over there. Because until you say, oh, okay, sorry, well, you know, it's okay for you to live, and it's not our absolute mandate that you must die. And until that day comes and deeds match words, yeah, maybe then. But right now we haven't reached that point in time. It hasn't happened yet since the days before Alexander the Great. It hasn't happened. They will continue to try to dominate until they control the world. And I don't know about you, I can't stand their loudspeaker bullshit. I can't stand them at all, period. I can't. It is literally foreign and alien to me as a Western civilization minded person. I can't stand their shit at all. Can't stand their shit at all. I don't want to have to go to war with them. I don't want to. I would just rather that we do like Disneyland. It's a small world after all. And live happily forever after in your own countries. Keep your shit and your ideologies in your own country. Let us be alone over here in our own little corner of It's a Small World. Okay? If they don't, what are we going to do? If they don't reform themselves, what are we going to do? And again, I don't understand how, I honestly don't understand how Russia can actually be their ally in any way. Because at the end of the day, they're going to do the same thing. But you see, Russia has already had conflict with them. Same with China. They might be friends, but they aren't letting the Muslims operate freely in their country. China especially. Look at Japan and China. They're smart. Like, oh, they're throwing all the Uyghurs into concentration camps. Well, maybe you think you shouldn't go trying to overthrow China. Maybe you should think about that. Because the Chinese ain't going to put up with it. So we're kind of all in the same boat with regard to them. I'm sorry if, you know, I don't want to be against you if you're a Muslim. I really don't. I don't. You might say, well, you know, we're not those kind of Muslims. We're these kind of Muslims. Man, you're all Muslims. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't care what you say. You're cool with us until your side has enough numbers, and then you're not going to be cool. That's just the way you are. That's the way it is. But I don't want to be your enemy. I don't want to. I have tried to find beautiful things in all religions and try to find the, like unifying themes that make life beautiful, but, between us all. And you just won't allow it. So until you change, we can. All we can do is be on our guard and say it'd be a real shame to have to kick your ass and do what Alexander the Great did and drive your asses back to the Stone Age and knock you all the way back again and again and again and again. But hey, until you change, that's the way it's going to be. Unfortunately, the way things are in the world right now is they seem to have gained a lot more footage than they should have. That's what I don't understand. Is when something is so clear and obvious. So foreign policy wise, I think there's a lot of people that have a lot of problems on their hand. And again, you've trusted the wrong people to lead your country. They have undermined you. They have undermined your civilization. All right, let's hover here, do the best we can to hover here, and go check the world. Let's see what's happened in the last couple hours. Oh, this thing. Just hover, please. All right, spin the wheel, hit refresh on this and see what we get. Whatever you do, don't vote today. Just trying to be different, Erica. Okay, well, that's funny. Daily Wire is covering every moment. Nice. Tom Yum soup is better than pho. Fight me. I don't really like either. They both taste like dishwater to me. Well, I don't know about Tom Yum. I can't really say. But pho, I mean, sometimes dishwater. Blah, blah. $15 for dishwater. Blah. Little strands of nasty meat. Blah. Oh, it's so good. What's wrong with you? So say White Hats have arrested a total of 17 UPS employees in 6 states who seem to be involved in coordinated ballot harvesting effort. Well, I would like to believe it. I would like to believe it. Because, we can't. There should be literally the fear of God for anybody who would even think to pull some crap like that. I mean, it should be. It should be fear of God type of stuff. If you get caught doing that, sorry, game over. You've got to put your foot down. We can't be so mamby-pamby about every little thing. We can't. That's what people are like, you're a fascist, you're a totalitarian, you're an authoritarian. Look, man, going back to the days of ancient Sumer and being a good parent, you just can't leave your doors unlocked. You can't just let anybody come into your house. There are moments and reasons why you have no choice but with these particular topics to be the absolute authoritarian, totalitarian, fascist, whatever you want. There are certain aspects of life that your survivability depends on the warrior class. The Dark Knight. The Enforcer. The law. And that point where the law will not tolerate this kind of activity if you want your society and your people in general across the board to survive. No shenanigans, no. So I hope it's true, and I hope that they get the maximum of what's coming to them, because You don't screw with this institution. Ty Rivera. He is a trans comedian. I don't like putting labels. He's a comedian, and he's a great comedian. He's a national treasure. It's just a lot of his comedy is tied up with his sexuality. But if he's not, he's just in normal comedian mode. Dude, he's a national treasure. He is a great comedian. Anyway, he says, "Oh, Oprah, I used to love her, but we all know she's been to a Diddy party. Look, man, she's an Epsteiner. I used to love Oprah too. I really did. I loved so many of them. Oprah, Whoopi, everybody. I loved everybody. But I do know who they are at the end of the day now. I know their histories, who they were before they became big, the activities they were involved in before they became big. And I know what they have been up to since. And yeah, man. Some evil shit, as far as I'm concerned. So that's the reason why Oprah can't and couldn't run for president. There was a point in time where everybody said Oprah should run, and there was a point where even people like myself said I would vote for Oprah. And then the dam broke. And thankfully it did. But from that moment forward, not a chance in hell can she run. There's too much dirt, too much nasty. Burt Reynolds and Mark Summers going at it on the Tonight Show in 1994. I don't remember who Mark Summers is. Oh yeah, I remember he looked like a douche. Anyway, you don't screw with Burt Reynolds. I miss Burt Reynolds. And who are you compared to Burt Reynolds? Literally, that dude was royalty. I'm glad I don't know any crap about Burt Reynolds that paints him in an unfavorable light. I'm sure he was all about that lifestyle too. He was Burt Reynolds. The Amish are voting Trump. Let me say that again. The Amish. No word yet on the Mennonites. Well, I think they're all very, very smart people. Very smart. And if they're coming out and they don't think everything is copacetic and balanced, then they come out because they know not everything is balanced and copacetic. Gavin McInnes reveals the science to why he sees a big Trump victory. Huh? Bob is a comedian on Twitter, and he's just funny. Still bugs me that the original Carrie, no one asked her to the prom. She was a babe, so she's a little weird. So she's a little weird big deal. They're all freaking weird. I don't know, something about Carrie, I guess. The redheaded libertarian. I think I have some kind of PTSD from how the 2020 election went. Are y'all feeling that? Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, man. I have had PTSD since Waco. I have had PTSD since Ruby Ridge. I have had PTSD since the Oklahoma City bombing. I think those first two defines anything that you would want to think about me. And where I stand on things. Waco and Ruby Ridge. Prager University. What would happen if the Electoral College was abolished? Why was the Electoral College created? Okay. Well, when you fly around in the flight simulator, you see how much open space there is and how the majority of civilization is clustered into these large areas, like this area here. But once you're outside these areas, it's just open space all across the world, folks. Here, there, and everywhere. You got everybody crammed into these places, but then you've got people spread out all across the world, all the rest of the people in the world. And what they did is they set the Electoral College up so that people living everywhere else outside of these massively congested areas, that they have equal representation. Because what's good for somebody here living in this kind of society might be completely different for somebody living way out in Wyoming somewhere. It's unfair for the person living out in the sticks to have to be forced to live under conditions or that are here, that are taking place. It's unfair to make these people live the way you have to make society, or the way society needs to run itself in largely congested areas. So that's what you're doing. What happens when you abolish the Electoral College? Nobody outside a major city has any proper representation. They don't have equal representation. So here's a great example. The Democrats said that every county in every state must have an office of, and I don't remember exactly what the office is, but they mandated that every state, every county, they must now have a department of, right? Now, there are certain counties that have no budgets, but yet they have to have a department of that deals with which doesn't even matter to them, and it just messes up everything to do with their way of life. They don't need it. What? How dare you impose your big city crap on us out here and bankrupt us, mandating that we have to have Department of Blue. That is a perfect example of what they've done. That's a perfect example of what happens when you get no proper representation and they're allowed to impose everything they want on your little ass out there in sticks. Going back to the chat room, the writer lives. Department of Education needs to go away, he says. Yep. I agree. Salute. The writer lives. They have done nothing. I think I tried making a point, and I'm sure you have your points too, but yeah. I think I hopefully made that point that, the kids today don't know jack. The writer lives. I think we should prepare for hard times to come. Going back to your original statement, how screwed are we? I think that we're in a tough spot all the way around. Like I said, as Americans, I don't want to believe that nothing is impossible or can't be done, or we can't fix it or turn it around. I think it's going to be tough. I think the situation in the Middle East that they've got us into, the situation they have us in Ukraine, has us in a lot of trouble. There's a lot of things that can potentially put us in hard times. I'll say that if he doesn't win, again, without turning things around, getting us back out of the damn climate accord, getting us energy independent. I mean, that right there alone, that could cause the greatest harm of all. Because we've got to have the price of the Big Mac come down. We've got to. And with them in control and their belief in this idea that you can control the planet. They can't control jack. Look at their cities and states. But yet they think they can control. We should be able to control the planet, control how people operate and move, and they're not going to let you fly. And the idea of carbon taxes and all this shit, man. Show me a climate expert who is a plasma astrophysics cosmogonist. If you are a climate specialist expert who is also an expert in plasma sciences, plasma astrophysics, plasma cosmogony, cosmology, and you say, oh yeah, we should probably not do these things, but that's not what they're saying. They've got people believing that we exist in a bubble, that this firmament around us, that there's a bubble, and in some ways it is a bubble. But they want you to have a mental framework in your head that this planet we live on is a bubble and disconnected from everything else. And therefore, you're more likely to believe this idea that, we can harm this planet, that we're screwing up the climate. We don't control the climate. It is all of those forces outside and it is a bubble, but it's not disconnected. It is directly connected. It is electromagnetically connected, and we exist in an electroplasma environment. And our plasma environment controls planet rotation. Why don't planets stop spinning? That one gets them every time. Really? Tell me why planets don't stop spinning. Well, some do. Yeah, some can. Yeah, absolutely. Some. But why? Why don't all the rest? Why hasn't Earth stopped spinning? Okay. Our electroplasma environment and the electric currents flowing around us cause spin in all things. What controls planet spacing? You mean it's not just random? Excuse me. No, sirs and or madam, or whatever pronouns. No, it's not random. It is being controlled. It is a mechanism that stops planets from running into one another. Mostly. Our electroplasma environment controls planet rotation, and it controls planet spacing. What creates snow, man? What creates snow? What creates snow? What creates storms? What creates certain weather types on this planet? Did you happen to know that gamma radiation penetrating into the atmosphere causes our electric field to react to it? And it generates clouds? Did you even think that these clouds that we're looking at in Microsoft Simulator, which are a representation of what's going on in the real world out there right now, that there might be a relationship between gamma ray particles coming in from outer space causing those to be generated? And when the stronger and stronger and stronger dangerous particles start flooding in, the planet is protecting us by generating clouds? Yeah, nobody talks about that in school, do they? The direct connection between our weather and what's going on electromagnetically out in space. Yeah, we don't control the weather. We can't control the weather. Well, they might say, well, yeah, in isolated situations, we can't control the weather. Hey, I'm not saying our technology isn't getting to the point where these ideas that we can control the weather aren't possible in isolated areas. To recreate those conditions, to fill the upper atmosphere with electromagnetic frequencies, radio frequencies, yada, 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 and induce a similar situation. I'm not saying it's beyond the possibility of reason, or just beyond possibility. But that's not what the big picture is about. The Writer Live says, exactly. All you have to do is look at how they run their cities. Right. These are the people that want to run the world. I don't know which star the other day said it. Lizzo, I don't care. One of their stars the other day said, if she wins, the United States will all become like Detroit. Lord Almighty, Lord help us. I don't want the entire United States to be like Detroit. Lord Almighty, that's the last thing I want. What a horrible idea. What a horrible thought to impose Detroit as a model. The rest of us should be living by, or that our lives should be like that. No, thank you. Okay, so planet rotation, planet spacing, weather, and cataclysm. Okay. When Mother Nature and the forces that be and these whatever, okay, it always comes back to the metaphysical. What is creating the current? What is driving the current? What is the source? Well, folks, come on. We're not going to answer that one anytime soon. But that's where the atheist and the scientist are different. I don't know who was it, C.S. Lewis or one of these smart people basically said the same thing, that, when you learn a little bit about science, you're an atheist. You have all the tools necessary with a basic limited education in science to become an atheist. But it is a lack of all the rest of the knowledge, all the rest of science. You don't understand now why there is a God. It's that kind of concept. Something is the source, and there's no doubt about that. There is no doubt that there is a source. Most people I run into who are atheists have never heard the electric universe theory. They don't understand shit about this topic. They know nothing of this topic. They, like many of us, as we grew up and went through education in the United States, sadly, I'm not saying we're perfect either. So many ideas throughout time in science have been suppressed by certain people. Some for reasons of national security. You don't want everybody to realize how maybe easy it is to move across space with basic electronics. They don't want you to understand that that everything in our local space out to all of the universe, it's all connected. We were taught electricity doesn't flow in a vacuum, or electricity doesn't exist in a vacuum, or that there's no ether, or all these things. And they've filled our heads with a bunch of bullshit about what is going on out in space. So that's why I'm saying, try to show me a climate scientist who is also a plasma physicist, because it ain't happening. And therefore, their science is half-baked. If their science can't even discuss the natural phenomenon taking place all around us that drives our planet, you have no right trying to dictate to this country or any other country your Green New Deal bullshit. And at that point, we can get biblical and say, your Green New Deal bullshit is completely at odds with everything the word of the Creator told us. What he told us, whatever. It's in most biblical stuff. What we're supposed to do here. What this world is for. What this reality is for. And we go back to, well, what's the purpose of a king? What's the purpose of a king? What's the purpose of a court? What's the purpose of all these people? To secure a better life for the people. So by stifling our advancement, our knowledge, in any way hindering the progress of the human species, humankind. You can't fly your planes, you must do this, you must do that, your carbon tax, blah, 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 blah. You are now not only anti-science bullshit, you're anti-biblical. Now you're directly defying the Creator and his intentions. That goes back to what, I didn't want to get biblical, but I love bringing this up for people that have never read Dante. The whole reason why Dante wrote the Divine Comedy, what was the whole history behind why Dante wrote that book. But when Dante finally makes it to the lowest level of hell and he's confronted with Satan, Lucifer, and he's trying to explain these concepts. And so he describes this concept of Lucifer, the devil, having 3 faces. And in each mouth, there's a human person inside the mouth of Lucifer being chewed on. That's up your punishment. That's their punishment. Have you ever heard that phrase, a special place in hell? That's where it comes from. The special place in hell is the mouth of the devil, and you're going to be chewed on and ripped apart and chewed on and gnashed on for eternity for the sins that you commit, the special, unique sin that you have committed. It's all the 7 layers of hell, or whatever, all the layers of hell that you go down. It's all about the sin you committed. And then there's the unique sin and the special place in hell. So one of the one or two of the people that have earned a special place in hell, according to Dante, are Cassius and Brutus. Cassius and Brutus are responsible for the assassination of Julius Caesar. But Julius Caesar, he went crazy with power, and he had to be stopped. The deep state, the bureaucrats, we must ensure he's a threat to democracy. They were a republic, but that's what it gets to. He's a threat to democracy. He must be assassinated. So the reason why they earned that special place in hell, Julius Caesar and the other emperors, they created great works for the people. They ushered in high levels of civilization for the people on this planet. For all the bad that they did a lot of good. And that's what you're supposed to do. That is an interesting looking thing over there sticking out. That building looks like a cathedral. Let's head that way. So, and what happened after Rome fell? Dark Ages. 300 years of Dark Ages. I love that show Vikings on the History Channel. I love all those Viking shows and shows like that. But at the same time, it just proves how stupid they were. They weren't great. I mean, they ended up being pretty cool, pretty great. I don't want to take that away from them, but hello. All right, see you in a bit. I'm still flying over DC. Bye-bye. Okay, so, the Vikings make their way towards England, basically England today, the UK. And they start destroying all the cities and conquering all the cities. And then they get to certain cities, and they're just dumbfounded. These people are still crapping in bogs, right? It's literally the rise of, like what we're talking about, the rise of the barbarian. And they'll destroy you without any thought. And they have reasons in their religions to justify what they're doing. But they'll destroy you lickety-split. And that's exactly what the Vikings did. No education, no compassion, no nothing, no mercy. They just went in and destroyed and took. But then they would make their way to these larger cities. And they encountered buildings like they've never seen before. These people are still living in wood huts, crapping in bogs. No concept of a toilet, a sewer. It never dawned on them. They're literally barbarians, stupid barbarians that actively destroyed what was given to other people by Rome. So yeah, that's the greatest lesson. That's the way I think about a lot of these people in the world today that want to destroy America. It's the same crap to me, man. They're the same barbarians, just like Vikings. And if the shit were to fall apart, they don't know how to fix anything. They don't know what a sewer is. They don't know how to run a nuclear plant. They know just enough to get a loudspeaker working and tell you all to get down on the ground and kiss their asses. I mean, there's no difference. That's the greatest threat. Let me go back to Cassius and Brutus. Again, the one job kings and emperors and just people in power are supposed their job is to make everything better. Create sewers, create cathedrals, create great things for the people. And Cassius and Brutus, they killed Julius Caesar, and in doing so, they stopped the advancement of civilization for hundreds of years to come. And then the more liberal emperors start coming in, Nero, Caligula. Yeah, just like what's going on today. We got lots of Neros and lots of oh boy, do we got the Caligulas out there. So what did they do? They destroyed all the great works from other people, like the great bath houses and the great gardens. Yeah, let's just create great gardens for the people with plenty of free fruit trees everywhere, and provide for the people. Nah, I'm gonna knock that down for my own personal palace. For me. Destroy all that. Take away the gardens. No, now it's not a garden for you and for the people. It's for me. That's the difference. And that's what will happen every time. If you don't have people that are good, spiritually minded, and just these spiritual ideas, the Lord says, you got to do these things. It's your only job, man. If you do these things, you'll be rewarded with all that power and prestige, and you'll be lauded throughout history for your great works. So anyway, they get that's to me, that's these climate people. To put a fine point on it, you are going to earn your special place in hell. You are earning your special place in hell. Everybody in our government today that is doing anything to thwart our advancement, like Rent-A-Cow, we were talking earlier about the nuclear power plants, all of it. You have earned your special place in hell. We are allowed to make mistakes in learning. As we have learned, look what we've done. We try so hard as we create better and better technology. Sure, we've made mistakes. People die, there's tragedy, but what we have learned from our mistakes, we'll never let that, like early fires in America, fire codes and buildings, and you got to have these exits, and you can't build out of this material, and you can't do this and that and this. Some great things have come from our mistakes. But that's the way we learn. That's the way we learn as humans. We make mistakes, you learn from them. You grow from them. And that's the mandate to all of us. I give you this planet to learn. He didn't say don't do that. To learn. Multiply and be fruitful and learn. Become a master of this planet. And in doing so, we have tried to become better and better stewards. We even now have the luxury to think about things like Earth Day. You imagine Earth Day in ancient Rome or before that? Shit, man, they were just trying to stay alive. First world problems, right? Oh man, we need to have recycling. Oh my God, you imagine, dude, we can't worry about shit like recycling. Back then, we're just trying to stay alive, man. You need the office of blood. Oh my God, what's wrong with you? Well, in some cases, I understand, again, maybe the office of blood is, it actually, would help. But when it's got to be weighed with, are you hurting people? So, going back to the writer lives and his question that is continuing me moving on with these topics, that how screwed are we? Well, we've talked about the economy and everything else up to this point. Now it goes back to like these bullshit ideas regarding locking down. Like, no, we can't allow people to travel. We're going to give you a traveling credit. You could only, literally, honestly, these have been proposed. No more airline flying with traditional jet fuels. None. And if you are, you're only going to be allowed like 2 flights a year. That's it. You have a carbon tax. Sorry, you're only allowed to fly somewhere in the United States twice a year. These people are out of control. And they may mean well, but they're half-baked. Well, in the case of being stoned, they're all baked. They're completely baked. Hey, there's AeroPro over there hovering near the ground or doing something, or crashed, or let's go over there. So I can't go along with, that's how screwed we are. That's if the Democrats and these extremists, they're extremists, believing in this shit without any understanding or concept of other things that we've talked about, our plasma environment. Does NASA know? Do they know? Do they ultimately know? I think they do. I do think they do. I think people at the highest levels of science, they do know. This is all about control. This is all about everything. To me, is about hurting America. It's all waging war on America in some fashion. And I can't abide by that. Our team or their team, folks, and I'm going to root for our team. Everybody wants to rule the world, as they say, as they sing. And that is the truth. But who deserves it? Who has earned the right? Who's earned it? Who deserves to rule the world? Personally, I think it's us. I don't mean it in a dictatorish way. That when things are groovy here, I mean, come on, all the things that we've created that didn't exist in this world. All the things, all the glorious things that America has brought to this planet. Just like Rome. Can't take away what they brought to this planet. Egypt's a little too far back for me to really understand. I understand they're great, but it's so foreign, it's so alien, ancient alien, that it's hard for us to appreciate what they've contributed to our journey. The Greeks, I get it, totally. I totally get it. Solon the Great. They deserved it. They deserved to rule for as long as they did. And that goes back to like Alexander the Great. The Greeks and the Egyptians had populated and created everything in the areas that surrounded them. And here comes all these barbarians from Eastern civilization, taking over and destroying and making life suck. for everybody. They come along since ancient Sumer. They come along and they destroy everything that's great because they're just such shitheads. And it's no different. There's no difference. Nothing has changed. They don't deserve to be on the world stage. The world would be better off if it were all like America. And I know that there are certain countries around this world that are fantastic, and they just don't even, they hate that idea. They're like, we're greater than you. We may be smaller. We're greater than you. Well, do we share the same values? Well, yeah. I mean, we're practically identical. Yeah, that's the point. America doesn't mean physically here. It's like they've said in movies, it's an idea. It's a spirit. You are Americans. Don't you dare say that, but you are. You espouse all the same things that we do. You just geographically live in a different place, but we are identical. We're Americans. You're an American. Okay, so we're a Belgian. We're Belgians or whatever. But this isn't the Belgian age in all the history books. It's the American age. In the history books, this period in time up to our collapse is, in every history book, the American age. That's how much of an impact we have made on history. We get our own age, like Egypt and Greece and Rome. And as well-minded as the Democrats want to be at this time, to me, they are not. They're not it. They're not. To me, they're not Americans. That's a really broad statement, and I'm sorry for saying that. There's so many good people. There's so many good people. And like Donald Trump said, there's so many good people on both sides. I know what he meant. I know what he meant. And I that's the way I feel. There's so many good people. And but there are so many people that aren't. And it seems that there's more of them in power now. All right, let's be over here by the Washington Monument. We throw it into hover again. Let's get back out there and check the world. It's now 5:16 here in the Midwest. And, you know, poll results might be starting to come in from the East Coast. The map's going to start filling up. And, you know, hey, for however it goes, again, I pray to God that he wins and we get to start turning things around. I hope that if he loses, things turn around. That you can at least maybe try to get your people to do the right thing. And not collapse the United States of America. At this pivotal moment in time. Don't let the historians win, please. Don't let the historians be right. Please. Please. More on the guy planting the bomb. The letter was drafted to make it appear as it came from the voter and accused Wimbish, give me, what? Give me hell conspiring votes and distracting voters from concentrating. Furthermore, the paper threatened that Wimbish and others should look over their shoulder. I know where they go. I know where they all live because I found home voting addresses for all of them. Additionally, he said that the young men will get beat down if they wish to fight me, and they will get the treason punishment by firing squad if they fight back. According to the Department of Justice, the letter also threatened to rage rape the ladies and warn them to watch every move they make and look over their shoulder. I can't abide by terrorism in this country. I can't abide. Pennsylvania County extends voting hours after software issue with scanning ballots. Sadly, whenever they introduce, whenever they have a software problem, it allows them the opportunity to put in a fix, which allows the system to be compromised. So, you know, oh yeah, we fixed the glitch, but now we introduced a way for them for Dominion to change voting rules. That software upgrade or fix to fix the glitch was never authorized. It was never scanned. It was never. Anytime you have a glitch, it allows them to screw the system. So, you know, at that point, what do? You have to kind of go back to paper. Without revealing your age, what's something you remember in high school that if you told a younger person, they wouldn't understand? DT2 Comic Chat. We didn't have active shooter drills. That's right. We didn't. We didn't. So, looking at the data, you know, who's been responsible for all the shootings? If you had to put it into categories, you know, who's responsible? Good guess. Sophie Sweeney. She's cute. They're very cute. CNN's Dana Bash in full panic mode and is concerned Kamala did not have enough time to introduce herself to America. I learned about her from 1992, and I hated her from the first moment I heard about her. Hearing what she was doing out in California, I was just there for a visit. Thought, who the is this woman? I can't believe you people voted in a piece of garbage like that, and now she could be our president? Boggles the mind, sir. Absolutely boggles the mind. A vote for Trump is a vote for Peanut. That's sad. I watch the videos. My wife's a hardliner. She's like, you shouldn't have had the animals. You're not supposed to have wildlife, blah, blah, blah. That critter had been living there for, they had been there for 7 years. They're not wildlife anymore. Wildlife would be gone after the first year. He wasn't keeping them. They weren't in cages. The whole situation's messed up. The whole situation. There's a right way and a wrong way to do things. They did the wrong thing. They did it the wrong way. And that, again, is, you know, the larger picture. That's the way they are these days. Their way or the highway. If you don't get along with them, they're going to kill you. They're going to kill your pet. Wear a mask or we're going to stop you. You do this or you don't get to work. You do what we say or you don't get to live. I'm sick of people like that. I'm sick of them. Our grandfathers would have taken these people out and had them hung, shot a long time ago. And they're so lucky that they don't live in a time where our grandfathers are still around, taking them out, stringing them up. There's so many people in the halls of Congress that deserve to be yanked out of their chairs and thrown in prison. I'm not for the death penalty. I'm really not. I mean, I know I've talked about, you got to have your authoritarian and this and that and this. Well, if I didn't have to, I wouldn't want to kill anybody. I wouldn't want to execute anybody for crimes. Treason, it's always been death. Treason is a death penalty. I didn't make the rules. That's the rules. There are plenty of people in the halls of Congress that have openly committed treason, and a dummy like me can see it. When I talk to Democrats and have been discussing politics with them, I'm like, you realize that your side committed treason? Nope. Blind as a bat. They won't see it. I'm like, dude, there's people on the Republican side that are guilty of treason too. No, I won't see it. I won't acknowledge it. Especially Democrats. They will not acknowledge that their party can do wrong or that their party is engaged in insurrection, sedition, or treason. Absolutely conspiracy. Shit, all of Title 18. Throw the book at them. You're guilty for everything in Title 18. USC. Nope. This person in the media, they're guilty of treason. Nope. Trump, he's going to come after all of us if he gets elected. Well, any president that's elected should come after you. You've all engaged in treason. That goes back to why? Why is he so popular these days? Because dummies like me are aware that these people have committed treason. We can't abide criminals and lawbreakers to get away with it. That's not who we are as people. We are good guys versus bad guys. Well, sorry, you made yourself the bad guy. You chose to actively use your power to engage in treason. Well, what do you think the penalty should be? Of course he's going to come after you. If I was president, I would come after you. Nothing personal. Sorry. You engaged in treason. That's just the law. You deserve, I didn't make the law. You guys made the law. You seem to think that was one offense that absolutely requires the death penalty. Well, you absolutely deserve it. Oh my God, he said he's going to be a tyrant on day one and he's going to come after all of us. Should have thought of that before you opened your pie hole. I'm sorry you weren't smart enough. That's an excuse. You weren't smart enough to realize you were engaging in treason. Oh, you stupid person. They did away with the military tribunals, and I think that's why they secured themselves the right to not have to face military tribunals. They have secured themselves all these protections and rights being in government, like saying, I have immunity. That immunity shit's got to go right out the window. That's got to be one thing that's got to go. The idea that you can be in government and they've secured themselves immunity so that they can engage in treason? No, I don't know about that, guys. I think that's a little bit much. I don't think you should have that power. Treason is treason is treason. No immunity. So they've taken away the military tribunal. You have to now be tried in a court of law for treason. That's crap, man. We should never give them that kind of power. Never. Never. So, yeah. If he does those things, if he goes after the people that have engaged in treason, they deserved it. I don't care how they spin it, how they cry on TV, how they're going to if he wins. How they're going to cry about the punishment that is going to come down upon them and how they're going to try to spin it. And I don't care anymore. I have no mercy where this is concerned anymore. You played the game. You chose to play the game. You know, your want for power was so much that you chose to cross that line. And no mercy. No mercy. The earth will be better off without you. Throughout all of time, you are just another person or group of people in the entire history of our planet who went against the rules, the mandate, the rules to live by and govern by. So, sorry. Somebody's got to put up a poll. Okay, maps. Let's go back to, somebody's got to have a poll. I thought Google had an election poll. Can't believe I'm going to trust Google for this information. So Indiana and Kentucky are in, and they're red. But we've been here before, and so, you know, we've been all the way red before, and they still stole it. And I do believe they did. I mean, there's too much. Look, they've been studying election fraud for decades. Okay? Now, decades ago, the people investigating election fraud, decades ago, said that based upon our projections, there is a 19% increase in election fraud every year. Well, that was decades ago. That puts us over 100% fraud, 100% corruption, 100% election fraud. How does that happen? Voter fraud increases by 19% every year. Okay. Let's just say 20. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. There's 5 years, and we've been decades already. 5 years, and that puts us, what is that? 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 20, 40, 60, 80, 200, 20, 40, 60, 80, you know, 300% fraud. How is that possible? How is that possible? Again, both sides have screamed election fraud for decades as well. But remember, since 74, to me, there's been a uniparty. So, you know, neither side has done anything about it or wanted to do anything about it. And that's why, since 1974, nothing's been done about it. So we saw in the last election, that was the first election I've ever seen like that happen in my entire life, where he basically won everything, including all the states that he said he couldn't win, that you absolutely have to win, and then lost. That goes back to the mantra this whole up to 2024, too big to win. And I really hope that's the case. I really hope we finally had enough as a people. They deserve, Washington, D.C. here, I love you. You deserve to get your ass kicked. You deserve to get your ass kicked so hard. This is not us really against the Democrat. It is us against our government at the moment. And you have destroyed all of this greatness. You make all of this meaningless. and you deserve to get your ass kicked. And I hope that that's the way it goes. That again, you can't rig it, because the numbers are turning out, and anything you do after 25%, it's just obvious. It's fraud. You've stole it. You've done something bad. You know, it's too obvious. And so you can't. And I just pray that that's where we're at later. But these margins are too big. You can't fix it now. Ha 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 ha. And then he wins, and now everybody gets to get their ass kicked. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. We've literally become like Hegel's Leviathan. We are the Leviathan now, the Washington D.C. and this whole everything that the way it operates. But there comes a time when, you know, the old way has to give way to the new, and this idea that perhaps people like Elon Musk can go in there and start reforming things. I mentioned earlier the idea that we had our structure, that we have to send representatives to Washington here, DC here, to represent us. Well, in the past, we had no choice. Distances were too far. We didn't have real-time communications. You know, so up until recently, we absolutely had to, vote for people and have them shuttle off to Washington, because it would take months by horse-drawn carriage to get any place back then. So we had no choice. But we have a choice today. So the same with a lot of these agencies and institutions. The way they operate is still based on the idea that you have to have all these people do things for you. And, you don't. And eventually, all things try to get modernized. I heard there's a rail system in California, in the BART system. Yeah, the light rail or the rail system out there. They still use floppy drives. They're getting an upgrade now. They got a bunch of money to do an upgrade. But all of their firmware upgrades are still being done with like floppy disks. And that's the way I see our government right now. Sure, some people have all the high tech, but for the most part, we're talking with floppy drive systems. And again, with the idea that we have to send representatives out to Washington, D.C. for us, that's beyond floppy disk. It's retarded. So, people like the gentleman in the chat room there, Rent-A-Cow, mentioning blockchain technologies for voting. Well, how do we apply a lot of this new technology to every aspect, if possible, in the government to upgrade them? How do we, like Julius Caesar, go in there and change things for the better of the people? How do we come out from all this debt? And again, there's no such thing as impossible. It's just, do you need those 87,000 people? Do you need 200,000 people in the State Department alone? 200,000. Really? Well, I can tell you right now, all of Congress can be replaced by QuickBooks Pro AI. Remember, Congress is just supposed to be doing the budget, and they can't do that. And look what they've done to us. A QuickBooks Pro AI could do a better job of what than Congress. We would do a better job at voting than Congress. The country would run better if we could represent ourselves in real time instead of having somebody in Congress representing us. So these ideas, I hope that people like Elon Musk or anybody with that really wants to help reform things, they've outlived their purpose. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All most of them do these days is politics is just a way anymore for people to get rich. That's the way I see it. I don't, you know, I don't see how anybody can say that they represent their people in any community and then go to Washington and, you know, and actually do that job. I don't believe it. There's always some, but the majority, I'd say no. They're all self-interested. They know that government is the greatest way to get rich and to secure power at the same time. And their mandate isn't, I'm going to Washington to fulfill the creator's desire. And to help work with a group of people whose only job is to fulfill the creator's desire. All right. So cruising around Washington, D.C. today, and I don't normally do politics at all on my live streams, but today is the exception. So today, letting it all out, and it is what it is. Let's get back over to X and see what's going on in the world. We'll hit the button. No, you. Okay, hit the home button. Bring us up to date on what's going on. Where'd all these Democrats come from on here? It's like Elon just opened the border on election day. Oh, they're mostly bots. I mean, like if you've been on Twitter as long as I have, it is so easy to spot bots. I mean, it's more than apparent. I mean, when more than one account is saying the exact same thing, and when it's hundreds of accounts saying the exact same thing, exact same punctuation, this and that and this, I mean, it's bots. So I followed Trump's Twitter account from day one, and I followed Obama's, and I followed Biden's, and I followed them all. And Trump, his account is legit. All his followers are legit. You never really saw bots operating in for Trump. You can imagine they didn't want that anyway. They would have hated that. But there weren't bots. But with Obama and Biden and every Democrat that I've ever followed, it's nothing but. They're the most full of shit, corrupt people I've ever seen. So where did they come from? Well, what do you think? It's the same shit. That's where they come from. Lionel, it's over, and you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. So tonight we have to sit through this tedium and torture. But remember, when Trump wins, the Democrats are going to go batshit full tilt. Not so. Load up on the plywood and brace for impact, as they do. Oh, you guys are the Nazis. You guys are the threat to democracy. You guys are the... But it's everything that they are. Again, Alinsky 101. Blame your opponent for everything that you do. Put everything that you do and blame it on your opponent. I hope so, Lionel. I really do. I hope so. And I wish they wouldn't go batshit crazy. I know that they can't help themselves because they're lunatics. It's just so anti-American that's how they have to solve anything. Terrorism, fear. That's all they got. That's all they've had ever since ancient times. It's what they do. I'm voting red so my sons don't have to fight in a World War III. You're voting blue so your sons can become your daughter. We're not the same. Huack. Five Trump-leaning counties in Pennsylvania are experiencing Maricopa County. Widespread machine failures. Not surprised. Again, if there's a glitch, now they got to introduce a fix. And the fix opens up the system for uncertified, untested fix or changes. They certified the machines, then something goes wrong, then they have to introduce a fix which wasn't approved, wasn't checked out, wasn't certified, and now all the systems are compromised. Oh. James Woods, I just noticed I've been honored with another 100,000 friends on X. I'm humbled and as always more grateful than I can express. I love you, James Woods. James Woods follows me. I swear, watch. It says right there, James Woods follows you. He followed me. I was following Trump from the moment he came down the escalator, and I was very, 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 very political on Twitter from the start. And that's how James Woods ended up following me. He got real political, and I was out there. We were both just rah, 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 rah. And so he follows me, and I play hashtag games, and I'm also stupid. And I also say a lot of stupid things and follow a lot of other things that aren't politics and are stupid. And so, yeah, I DM'd him right away, and I'm like, I really appreciate you following me. I can't thank you enough, but you need to mute me because, you know, I post a lot of dumb shit. And so, you know, I appreciate your follow, but yeah, there's no need to be following me because I'm gonna end up saying some dumb shit. So, thank you. All right. 1789, same day results. 1792, same day results. 1796, same day results. 1800, same day results. That's what I mean. Growing up in this country, you know, my family was always into politics. I wasn't, but I was there. I was aware. I was watching with them, you know. And my whole life, I've never seen crap like we've seen in the last couple of decades. Never seen anything like it. Goes back to 19% corruption, 19%, an increase of 19% voter fraud, every year for the last at least 2 decades. To me, that perfectly explains, why up to this point in time. Look at this. All the way back to 1820, 1924, 1988, 1992, 1996, 2000, same day results eventually settled by court, but the official tally was still available within 24 hours. 2004, same day results. 8, 12, 16, 2020, a full week for results. 2024, yeah, they're swing states. Yeah, why only the swing states? Why? How could that be? Statistically, or just how? How can it only be these swing states? Might need 13 days. Mario, welcome to Venezuela. Electronic voting machines were supposed to make counting votes faster and more efficient. Guess what actually happened instead? Exactly. Somebody will always ruin a good thing. It always takes longer to cheat than to vote than it does to count the vote. How could there have been same day results before the telegraph? That's a great way to put it. I think I fixed it for you. Pre-Trump, same day results, post-Trump, as long as it takes. It's a good thing we have computers now for accuracy and to speed everything up, except in this case. Yeah. Good. 2020, COVID released and mail-in balloting implemented to ensure cheating. It's hard to dispute. I mean, if you go down the rabbit hole on the origins of these diseases, it's too easy. It's too easy to believe that it's all manufactured. I mean, when you've got people back in, again, 1980s, before AIDS arrived as a idea on the world, and you've got ex-CIA saying they're going to drop this crap on you called AIDS, and then they're going to end up later dropping this crap on you, which will be based on the coronavirus. And so and then you've got people since I can remember on public radio, like Bill Gates back to 1993, saying, we're going to institute population control, basically eugenics. We're going to begin eugenics on third world countries. We must stop the population growth. And then, COVID and all this, right? But it just happened naturally? Not a chance, folks. You might have to go down some rabbit holes, and I'm glad I've gone down some rabbit holes. But, Jamie Lynn, I'm not saying this election will be stolen, but any election can be stolen if we don't fix the voting process. Shannon Wheeler, bullshit. I don't know what you're saying, but I don't know what point of view you're coming from, Wheeler. I know that you and I have definitely not seen eye to eye on politics. So when your election definitely has the same day results. Dewey defeats Truman. Our final election day strategy depends on this. Take the Speaker's 2024 election survey. I have so much mixed feelings about that guy right there. So many, and they're not good. I had such high hopes. I mean, the ultimate, but these people always tend to let you down. Hello, Chris. Jen Psaki. Remember the photograph running around of her when she was young, wearing that communist fez or whatever they call those fur hats that the people in Russia wear? She's such a happy little communist. If Kamala wins, social media platforms must have accountability for the lies they spread. Ministry of Truth, folks. Straight out of Stalin's playbook. Ministry of Truth. You can't let a young gal like that who used to run around wearing communist garb tell you with that smile on her face right there that we need a ministry of truth. We'd all be in jail now for what we said against COVID. And we would all be disappeared. Look at the way that they're trying to make Alex Jones disappeared after his comments on you know what. Ministry of Truth. Ministry of Truth. When has that ever been a good thing throughout history? Ever. If you want to say something is wrong and a lie, just say it. I don't need a ministry of truth. Just come on the news and say, hey, you know that story about the sandwich? It's not true. Oh, well, thank you for telling us that. See, they can't be bothered to tell you the truth. They just say that they need to control the truth. It's something that you need to deal with on an issue-by-issue basis. And if they want to have somebody out there whose job is to, like these fact checkers, you know, there's a right way and a wrong way, and a ministry of truth is the wrong way. It's never been a good thing for humans. It's never been a good thing for us. You want to say something's wrong and call somebody out on their bullshit and lies? You have the power to bring people in front of Congress and to make them face the American people and make them face what they said. And you have all the power to do it and put it on primetime TV and make your case. And the Electoral College must be questioned if it's the right way to determine who should lead this country. Again, we're a democracy. What the majority says rules. Our founders never used the word democracy in the creation of this country. The golden era of all of the great empires on this planet is when they were in their republic phase. The greatest advancement of civilization took place when these governments were in a republic. The greatest advancement and golden age periods on this planet for any group of mankind is when they were being under a republic form of government. The republic form of government has issued in more golden ages than all of them. Democracies are not the higher or superior form of government. It goes like this, rinse and repeat. The republics devolve into democracies. Democracies devolve into anarchies, and then anarchies lead to collapse. Rinse and repeat. The democracy is not the pinnacle. It's the devolvement, the devolution of a better thing. That's why our founders didn't say, we're going to create a democracy, and to the democracy for which it stands. Screw her. Screw everybody like her. And I don't know how to believe this. I trust Todd Starnes. Just in, Harris campaign senior advisor said they're going to install Vice President Harris as the next president of the United States. What exactly did they mean by install? Well, it's like Jamie Raskin saying, no, I didn't say that. Oh, I didn't say that. He didn't say that, go ahead. He didn't say, go ahead, vote how you want. We don't care. We're not going to let him become president. That's not American, folks. It's not the way this is supposed to work. They don't tell us what they're going to do. See? That's what I mean. You give them an inch, they take a mile. You can't. They've got to have their asses kicked at this point. And I mean that voting wise. They need to get kicked out. They need to be put in a little box. I'm not advocating any violence whatsoever, period. I don't. None. It's glorious if the people get their heads out of their asses and vote them all out. That's glorious. That's the proper way to do things. And that's the sweetest revenge right there, is if enough people in the United States have finally had enough of their shit that we vote them all out, then that's all the revenge we need. The United States will reportedly conduct a test of a hypersonic nuclear missile tonight, just hours after the election polls close. I think we've had them for a while. Everybody else is now showing off theirs. Never forget, Paul Ryan needs to be investigated along with the Romney crime family. Did you know that Romney owned Dominion? The name of the electronic voting machines has changed over time. And this is why I think, and owners have changed, like Romney. The Romney crime family, as they're called here, I believe they used to be one of the major owners of the Dominion voting machines. Kash Patel drops bomb. British court reveals Paul Ryan was the first one to receive a copy of the Steele dossier back in 2016, and he hid it for years. Of course, he's such a schmuck. I really believed in that guy too for a long time. I thought, man, he's finally, somebody I really want to trust going up in the government, and maybe he can change things. What a schmuck. I've seen enough. I'm calling it tacos. Tacos. That sounds so good right now. New Yorkers mobilized to Pennsylvania to boost Democratic vote. Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine shared a video of New Yorkers lining up to board 6 buses headed to Pennsylvania to help get out the Democrat vote in the key swing state. This is not a poll line. This is Harris volunteers filling up buses headed to Pennsylvania. If so, then I'm sorry. Then, if that is the truth, if that's what they're going to do, if they are election tampering, then I'm sorry. Every one of these people needs to be arrested. That's just the way it is. It can't be allowed. I learned about this democratic practice when I worked for Bernie at the Nevada caucuses. Well, of course, he's a communist. The buses in Hillary, they busted in Hillary people to run the caucus. It was my first step in supporting MAGA. Right. I mean, the communists, they've had lots of years of learning how to screw things up. Again, Brian here, it should not be allowed. That's right. They should all be rounded up. They're going to need a few thousand more buses. Trump 2024 in a landslide. I hope so, Vince. I hope so. So sick of them. Milwaukee city official. It is just out of an abundance of caution. We have no reason to believe that there was any compromise to any of the machines, but because they were not fully sealed, human error, not fully sealed, we're going to zero them all out again. Ricky Gervais, happy election day, America. I hope you win. I hope we win too, sir. Pacific Gas and Electric Company, California, shut off power in several Republican areas of the state in what they're calling a planned power outage. Would you support Tulsi Gabbard being the first female president one day? Yeah. Yeah. Somebody that they can't control at the moment. who knows how things are going to go for her going forward. Power corrupts, and ultimate power corrupts, absolutely. But as far as, do I like Tulsi? You bet I do. You bet I do. Goes back to, I don't mind a female president. It's just, I need a knight in shining armor. Tulsi's the closest thing to a female knight, a female paladin that I've ever seen. And she supports Trump. She's joined his campaign. The deep state is about to install Vice President Harris as the next president of the United States. Again, if that is even true, like what Alex Jones is saying here, and then, you know, Alex has been in the game a long time, man. But that goes back to everything. It's everything we're talking about. Everything that's un-American. We've lost control.
Potomac approach Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra is type 2 miles east of Kilo Whiskey Hotel 100 feet. Request clearance to transition Bravo airspace.
Alpha Sierra, X-ray Golf Sierra, Potomac approach.
Try to find the White House again.
Squawk 0653 X-ray Golf Sierra.
Ah.
X-ray Golf Sierra, radar contact 2 miles east of Kilo Whiskey Hotel 100.
Right near, didn't even see it.
Clear through the Bravo airspace.
Yeah, it's right below me.
Cleared through the Bravo airspace X-ray Golf Sierra.
U.S. military set to test nuclear missile hours after polls close. You are going after some of the largest entities that exist. If we elect you, are you going to live? Are they going to come after you? There's a lot worse than dying. A lot worse things than dying. And one of those things is living like a slave, or having our children lose all freedoms, so that many generations of Americans, so many generations of Americans died to give us and to protect. We have to be willing, our generation, to make sacrifices to make sure that we don't lose them. And we've seen unprecedented attacks on our freedom of speech, freedom of worship, all the amendments to the Constitution over the past, well, I would say, again, since the 70s. And it's important for everybody to stand up and say, we're not going to do this. Even if there's some risks involved. Reputational risks, salary risks, we need to make sacrifices for our country. I'm glad he's come over. He said, look, if you want to vote for me, don't vote for me, vote for Trump. Trump's going to help him out. Hey, Trump's going to put him into the cabinet. If Trump puts him into the overhead of the FDA, heads are going to roll, man. He's got the dream team. He made the mistake of not putting together a dream team better in the first go round. I mean, he said, you know, he thought he had the best people. They all ended up being schmucks like we thought. And it wasn't the dream team that we would have, you know, that we would have tried to put together. Yeah, he wasn't really good about that. Big mistake. At the end of the day, they're not coming for me. They're coming after you. I'm just standing in the way. Yep, unity. There you go. Their side, you know, what? They got Liz Cheney. They got Liz Cheney. So if they're like, oh, well, we got unity too. Look at, we got Liz Cheney. Wow. Wow, what a dream team. Whatever happens tonight, at least we got to enjoy the launch of Laura Trump's singing career. I'd say that's a win for everyone. God, I pray for a fair and honest election. I pray for our nation. I pray for the protection of the unborn. I pray for peace in Israel. I pray for our world to turn back to Jesus Christ. Can I get an amen? Amen. President Trump warns election fraud taking place in Philadelphia, says law enforcement is on the way. Good. No more shenanigans. Here's what we know so far. Boy, this guy, I mean, one of my heroes growing up. Tim Russ, man. Tuvok from Star Trek. He is one of the most leftist leaning, mean-hearted people I've ever come across on Twitter. He's nasty. I dislike him so much now. Randy Quaid, this is it. Either we have a country or it was stolen by 20 million illegals in the Biden-Harris-Obama commie cartel. I don't know about you, but I'm locked and loaded, Mr. President. I'm not locked and loaded. I'm here. I'm here in spirit. This is the best I can do for you. I'm not going to be locked and loaded unless somebody's coming after me locked and loaded. That's us right there. Yes, you all are wrong. Yeah. You could put that many people in front of me and I could say, hey, any one of you, let's talk about history and what causes the fall of nations like I talked about earlier. Yeah, you're all wrong. You don't know jack. The education system in the United States of America failed every one of you. Our enemies used you and you are now pawns and you don't know anything. Yeah, there are people on Twitter that are so horrible. Yeah, look at this. Donald Trump will end American democracy. The founders never called it a democracy. It's not a democracy. It's a republic. So yeah, that'd be great. That's not a bad thing, folks. It's not a bad thing. It sounds worse than it is. He will end American democracy. Restoring the republic would be a way to say, stick it to the historians. That's what I opened with. The historians predicted we would fall now in time. Based on the decline and fall of all the other great nations on the planet, the historians gave us 200 and 250 years before we collapse. That's now, folks. Now. We are going through history right now, and the historians have all placed their bets on us to fail. So yes, ending American democracy is a good thing. The republic needs to be restored. Ron Paul, I'm glad to see he even came out of the woodwork to say he'll support Trump. Again, people didn't understand Ron Paul back in the day. Biggest mistake ever. The poll came out when Ron Paul was running for president saying less than 30% of the American people even know what he is talking about. That's how dumb we are. Less than 30% of the people even understood. And even today, 30% of the people don't have an idea of how government works, what they're voting for, policies. They just vote because they can. But they don't know anything. They don't understand. So yeah, he would have been a great person to have as president for a period of time to defy historians and to stop the de-evolution of our country. Ron Paul would have been a great president. Not everything. I don't agree with everything. Nobody's perfect. He's as pretty close to perfect as I think we could have got in a president. I really do. David Knight Show. We're running late on posting the full show, audio and video. Travis' wife is delivering their baby. Please pray. You betcha. This is Trump trying to scare black people away from going to the polls after work. What? Philadelphia, Detroit, heavy law enforcement is there. Well, if you're... What? Oh, of course. It's this asshole. Ron Flipkowski. He's just an idiot. He is just really... says the dumbest crap like this. If you're... He's not trying to scare black people. Let me just say this. If you're a criminal, you should be scared. That doesn't matter. I don't care what kind of crime you're engaged in. If you're a criminal, you should be scared. There's cops around and they make you nervous because you're a criminal. Sorry, that's on you. If you're out there involved in any shenanigans with regards to the election today, yeah, be scared. Be scared. The rider lives. Got to go to dinner. Have a great night. You have a great night too. Need a soda? Maybe a soda and a Slurpee. I'm not that good. Not that good. You don't deserve that. All right. Do you think Kamala's going to concede the election if Trump were announced the winner tonight? I don't know. We'll see. I can't imagine. She's such a... just every negative, nasty word that could come out of my mouth. She is all of that. I just... You know... At one point in time, she used to be pretty and like, oh, you're just being mean and ageist when people get older. You know what? Evil finds its form. Evil finds its form. That's a maxim that goes back all the way to the beginning of time too. Evil finds its form. You look at certain people, you're like, damn, what happened to them? Well, sometimes it just is the ravages of age, you know? But some people, man, it's the dark side. It will make you ugly. There are certain people on this planet that are so hideous, deformed by their ugliness, their evilness. Should Antifa be listed as a terrorist organization? They're a multinational terrorist organization. They should absolutely be listed as a terrorist organization. They're completely anti-American in their approach to everything. Again, one, if you are into violence and we can't try to solve things the right way, then I want nothing to do with you. I mean, we don't, you know, unless we have to, but that's never been, we want it to happen. Nobody wants 1776. Nobody wants that. It's just that they force it. They force it and they force it. You know, and we're so nice all the time. Okay. And we try to placate these people. And we try to be good and then be fair and then live it with everybody in peace, joy, and harmony. And they just make things miserable. Yeah, you deserve to be labeled a terrorist organization. Amish coming out to vote. Talked about that already. When we get knocked down, we don't stay down. We get up again. Fight, fight, fight. Okay, we're back to the Burt Reynolds one. What's Lionel saying? I like this guy a lot. He's live. Oh, I want to play his stuff so bad, Lionel. He didn't answer my DM. I asked him if I could have permission to play any portions of his live content to you tonight. And I'm afraid because, you know, I didn't get an okay. That sucks. Because I really, really want to hear what he has to say. Like I said, she's pretty, but she's a handful. Don't go following Kristen Darling unless you're up for a handful. Batman does not love or need to love some ridiculous Harley Quinn. Oh. Oh, Alex Jones is saying we can share the live feed. I don't mind.
They might try to flip Texas and say she won. That's been one of their sneak attacks behind the scenes. And, oh man, I tell you, there is so much breaking right now. Now let's go to Owen Schroyer, who's in the other studio with the latest. So, Owen, what is your gut on this, looking at all the numbers, and then let's break them down. You've been doing a great job.
Owen's been with them forever.
To be a razor thin election.
How? I don't get it. How?
Good news for Donald Trump is that there are multiple paths to victory, with the states that I view as toss-ups or up for grabs tonight. Multiple paths to 270 for Donald Trump. Now, what's interesting is, as he talks about Philadelphia and Detroit, Alex, if they stop the voter fraud in Philadelphia and Detroit, that's Trump's path to victory. He picks up one of these other states that's up for grabs. It's over. He's got 270. They'll probably have to call it tonight. And what we saw, and I'm glad the Trump campaign or Donald Trump himself is aware of this, what we saw in 2020 was astronomical numbers in Detroit and Philadelphia and in Milwaukee. But since he says Detroit and Philadelphia, astronomical turnout for Joe Biden, ridiculously impossible numbers, which ultimately is what led to flipping those states that were for Trump in 2016 to Biden in 2020. There's a path to victory without Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin for Donald Trump tonight. Of course, that would be a path of heavy resistance, and yet
Louis C.K., they have called the winner tonight early and in a landslide. Congrats to Alcohol for taking all 50 states. Super 70 Sports, you know, we are the world, but you may not know Canada also rounded up their musical all-stars and made a song for starving people too. It's like a SCTV sketch, and I can't stop watching. The guy from Loverboy almost ends world hunger by himself. Yeah, I remember it. I don't recall it ever being as good as there's Geddy Lee. I mean, it couldn't have been that bad, but we were kind of weird in the 80s. There's the guy from Loverboy. There's right now. Egads. Quincy Jones passed away yesterday, folks. There's Corey Hart. Was that Neil Young? Was he a Canadian? He's not really, he's not an American. Bryan Adams. Yeah, Neil Young. Mohammed from Bangladesh wants to abuse a 12-year-old British girl but is caught by British patriots. What punishment does Mohammed deserve? Deportation. China has classified Islam as a serious mental illness and has demolished mosques and Islamic landmarks and converted them into public libraries and health facilities. Why doesn't the West take the same step? Well, we have to every now and then. Again, that goes back to Alexander the Great. Eventually, people finally stand up and say, oh, no, come on. Enough. Go back home. Go back to your little box. Leave us alone. Stop trying to take over the world. China doesn't mess around. And that is, instead, they're running throughout Europe now, destroying all of our the Western civilization churches. Dear Michigan, this is how they overthrew your government. Dominion deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nationwide. I'm sad to report that guy, Eric Coomer from Dominion, it lives in my state. Not too far from here. And definitely running around town telling everybody that he was going to fix the election and make sure, he was going to ensure that Donald Trump didn't win. Wendy Patterson, I had to turn it. Fox News is fake news. There's no point in watching them sit there with their scripts. Recently revealed footage shows a U.S. Postal Service worker allegedly tossing 300 mailers in favor of a New Jersey Republican rep into a dumpster outside of a supermarket. Yet, quote, there is no evidence of election fraud, Democrats. Yeah, again, if this is true, you know, there's no forgiveness. That's special place in hell at this point. You're earning your special place in hell. That's what this comes down to when it comes down to the survival of our nation at this period of time. If you're engaged in these kind of shenanigans, you are engaging in the special place in hell shenanigans. And you get what you get. You are the only one responsible for your soul. And if you really think that selling your soul so you can overthrow the will of the advancement of humankind and the survival of the United States of America, what do you notice about this map? Well, I noticed that it's sad already. If there's any blue on the table at the moment, it's sad. It's sad. It's ridiculous. Ron Paul tells Trump to be wary of neocons like Pompeo, who are yet again infesting his cabinet and administration. I know. Told you, Ron Paul's a good guy, man. And like I've been saying all along, it's a uniparty. It's uniparty. I think Trump knows at this point. You know, I mean, how could he not? The New Yorker doesn't give a F about your feelings. This is America. Good. This is America. I wanted somebody up there as a president who isn't afraid to give the finger to everybody. A retired Secret Service agent who worked 25 years and served to protect the 5 U.S. presidents. He said they're all the same except for 45, who was totally different. And that's why they don't like him. Worse. Oh, this is probably great news for the people of the UK. London Mayor Sadiq Khan said if Donald Trump wins the election, his family will leave the United Kingdom due to the rise of the far right and Islamophobia. Will you miss him? No. No. Sorry, folks. That's just the way it is. They haven't reformed. They haven't ever stepped back and said, you know, all that stuff about killing infidels is, we've changed our mind. That just won't float anymore. We're reformed. They haven't reformed. Islam is going to do what Islam does. You know, that's the way they are. And until they come around, sorry, that's the way it should be. Get out. Stay out until, you know, come back when you've changed, had a change of heart. That deserves reposting for both of us. How can it even be close in North Carolina? Juanita Broderick asks. I know, right? I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. Laura Trump, throughout the day we've been monitoring slow ballot counting in Milwaukee. Now our legal team has learned that the counting took place in unsecured conditions and the city has to start over, wildly extending the counting timeline. I'm glad she's out there. Really am. A knot that allows you to carry objects with her. I love these kind of videos. They make me feel so stupid. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Nice. Lovely. Ah, it's so awesome. There's a gas. Yeah, a gas leak has already been reported at one polling facility. Oh, they just had to shut down. There's a gas leak. Yeah. polling location in Northville, Michigan has been evacuated due to a gas leak. Bro looked at death and laughed at it. These people are fools. You put everybody's life at risk. Fools. Fools, fools. One state enacts ballot security measures and it turns from 50 to 50 to absurdly blood red. Gee willikers, what can we extrapolate about this? Yeah, I've already gone over the stats on the increase of voter fraud for decades. Go figure. They know. Half the country right now. Hilarious. That's what they want you to think, though, too. They really do. They're like trying to scare you into believing that, you know. I mean, nobody wants to have to do this. That's not what this was all supposed to be about. But again, they always end up finding a way to force it back to this situation. You know what I find to be so strange, says Insurrection Barbies? There are no bomb threats in any blue states or red states, only in swing states and contentious Democrat-controlled to swing counties. Crazy, huh? No, right? It's like the votes never going. Whenever a glitch happens in the system, it's never a vote that goes to a Republican. It's always a vote that goes to a Democrat. How can that be? The chaos tactic create enough doubt and confusion for grand theft. Stills in 2.2 American voters are overseas, but 4.7 million ballots from overseas have come in. How criminal do you have to be to hit a woman with this violence? Well, she hit him. She hits him right there, hit his hat, or did, you know, being stupid. You get what you get, lady. In this case, you get what you get. Power outages, absent election judges, corrupt election officials, proof Democrats are scum. I can't play this. I can't click it. I want to play this so bad. What a good tune. The guy had a great voice. Man, the helicopter's up high. All right. Hovering over DC today because of the election, and that was my intention. Just hang out here in DC, go around, look at some things, monitor the politics, and pray. Drifted far from the White House too. Yeehaw! I wish somebody would have released the. I know it wasn't real, but we have the Dune Ornithopter, or maybe it was real. I don't know. The Blue Thunder. Let me just get to the point. The Blue Thunder helicopter. Remember that movie with Roy Scheider, Blue Thunder? I want the Blue Thunder helicopter with silent mode and infrared mode, and I even want a Jaffo hat. You'd have to really know the movie well to understand what Jaffo, Jafo, stands for. That's what we are today, folks. Jaffos. All we can do now is watch. What are you doing, cat? Oh my God, he's destroying my mini blinds, trying to get a window open and pry a window open. Just climbed up there and destroyed the mini blind, pushing his way to try to get a window open. You could have just asked me to open the door. I don't ever keep them locked in here. The door's open almost all day long. They can come and go. But yet they gotta freak out every now and then and destroy crap, get outside. I grew up a dog person. Christine, she loves cats, so we have a lot of cats. And, you know, I've grown to love cats too. But initially I was a dog person. But it is that kind of crap. I mean, I suppose dogs probably do that too, but, you know, when it comes for consideration, you know, cats don't give a F sometimes. Oh, that was hard. I am so looking forward to 2024 now. Hey, Sim News. SimBrief can now be integrated directly into Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. There is now a SimBrief dispatch you can download at the SimBrief site. SimBrief for Microsoft Flight Simulator is now available as a download for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. And it will integrate directly into Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Plenty of videos out there on it right now if you don't know what I'm talking about it. Everybody, all the good sim people are doing videos on how to integrate it and how to, you know, go get the download and how to put it into your community folder. And they're showing you how it works. So that is something you're interested in. I thought about doing it, but we're so close. We're so close to 2024 coming out. I just don't really want to mess around with 2020 much anymore, because it's integrated basically into the electronic feed bag. I know, electronic flight bag with 2024, you know, something greater in 2024. Actually, I think it's going to be better. It could be the SimBrief stuff, but I think it's something better. So here we are. The nation's capital. Man. So anyway, if you have anything on your mind politically, tonight's the night to do it. I try to avoid. I try. I'm only human, but I try so hard to avoid politics in my live streams. I mean, there's just no point in trying to, you know, make everybody angry all the time in my stuff. My shows, but today's the exception. So I'm going to share my crappy opinions, and you're more than welcome to share your crappy opinions, and say anything you want. So if there's something on your mind as you tune in tonight, and you're just hanging out doing what I'm doing, just flying, watching the election, thinking about our country, if there's anything you want to say, anything, then shout it out in the chat room. I don't care. It's America. You can say whatever you want to say. I'm not gonna. If you want to debate or you want to, you know, then just ask. Say, you know, I'd like to debate you on this. Go ahead. I'd rather everybody be cool and not insulting. I don't want you to come in and insult me. Well, you're an idiot, you know, for thinking the way you do. Okay. But again, it's America. Today is the exception. I guess you could say whatever you want. I shouldn't put any don't says. Don't say anything that will get the live stream canceled or shut down. Nothing so horrible. Don't use vulgarity. I don't want to get the live stream shut down. So that, I guess, is the only rule. Keep it within the bounds of, YouTube shutting the live stream down. Oh man, Christina's cooking chicken in there. Oh, it smells so good. Ron Paul, so good to see this. As it appears slightly more likely that Donald Trump will secure a second term as U.S. president, the danger of neocons yet again infesting his cabinet administration steadily increasing. Trump told Rogan what a mistake it was to hire John Bolton the last time, right? We need Trump to win just so we can get Ron Paul active again. Give him something to do. He is a wise man, and we would have been in such good shape as a country, I feel, had we let him be president. But again, it goes back to everything was going good. 30% of the people of the United States didn't understand a word this man said. When you talk to people about abolishing the Federal Reserve, or let's just say strike up a conversation with anybody about the Federal Reserve. Ask anybody you know. Wow, thank you. Ask anybody you know. Tell me what you know about the Federal Reserve. Good luck with that. So he was one of the first people that I ever saw to come out publicly and just say, hey, let's talk about the Federal Reserve. Do you know this, and this about it? And we need to get our country going in the right direction again. And our founders warned us against this. And, look at this, look where we're at. This is what they warned us about, and look where we're going. Oh, I like stuff like this. A Tesla valve is a fixed geometry passive check valve. It allows a fluid to flow preferentially in one direction without any single moving part. Oh, that's awesome. So it'll make it flow. Passive check valve. That's awesome. I love smart people. Advanced civilization, you smart people. If they were real, who would you vote for? Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, or Nightwing? Boy. Man, I'd always pretty much go with Superman because he represents the the ideal. The paladin. But right now we need the Dark Knight. Because sometimes the paladin still will, he won't do what is needed to see people face justice. And unless the paladin is willing, if he's not willing to do what is required, then what's the point? So, best of both worlds, and you get Batman, the Dark Knight. He will do what needs to be done. If you put him in the position where he has to do what he has to do, that's your fault. That's his job. It's you're the one that has crossed the line. Not a whole lot of rules we have to really truly live by that are, again, crossing the line, death offenses. There aren't a whole lot as compared to, other people, places, and times in history. You can get away with so much these days, but, polls are down in Arizona, Bullhead City. Just like before, it's happened before. How old are you? Pretty old if you know what this is. I know what that is. I don't like them any more than I like the concept of the way the cans open in general. Sometimes these will break on you. Where you twist and the can rips and it's just dumb all the way around. Best poster or website to watch results. There isn't. Twitter. That's Twitter. Just stay here. Twitter is the best site. You can't trust YouTube anymore. I'm sorry to say that. YouTube used to be the greatest, just like what Elon Musk is doing, the greatest opportunity for us to come together and share information. And all of a sudden in 2012, YouTube went hardcore with censorship. YouTube is not a good platform for freedom of speech. And I'm really sad about that because the people of YouTube destroyed government narrative. And that's the threat. It's like Jen Psaki and that other meme that came by, or whatever, that post that came by saying, you know, they want a Ministry of Defense. Instead of just addressing what the lie is, they want a Ministry of Defense, and they want to punish anybody who's spreading disinformation. You can't trust Ministry of Defense. Sounds good, bad idea. So YouTube used to be that way. Now YouTube is Ministry of Defense, or Ministry of Thought, or whatever. Ministry of Truth. I keep saying Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Truth. North Carolina, how could you be dumb enough to cast a vote for Kamala Harris and what they did to your state with hurricane? Yep. I wonder what song this is. Looks like Clapton. Well, it is Clapton for sure, but I don't know what song, and I can't click on it or I'll get a copyright. Watch MSNBC prepping for a red mirage where Trump will be ahead in swing states before a blue shift where Kamala ballots will be introduced in the middle of the night like in 2020. I just pray not this time. Again, it has to be, hopefully the turnout was supposed to be so overwhelmingly red that it screws them up. They can't. And that's what we got to keep praying for, is that too big to fix. It's when the numbers are, overwhelmingly and proven to be on one side. You can't have that many votes. There's no way. It's impossible. It's obvious fraud. I remember when voting meant going behind a dirty curtain and cranking a bunch of levers like you were the goddamn Wizard of Oz. It was phenomenal. What a trip, right? By the time I got to voting age, these were already being phased out. But I really did for a long time growing up. I wanted this experience to see what it was like just once. Oh my Lord, you people. Of course, it's Massachusetts. You're ridiculous. Elizabeth Warren is winning the Massachusetts Senate race. It's, we've got to have term limits. That's why they don't want us to have a convention of states. It goes back to how many people do you know have a conversation regularly about having a convention of states? They want to keep us so stupid. College kids aren't out there rallying for us to have a convention of states. Neither are young people. They don't even know what the hell it is. We need term limits, and we need to get these people back in their box. They're just servants. They're not lords and ladies, and we need to put them back in their box. Remember the DC madam who ran an escort service for the government elites? She told Alex Jones she wasn't suicidal and then was promptly suicided. Guess who blocked her client list from being revealed? Judge Merrick Garland. At this point, Maricopa County taxpayers need to file lawsuits to replace their election office. They should have done that a long time ago. But again, look at how long they stalled Arizona and screwed up Arizona. People are still in line to vote in New Jersey, and they've called it. 25 minutes ago from Christy Swanson. People are reporting voting lines of 2.5 hours or more in Burlington County, New Jersey this evening. How long did you wait to vote today? Yeah, for them to be calling it makes no sense. It's just bad optics, too. It ain't over until it's over. Remember what Brett Baer did in 2020? He can call it early with only Fox staff watching. We'll not watch that garbage again. Do not watch Fox. I like Gretchen a lot. A lot. She's great. Soon, let's make this a reality. Yeah, I mean, dumb young people. I was a young, dumb person. At one point, I would have been up here. I think maybe some of us are blessed with wisdom and knowledge, but I wasn't one of them. I was one of these stupids. So yeah, let's bring more of that on. I'm sick of you people. Sick. You need to learn. Barack, how do third world countries with inferior technology to ours manage to count their votes in one day? Respectfully, this is why the people don't trust you. Yeah, it took several days to count every ballot in 2020, so it's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. So please keep a few things in mind as you make your voice heard today. Thousands of elections. I can't. They're too embroiled in corruption that, I can't. I don't trust you. Cool. Rim protectors. Nice. Batman armor. Tulsi? Stop election scrolling and watch Tulsi Gabbard and her husband sing Hawaiian Lullaby. He's a lucky dude. I love that headline. I can't read it out loud. Oh, but that's so wonderful to see. Fox News called North Carolina governor for Josh Stein without showing a single number of a single county. The same BS they did it with Arizona. Nervous. Washington's ghost. How's everyone feeling? Confident or nervous? How are you feeling out there? I haven't seen anybody post anything in the chat room. How are you feeling? Are you confident or are you nervous? I'm nervous. I'll admit it. I'm nervous. I'm scared and I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm hopeful and I've got my fingers crossed. And throughout this live stream, I've tried to go over the reasons why, that answering the writer lives question, how screwed are we? No matter who wins. That was his question. I've heard that so much this week. No matter who wins, how screwed are we? And I don't believe that. That is defeatist. And I don't do defeatist. And as Americans, we don't do defeatist. We don't do impossible. That's not possible. We're Americans. We do the impossible. We don't do can't. Here we go again. We talked about this earlier. Bernie Sanders admits on air that if Trump wins, the climate change narrative will crumble. Good. The only people that should be in charge of climate control or climate talks are the plasma astrophysicists. And if they aren't the ones doing the talking, nobody should be listening. Good for you, folks. Good for you. William Shatner, some of you cray-crays need to make everything political. Is this some kind of harassment to shut me up? This has become 100% political. I'm not complaining. The more people who speak out against this overreach of government authority, the better. I know what they're talking about. Shatner said the same thing about, I've been saying about like that, them killing the peanut and the squirrel and the raccoon. You know, there's a right way and a wrong way to do things, and that was the wrong way to do things. Glenn Campbell, Wichita lineman, and I need you more than I want you. Come on, nobody writes like that anymore. That line slays me every time. Absolutely gorgeous songwriting. Yeah. Yeah, he and Willie, Waylon, Christopherson, they had some other good writers back then. Bulls are down, Arizona. Elon Musk is spending election night with Donald Trump. Cool. Barry, I just hope they use protection. Wah, 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 wah. Funny is, though. Speaking of funny, man, my favorite comedian is coming to town this next Saturday. And I think we're opposed politically, but, you know, he doesn't really interject too much politics into his comedy. But he's an amazing, naturally funny person. Doesn't matter what he says. Everything is just freaking funny. He can make anything funny. And that's so rare. Somebody like Robin Williams was naturally funny. He could make anything funny. Some people have it. That's why the comedian is an archetype. You know, some people are that's their purpose in life. That's what they're cut from. And he's that way. So I can't wait. No, a man arrives home from work and discovers a creep watching his wife through the back window. Man, shouldn't be doing that. You're gonna get, we got it. News outlet reporting they're calling New Jersey for Harris. In many townships throughout the southern part of New Jersey, people are still waiting in line. Not good. If you're in line, stay in line. Today is a contest between the people who think the news is real and those who know it's not. While I was waiting for jury duty, you're allowed to take a book or your tablet or whatever, your phone, and I didn't want to be on my phone, so I took a book that was given to me, and it's where did I put it? It's the myths of our founders, the myths of our country. And it opens talking about Paul Revere and how the riot of Paul Revere, it was mythologized and it was made to be this national story, and it never happened that way. It was all mostly made up. Same with other characters like Molly Pitcher never existed. She was a composite. And how so many of these stories that we're all taught in school about the founding of our country and the way things went down, they didn't happen like that at all. And a lot of these were romanticized by poets and writers decades later after the event. Like, again, Paul Revere. It opens with Paul Revere. And they're like, Paul Revere was a nobody. Nobody knew him. He was just a bit part person in a much bigger thing. The Redcoats weren't just coming, they were already here, but again, that doesn't make for a good story. There was no one lantern by sea, one by land, if two by sea or whatever. None of that happened. They don't talk about him getting caught by the British and them threatening his life. And so, the story was changed to build this like national mythology. And I've only gotten 2 chapters in the book. Again, Paul Revere and Molly Pitcher. And I'm so afraid to keep reading. I'm intrigued to keep reading, but I'm so afraid. Because it's like everything else that in time you start realizing everything you were taught is all crap. It's all BS. Our history, everything. The story about this guy, it's crap. This story, it's crap. It's all a lie. Everything is a lie. So again, Scott Adams. Today is a contest between the people who think the news is real and those who know it's not. That is hard to dispute when everything turns out to be a Paul Harvey, and now the rest of the story. And if you know Paul Harvey, you know what I'm talking about. And when Paul Harvey did one of his, and now you know the rest of the story. The rest of the story was usually learning that everything you just learned was wrong. How much of the news comes out today where it's all a knee-jerk reaction to a headline, and then a week later, none of that was true at all. That was all, or they put something in front of you to get you outraged about it. Oh, the cop is beating up this man, but they only showed you a clip, which starts everybody freaking out. And then a week later, all the rest of the footage comes out, and you realize you got played. In Texas, we will be done tonight. Why can't much smaller blue states count their ballots? Says Ted Cruz. You can't count your ballots, your votes, Sadly, it's just, you should, period. It just should stop. There should be no, I don't know. I guess I am conflicted there. Because again, people are standing in line, they're calling it already, but the votes haven't been counted. Is it actually, did the polls actually close there? Or have they jumped the gun and they counted them before the polls are closed? Okay, and we're back to... Laurel, New Jersey, voters waiting 4 hours and long lines. Voters are calling this a disgrace. Yeah. Okay, so in this case, I understand. The polls aren't closed. People are in line. So how could they dare call it for somebody? Today is our last chance to defeat the corrupt establishment. I don't believe it's our last chance. This is our best hope to start defeating the corrupt establishment. Get out and vote. Okay. Hello, bye-bye. Oh. Joe Pags, again, 4 minutes ago. How are we feeling? I'm nervous. I'm angry and hopeful and, a milk of miasma. Happy, sad, angry. I'm everything at the moment. I'm just so discombobulated with every possibility moving forward from this moment right now to the next. Because, we just know how horrible and corrupt and powerful it is to be able to pull off corruption at this level. Florida is absolutely humiliating the rest of the states that are going to delay results for days, even weeks. If Florida can do it, so can any other state that seeks to run free and fair elections. Polls have closed in Florida. Real Donald Trump has carried the state of Florida and has earned 30 electoral votes. Thank you, Molly. I love Molly. She is great. Russell Brand, thank you, sir. God bless America. Make Jesus first again. It kind of goes hand in hand. You know, the leaders and their one job. You had one job. What's your job? What's your job as a ruler, as a leader, as a president? What is your job? Trump lawyer Mike Davis delivers dark warning to potential election cheaters. They were able to pull their shenanigans in 2020 because we let them. We're not letting them get away with it. We have a phenomenal legal team. We have an army of lawyers and election workers. Good. Good. That's great to hear. Oh, Dominion voting machines are not working in Bedford County, Pennsylvania, plus 82 for Trump in 2020. Yeah. The people in the Dominion organization have proven themselves untrustworthy. Yeah, these kind of people. I'm sorry, but you're those kind of people. You are. I mean, you are literally crazy. You are nuts. You're nuts. That's how they've got to feel like they're winning. They got to go rip out people's signs, take down people's signs. They're the ones that will kill you. They look harmless and innocent. That lady right there looks harmless and innocent. That lady would kill you. She would send your ass to the gas chamber so fast. She's insane. She's insane. What's really sad, Harris winning any state. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Wish I could play David Bowie's This Is Not America. And then for the rest of the world tonight, I would love to play David Bowie's I'm Afraid of Americans. You know, if you have a reason to be, you should be. And I'm going to say stuff like that today. You should be. The math doesn't work. Democrats are down 1.7 million early votes in the battlefield states and urban areas. They're down 1.4 million votes in the battleground states among women voters. Rural voters have overperformed early by 300,000. Democrats have to win their races early. Republicans generally win them on election day. The margins don't add up right now for the Democrats in any of these battleground states, Lauder said. You can see that math is considered hate speech in these triggered CNN journals. Yeah, everything. Again, they just lose their mind. Look at that. You got it like he's smelling something stinky. The gray is the proportion of the voting electorate, and the blue is the turnout in the first EV mail-in chart. I see. A lot of graph reading. The challenges both Democrats and Republicans are confronting in the presidential race are on vivid display in Northampton County, Pennsylvania, which has voted for the winner of almost every election in the past 100 years. Judge orders that Democrat poll workers intimidating voters at polling locations must remove misleading voter protection badges inside of Allegheny County polling locations. Some of these videos have been so shocking and so upsetting. Going back to like people intimidating, like you're not allowed to wear. Have you ever heard that? I've been asking for clarification from anybody in the chat room. If you've ever heard that you're not allowed to wear anything political while you're voting. that you can't wear a pro-Democrat or pro-Republican anything. You're not allowed to. But I've only now ever heard of these poll workers intimidating people, saying you can't vote because you're wearing a red hat that says Make America Great. The people wearing the hat have told them in some cases that it doesn't say Donald Trump. It just says Make America Great Again. I could be a Democrat, I could be a Republican, I could be a Libertarian. I want to make America great again. So what? Well, your hat, but yet they won't. That dude is amazing. But that they won't, they're not telling other people you can't vote if they're wearing political garb. I can't stand it. I can't stand hearing or seeing stuff like that. There's one Pennsylvanian to not be able to vote today. He wanted to, but the opportunity was taken from him. His name is Corey. Yeah, the gentleman that got shot. Corey. Comparatori. He was the fireman that was shot as somebody tried assassinating President Trump. New York is in play for rightful President Trump as he leads in district Biden won by 15 points. That would be nice to see New York go red. I heard Giuliani might run for mayor again. That'd be great. I can't stand the people they've installed. New York is so sad. Joe Rogan, the largest podcaster in the world and lifelong liberal, went from going out of his way to not platform Trump to endorsing him in one election cycle. Democrats, it's a little late. Democrats need to take a hard look in the mirror and ask themselves why this is. Moving forward, yes. Raise your spirits. He saved a raccoon. And then the raccoon came over and gave him some love for saving him. That's awesome. Oh. They're really big babies. Big babies. I've told Christine I would love to have a raccoon as a pet. But, again, like the rabies thing. But we haven't, we don't normally make them pets. But to think that they can't be is a little weird. Disruptors have reportedly just broke into a Pennsylvania polling place and forced a police evacuation. The mob reportedly rushed into the Belafonte Center County election office after 7 p.m. when the polls closed. Again, that kind of activity, it's un-American. Florida counted 7 million votes in 45 minutes. Yep. Anybody trying to disrupt an election, you need to go down. You need to go down in the most prejudiced way possible. And legally, using the word prejudiced. There's with or without prejudice. Or you've heard the term maybe extreme prejudice. It shall be dealt with extreme prejudice. And this is one of those cases. Russell Brand, only God can save us. It's hard to... It is, as a bioelectric being in a bioelectric universe, it is hard to dispute what Mr. Brand is saying there. We have a choice. Wisconsin officials announced they're recounting 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering that the scanning machine door wasn't properly closed. They're running into a lot of silent Trump voters in Virginia who are afraid to be interviewed. Virginia Trump supporters are refusing interviews in fear of their Democrat friends finding out. Man, it sucks to be a minority amongst crazy people. Violent, crazy people. Psychopaths, potential psychopaths, and be outnumbered by them. To think that you'd have to be intimidated by them. Matt Gaetz has officially won his re-election. Good. There's no one Pennsylvania that will not be okay. Corey. Okay, so we're back to square one. Well, it's now 7:14 here, and things are going to start picking up, but I need a break. So I suppose I'm going to stop here and, yeah, Rent-A-Cow's gone for dinner. Going to watch some election coverage with the fam for a bit, then hop on Discord. Great. Well, I'm going to take a break and I'm going to have dinner too. And so I'll be back in probably an hour or so. And then I guess I'll just pick it up right here. Or see what else is going on. I'm not sure. So we'll just play it by ear. But, good luck. Good luck out there. Good luck to everybody. And I'll catch you in a little bit. I'm coming back. Nice to see people flying around the Capitol. I'm not entirely done with dinner break yet. As a matter of fact, I got some sun chips here. And one of the last things you ever want to do is eat on mic. Well, I don't want to do that, so I'll be right back. Eating while you're on the phone or eating while you're on the mic is just the rudest. The rudest thing you could ever do. But I don't want to do that. Griswold is flying around. All right. You know, so caught up in everything, talking about politics here today, that I really didn't fully take advantage of Bushtalk Radio to listen to the point of interest information on a lot of the other sites around Washington, D.C. My headphones. Maybe go over some of these that we didn't go over.
Capital One Arena is an indoor arena in Washington, D.C. Located in the Penn Quarter neighborhood, the arena sits atop the Gallery Place Rapid Transit Station of the Washington Metro. It has been largely considered to be a commercial success and is regarded as one of the driving catalysts of the revitalization of Washington, D.C.'s Chinatown neighborhood. Like many storefront signs in Chinatown, a part of the arena's large sign is written in Chinese characters, right below the English name of the sponsor. Owned and operated by Monumental Sports and Entertainment, it is the home arena of the Washington Capitals of the National Hockey League, the Washington Wizards of the National Basketball Association, and the Georgetown University men's basketball team. It was also home to the Washington Mystics of the Women's National Basketball Association from 1998 to 2018 until they moved to the St. Elizabeth's East Entertainment and Sports Arena in Southeast Washington for the 2019 season.
That? Okay, so it's just over here. I wish I could keep this on top. It should be just right out here. The arena. That over there. I'm guessing is it. Okay. Behind us, and way over here, is Gallaudet University. We flew around that earlier.
Gallaudet University
Gallaudet.
is a federally chartered private university for the education of the deaf and hard of hearing. It is located in Washington, D.C., on a 99-acre campus. Founded in 1864, Gallaudet University was originally a grammar school for both deaf and blind children. It was the first school for the advanced education of the deaf and hard of hearing in the world and remains the only higher education institution in which all programs and services are specifically designed to accommodate deaf and hard of hearing students.
See, aren't we awesome people?
Are admitted to the graduate school and a small number are also admitted as undergraduates each year. The university was named after Thomas Hopkins Gallaudet, a notable figure in the advancement of deaf education. Gallaudet University is officially bilingual, with American Sign Language and written English used for instruction and by the college community. Although there are no specific ASL proficiency requirements for undergraduate admission, many graduate programs require varying degrees of knowledge of the language as a prerequisite.
So that's behind us, but over that away. Okay, so to our port side over here, along the riverfront, the Nationals Park. Ah, yeah.
Nationals Park is a baseball park along the Anacostia River in the Navy Yard neighborhood of Washington, D.C. It is the home ballpark for Washington Nationals. When the Montreal Expos franchise relocated to Washington, D.C., and became the Nationals, they temporarily played at RFK Stadium until Nationals Park was completed. It is the first LEED-certified green major professional sports stadium in the United States. The stadium has a capacity of 41,339. The Washington Monument and the Capitol Building are visible from the upper decks on the first base side of the field.
Potomac approach Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra is type 2 miles east of Kilo Whiskey Hotel 200 feet. Request clearance to transition Bravo airspace.
Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra, Potomac approach.
Man, that's a huge inner courtyard. It's like a little city inside there.
Squawk 5757 X-ray Golf Sierra.
X-ray Golf Sierra radar contact 2 miles southeast of Kilo Whiskey Hotel 700 feet. Clear through the Bravo airspace. Maintain on navigation.
Nationals Park is a baseball park along the Anacostia River in the Navy Yard neighborhood of Washington, D.C. It is the home ballpark for Washington Nationals. When the Montreal Expos franchise relocated to Washington, D.C., and became the Nationals, they temporarily played at RFK Stadium until Nationals Park was completed. It is the first LEED-certified green major professional sports stadium in the United States. The
Wow.
stadium has a capacity of 41,339. The Washington Monument and the Capitol Building are visible from the upper decks on the first base side of the field.
Mash, how neat. I like those posters on the wall over there. Yep, you can see the Washington Monument there. Okay. What is next? We did Arlington, the Pentagon, and the mall earlier. Okay, across here, Gravelly Point. Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. I have no idea. Oh, it's an Air Force base. And then Ronald Reagan. Let's go over to Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Is there something here for it? No. But it's cool. I love Bushtalk. Look at it. Gives you the tower frequency, the ATIS, and the asphalt information. Nice. Okay, and we were over here at Pentagon earlier. All right, what's this over here? I think, yeah, we did Jefferson Memorial. The Jefferson was, oh, it was a hotel? The Jefferson Hotel? A residential building. Okay. I'm surprised they don't have more. Point of interest here. Did we listen to the Capitol? Oh, this was just Capitol Hill. What do we got going on over here? Concord, District Heights, Maryland. FedEx Field. Nice. Prince George's Plaza Station. Okay. Maryland Stadium. President Lincoln and Soldiers Home National Monument. President Lincoln's Cottage, National Monument on the grounds of the Soldiers Home, Armed Forces Retirement Home. I mean, everywhere you look down there, there's like a statue. I mean, of course, it's DC. But I really wish I have to pull up Bing Maps now to really get an idea of what we're floating over. Let me get my MSFS Maps tool here, which allows me to do an overlay. I think it might be Bing Maps. I'm not sure. It could be Google. But either way, if I open this map server here and I go to this website, now that it's linked in to the simulator, okay, so check this magic out. Grab my browser again. So come over here and let's paste that in here. Localhost 8054. Okay, great. So now you see how it pulls up a Bing or like Google Maps. It's the same OpenStreetMap kind of idea, but we got much more fidelity now. Now we get down to the streets and we can see what I'm about to crash down upon. Let me get myself in a hover again, or at least a little bit of a climb. Don't blame me for the bad graphics. I tried desperately to download better maps for DC today, and the manual cache just would not allocate. It wouldn't allocate. I couldn't get these maps today in high def. But, and this is a 4070 system, so it's not my computer. It's just, that's the maps we're dealing with at the moment. I'm trying to get myself into moving forward while not climbing too high. And then open this map tool again for us. Now you can see right where we're at, our track. And now you can see the names of everything. Police Vehicle Maintenance Division. It's a handy tool for sightseeing. Trying to find things like Abbey Road, you know? The Blind Wino Arts Club. I'm not kidding. Let me pause. Blind Wino Arts Club. I don't really drink, but I would like, that would be a hoot. I would love to visit something like that. A Midian Field, a Amadon. 3rd Street Tunnel. E Street. Federal Center. La Enfant Plaza. Benjamin Bonneker Park. No idea who that is. Capital Yacht Club. Okay, so that's right next to where we're at. So yeah, let's turn our head and turn to the port here. And we'll go hang out at the yacht club for a minute. I like those. It almost looks like they have grass on the roof down there. I can't zoom at this with this view. But it does. It looks like they've got green grass roofs on those down there. Probably not. Probably just my eyes, but they do. That's mighty cool. All right, so we got the yacht club. Hang out with Muffy and Buffy at the yacht club. That's a nice looking building down there, or drive. That looks like the top of a building, though. It looks like a comma. That's some interesting architecture. Just tuning in, welcome to election night. Yeah, it does look like they have green on the roof tops. That one's got a bunch of solar panels on it. I like the architecture. That's interesting design. And so flying around DC today, looking at the sites and just mostly hovering around, talking about politics today, on my views anyway. And anybody that wants to say anything in the chat room, how they feel about anything, go right ahead. Ultimately, I have my opinions on things and you're going to have yours. And as an American, we can do that. You know, I know things are a little hot these days, but if there's anything you'd like to say, go ahead, get it off your chest. I don't mind. I don't care. I don't care how you're voting. I know how I'm voting, and I know, you know, that's all that matters to me. I voted. Cool. I don't want to be hostile and say, hey, well, if you voted for the other team, you know, we can't be friends, or you're an idiot, or, you know, I'll say things like, I don't understand. I may not agree with it, and all of my discussions and rants today have been anti your team. But, yeah, hey, you are allowed to believe what you want to believe. And you're allowed to vote how you want to vote. And I don't want to make enemies out of us. My whole point of view today has been about focusing on the government. Where our government has gone wrong. The corruption in our government. The problems with our elections. The corruption in our elections. It's not about you versus me, red versus blue. It's about us versus them, and them being the federal government. Our founders warned us that if we didn't now and then kick everybody out, this would happen. We would be right where we are today. They warned us about it, and we did not listen. So today for me, and everything that I have been about with this gentleman since 2016, it's about that desire to reform the government, because it will absolutely, and as they warned us, it would become corrupt. It would become bloated again. We are living in the country we fought to leave. They've got us so taxed and so, you know, humans though, man. We have allowed them to become this out of control. We did it to ourselves. But everything has been trying to fix that. And kids aren't educated today, and most people aren't, not just kids. So there are certain things we don't talk about anymore, like, boy, we really need a convention of states regularly. How often do you have talks about a convention of states with your close friends? Probably not. How often do you have conversations with people about the top 10 primary reasons why most empires and nations since the beginning of time have collapsed? What are the top 10 reasons? What do they all have in common? The top 10 things that caused every great empire on this planet to collapse. And then compare that to where we are today. Our kids aren't being taught that stuff in school. Most people you talk to, they're not talking about that. Hey, you're on Discord now. You know what? I'm such an idiot. I don't even know that I've had Discord open today. I don't think it wasn't even running. I'm an idiot. Discord was the first thing I should have put on to say, hey, you want to come on the show and you want to come in the live stream and talk some shit, well, here's your chance. Do you mind if I open up the Discord channel to the live stream? You know, people will hear you, but I don't have to open up the Discord live stream, but I would like to. But again, I want to see how you feel about it first. I don't want to just do it. Let me pause here, not pause. I'm going to hover here because I don't know what this landmark is or what this building is here to my right, and I want to find this out. So let me get into the voice channel. Well, how do you feel about it first before I pop into the voice channel? You're fine? Okay. All right. Well, give me a minute here because it's been a while, but I do have a separate channel for Discord. So what I need to do is open Discord. I need to turn off desktop audio. So just Discord audio, and turn on the mic for Discord audio. And come down here into... I don't even know that I'm supposed to have my mic open. But I'm... Let me see here. Discord. Voice channels. And I'm connected. Let's see if I'm coming through on this channel as well.
Yep.
Oh, you're coming through, but when I'm looking at my voice levels, you can hear me, but my voice levels aren't coming through on the Discord channel. So you're coming through though. So hey, how are you?
Doing good. Yeah, I hear you fine.
Great. Anybody else would like to come into the Discord channel? I doubt it. I doubt anybody's going to come on. But if you do,
I think I'm the only one watching.
Yeah. I think you've been the only one.
Right,
I think you've been the only one watching all day. Nobody wants to tune into this. I don't blame them. There's, you know, people want to watch real news and stuff. I can't play the news while I'm doing this because of copyright reasons, but I would love to. It's a shame that, you know, for something like elections, that you can't really find a live channel that you can have open and chat with everybody. I mean, like if I could have like Fox News up.
You listen to the coverage?
I'm not entirely sure. Who would you listen to tonight? Everybody's saying everybody's full of crap, so I wouldn't know who to listen to. I'd listen to like Alex Jones.
Well, I mean, just hop around and just kind of see.
Yeah.
Each station, they have their own kind of standards on when they're going to count a state as one, and so if you just check around, get an idea. Associated Press has a stream.
Let's see here.
Doesn't seem like there's audio.
Yeah, I will in a. I guess I will in a bit.
The AP, they have a coverage. Doesn't sound like there's any commentary. Just coverage and the election map.
Okay. All right. Let me get back over here. So, how are you feeling today?
Pretty good. Oh, I just choked on my coffee.
Choked on your coffee?
Yeah.
About to choke on the pipe here in a minute. I think I need to be a little bit medicated as we go into the evening. 8 o'clock here in the Midwest. What time is it there?
7 o'clock.
Okay.
I'm on the West Coast.
Are you flying about tonight?
I'm thinking about it.
Well, you know where I'm at. So they added, changing subjects, they added, you can now add SimBrief into Microsoft Flight Simulator with the SimBrief Dispatch app or whatever. So they made that available this week. So if you're into that, that's new. So you can integrate SimBrief right into the simulator in the main menu and do all your flight planning with SimBrief.
Yeah, I checked that out yesterday.
Cool. There's somebody else flying around in a helicopter, Darno, in a Bell 407. And I'm coming back down to the ground so I can see what some of these buildings are. Oh, Ulysses S. Grant. Oh, it just went away. I wish the point of interest markers in the flight simulator wouldn't vanish based on distance. They just stay active. It's kind of a pain in the butt. Okay, so Ulysses S. Grant Memorial, that's what this is. And then we have across the street the National Museum of the Native American. Interesting. I thought about flying around Mount Rushmore as well today, but DC seemed like the best place to hang out.
Oh, nice.
And as you know, I've been getting my news mostly from Twitter. Let's see here. Ah, it's General Flynn speaking here. Oops.
What I want them to do is I not only want them to take that hill, but I want them to fight through the hill. I want them to go to the other side, and I want them to continue to crush the enemy that we are facing. And so tonight we are going to put nails into the coffin of the globalists, right? These people will not.
That would be great. I don't know if you can hear General Flynn or not.
Achieve what it is that we need to achieve today, which is a victory for Donald J. Trump.
I have the stream muted. You're playing it through the stream.
Now we're going to have to
okay.
through that objective and go to the other side.
I don't want to cause an echo. But man, I was going to say, you want to hear something funny? My mom told me, I decided I should drink, less wine. And then she's like, and then I realized this is probably not the best day to make that commitment.
Nice. Absolutely.
Good night.
Exactly, like Louis C.
As she's refilling her glass.
That's what Louis C.K. on Twitter was saying. He's like, the only person who's won unanimously today so far is alcohol. Rob Schneider, 47 minutes ago, says America is 92 electoral college votes away from unburdening our nation from what has been 4 years of lunacy. Amen. I hope it. 92 electoral votes away. Wow. So close, man. So close.
Like he's winning.
Oh, it sure did last time, too. I thought we had it in the bag. It's one of those things. I've never seen anything like it.
You know what I thought was kind of interesting when I was watching the coverage? The host, I think it was maybe NBC or something like that. We were looking through all these different channels.
Uh-huh.
The host did like a serious, like, sit down, look at the camera, serious delivery, and he's like, oh, Russia is a danger to these elections and the FBI and the CIA have put out a notice that we got to be worried about the Russians interfering with the election. And I'm thinking, like, all right, he's talking about like stuff on the computer, basically, right?
Uh-huh.
as far as election integrity goes. And then I'm like, where, just ask yourself, where do 99% of the computers in this country come from? Like the actual computer hardware. 'Cause I'll tell you, it doesn't come from Russia.
Right.
Like,
Keep going.
Nobody's talking about the Navy deploying full scale to the South China Sea. Like right now, as we speak.
That is true. I haven't been.
Nobody's talking about Israel literally about to drop atomic bombs on Iran or whatever the fuck, wherever the fuck they're fighting with this week.
Yeah. I didn't know that they were considering. I don't know that they are actually considering nukes. In a lot of ways, I think you know how I feel about that, and I don't know that atomics would be the right way, but
they put out because of how heated it's gotten over there recently. They put out like a statement. If Iran like does anything stupid on Israeli soil, we will retaliate with nukes.
Wow. Well, wow. Yeah, we're definitely terrified and worried about World War III.
Yeah, and so, when I see the pie chart that's like, oh well, 18% of America is concerned about abortion, and that's like the third most like so what is it? It's the state of democracy was the first thing that was like the issues at hand. Second thing is immigration, and then abortion. And I'm like, are you joking me? What?
Yeah.
First off, abortion. All right, yeah, abortion. It's pretty important, but I can think of a whole hell of a lot of things that are significantly more important at the moment than abortion.
Right. And ultimately, at the moment, no matter who wins, abortion goes back to the states. So it doesn't matter. You're not, I mean, even if you think you're voting to change some sort of, well, they might try to change it and make it a federal thing. The Democrats have tried, but the Supreme Court already took it away and said it's back to the states. So I don't think there's any chance of that changing, other than the Democrats we know would like to rig the Supreme Court. If they can't win it, they got to rig it. So they've openly said we would love to rig the Supreme Court with more justices, and that's, 9 is enough. We don't need more in the Supreme Court. I don't think so anyway.
The point is, it seems like the media or some, it seems like there's this big smoke screen going up, and we got to worry about how screwed up our country is, and immigration and abortion is like this big smoke screen that we don't think about, like nuclear
weapons.
And like going to war with the richest country on earth. You know which country has more money the most money on earth is China.
Yeah.
Russia is not even on that list.
Correct. And they're not
the countries with the most debt. We're number one. But the reason for that is because America kind of put itself in a position where we just kind of declared that we don't necessarily need to have money. When America buys stuff from you, they aren't paying in money.
That's interesting.
So
that's an interesting way to put it.
You can't really. I mean, those are the terms and conditions. We don't write checks.
I am so torn when it comes to any issues on the Middle East because of this Western civilization, Eastern civilization conflict. And So, you know, I become a person I don't want to be when it comes to topics like that, for sure. You know, because right off the bat, and my father would be appalled, but right off the bat, I want to say, nuke them. Nuke them. And again, he's like, where did your humanity go? Well, out the window, Dad. I'm going to crash. I ran out of fuel. So yeah, he'd be disappointed in
all day.
Yeah. He would be very disappointed with me tonight. I would rather that, you know, they stop. But they won't. They don't, you know, they never really have. They always seem to have to force a situation where they have to be beaten back into the little box. And that kind of sucks. I don't want to nuke anybody, but
nobody needs to get nuked.
I don't want anybody to nuke us. I'd rather not nuke anybody else. War sucks. It's sad that we're still not.
We all need to save our nukes for when the space aliens come.
Yes. Yeah. And that could be any moment now, the way things are going.
Yeah, man. You saw the Pentagon briefing, the UAP's briefing. I started the simulator up and I've been staring at checking for updates now.
Really?
For going on probably 5 minutes. I think there's something wrong with this. Let me see if the client is even reaching out to the internet.
I guess because
it's downloading something.
Really, then I should probably restart because I did not get any updates today. So I'm going to go ahead and pause here, folks, and go ahead and restart the simulator.
Unless that's Discord. I don't think Discord would use a whole megabit per second.
I don't know. I'll find out for sure here in a moment.
Hang on. Let me disconnect for 2 minutes, and I just want to see if my bandwidth, if my internet is doing anything.
All right. Hey, folks, if you're tuning in and you have any thoughts, concerns, how do you feel? Just want to talk about anything to do with politics today? Anything that myself or Rent-A-Cow is talking about, then please hop into the Discord. I'm gonna find the Discord link here in a minute and put it in the chat room. But first, I want to restart the simulator.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'm downloading an update.
Okay. Invites.
You know what's weird is like 10 gigabytes of hard drive space that I had just disappeared. I have no idea where it went. So I think the game does like kind of update stuff in the background, even though it doesn't say, like, you know how sometimes when it says, oh, there's an update that you got to install, and then you click go and it does its thing. But I think it also downloads stuff just when you start it up.
Even invite link. Well, I hope I'm doing this right. So in the chat room, if I did do this right, then there's the Discord server link to the voice chat. So anybody who might be tuning in, the link is there if you'd like to come onto the Discord channel and have a chat, share what's on your mind. Feel free. Feel free.
Now I didn't start the game up, I think, all weekend.
Oh, I had no choice. I'm sure you heard earlier. On Halloween, in the middle of the afternoon, our internet went down. And then they told us, well, it's just a glitch or whatever. We'll find the problem. We'll have you back up in no time. And then they told us, okay, it'll be fixed by 7 o'clock that evening. And then 7 o'clock evening rolls around. They're like, well, we found some other problems and we can't tell you when it's going to be fixed. Anyway, we didn't get internet back until Sunday evening. But hopefully they've said that they've isolated the problem. They figured out it was a piece of equipment and they're going to upgrade the equipment. And hopefully it won't happen again. And I hope so. That really, I haven't been with
like.
Go ahead.
They do have like a minimum uptime guarantee, so you can check if your internet goes down for like this many hours, they actually can give you a discount on your next internet bill if it's down for so many hours. Like if you think about it, you pay for 31 days of internet every month, and so if the internet's down for one whole day, they should refund you 1/30 of your bill, in theory.
Should. Well, yeah, we'll see what happens here. That's weird. My Xbox Live wanted.
What I do is I log internet downtime. When if my router goes down, it gets logged exactly how many minutes down it is.
So you can prorate. Yeah, they haven't mentioned anything.
I haven't had any issues. It was a big problem with my old ISP, but then we got new internet, and it's been pretty much fine. There's only been a few times like it went down for 20 minutes one time in the middle of the night. So I haven't had to call anybody out yet. Man, I'm ready for it. I got the records, the logs. Prove it.
Now Microsoft wants me to sign in with my password, and I normally use my PIN, so I don't even know that I remember my password. Lord.
Oh God, don't tell me that. That freaks me out because I stupidly set up a Microsoft account and logged in with my computer, and I don't remember what the fucking password is. And so I've been using a PIN, and one of these days it's gonna say, "All right, we need you to use your password today."
That's what's happening to me right now.
And then when be able to recover it, but I don't.
And then when you click other ways to sign in, they don't say use your PIN.
Nuke my whole fucking hard drive. Nuke my whole hard drive when I see that. At my computer and start over. I don't have anything really valuable on this thing.
So now I have to mail myself.
Just games.
Yeah.
And I can always reinstall those easy. I love Steam, man. Steam.
Yes.
Awesome. Because I remember back in the day when GameSpy. You remember GameSpy? Were you a gamer back then?
Yeah, yeah.
Back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s.
Oh, check this out. Sorry to interrupt.
A whole different landscape.
This is the reason why it's prompting me to sign in again. We detected something unusual about a recent sign-in to your Microsoft account. Somebody from Brazil at an IP address 177220 tried screwing with me today. They didn't like, again, people can't be, talking about politics. Somebody wants to screw with you. So somebody tried getting into my account today.
Oh, you just change your password.
So yeah, somebody from Brazil, or at least it was being routed through Brazil.
Before I got emails that like, oh, somebody requested to reset your password. If it wasn't you, you could ignore this email. And I'm like, yeah, it definitely was not me.
Wow.
I've had that happen.
So that goes back to, again, people can't, they can't help themselves. They have to be violent or they have to do something. So with all the crap I was talking today, I'm not really surprised, but just goes back to, those are the people you got to watch out for. They're shitheads out there everywhere.
Still download.
What you want? You're right, and it's telling me because of that, it wants me to change my password. Let's see.
Yeah, usually it'll tell you that when your actual password was used. So that's kind of a hint that that password is burned. You need to, if you use that password on anything else, you should change those too. Have all unique passwords on everything. And just write them down in a little book and then keep it in a lockbox or something, or you know, or if you're tech savvy, you can use a password manager online. But really, people are a whole lot better at physically securing things than digitally. So if you just write your passwords down in a little book, put them in a small lockbox or even a safe, that's going to be significantly more secure.
I was joking with my wife.
Any solution you could come up with on the computer.
I was joking with my wife the other day about, you know, like when somebody dies and they read the will, you know, it's normally about how much money am I going to get, or am I going to get access to dad's bank account or whatever. And these days it's coming down to who gets the password book.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who gets access to dad's Twitter account? Who gets the access to dad's YouTube account?
There's estate planners now. They actually have like some of the like a good estate planner. They'll actually have plans for like your cryptocurrency. Like they'll make sure that your kids are able to recover your Bitcoin or whatever, because that can be really convoluted to like.
That is kind of where it's
a crypto key and stuff, or like what about Grandpa's NFT collection? You know.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, a good estate planner that knows their shit, they'll make sure that that's all squared away as well.
People in Brazil, just know that one of your countrymen is a real jerk. So now it's checking for updates here.
Usually there's a very good chance that the hacker actually in Brazil,
right?
Use a VPN that is in Brazil. That's going to be the case 99% of the time.
But you're absolutely right. Going back to just what you're talking about, the
hacker.
Hold
on. The hacker, probably Ukrainian. Like I don't want to be you know, that's really racist.
There you go. Yeah.
But Eastern Europe, let's be honest. You know, a lot of cyber criminals in Eastern Europe, and that includes Ukraine.
That's a lot of the reason why they said they tried to impeach Trump. You know, he went after the, you know, all the crap that's going down in Ukraine, and he was interfering where they didn't want him to interfere. And
yeah, it ain't the squeakiest clean.
No, not at all.
But yeah, definitely. I retract my statement. It was not probably Ukrainian. It could have been. That's a little gentler.
So these people,
I saw before this Ukraine war nonsense. Like I saw documentaries about hackers in Ukraine and Belarus and all those countries, and Russia too, of course. I mean, yeah, they're pretty. It can be pretty seedy over there. Shit, the hacker could have been American.
Absolutely.
Everybody here is
right.
perfect Boy Scout on the internet.
Absolutely. And that goes back to, you know, some people can't help themselves. You know, they have to be shitheads. You know, again, you can have your opinions, you can say whatever you want. This is America. It doesn't mean I need to go out and attack you. But just more likely than not, you know, that's their MO. They can't help themselves. They've got to try to attack you in some way to feel better about themselves, I guess. Okay. So I'm back in Washington here, but I do need to check on my Xbox Live. It wouldn't sign in, so somehow or another that got screwed too.
I wonder, it may be worth kind of looking into that. How, because like I said, they'll ask you to change your password when somebody that wasn't you used your password. So it usually it's because that password is the same password you use somewhere else. And then like somewhere else, their whole database of logins got compromised, and
right,
just happened to be in there.
Yeah. So
it's not,
yeah,
it's usually not like, oh, you got a virus on your computer. It's probably not that, but it's like, oh, this password probably is exposed somewhere else, and so you might look into that.
The map has dramatically changed since I looked last, and now according to this map, President Harris has 100, and if this is electoral votes, then she has 112. He has 198. So he's got to get to 270. Yeah, she's got a 112, and he's got 198 at the moment. But as we've seen in the past, at the moment it means nothing. It means go ahead and be hopeful, and the saddest thing I'm looking at this map right here,
big plot twist at the end.
Right. The saddest thing looking at this map right here is my home state, Colorado. Solid blue, and it's sad. It's really
normal though, isn't it?
Yeah, for us, yeah.
Colorado always blue.
It has been, but look at all the red around the outsides.
Y'all some Californians with cowboy hats.
Yep, we are now for sure. No, we call it Colorado these days. Because there's so many people that come here and they've totally come here. They spend all their, they buy up all the rich towns. They buy up Aspen and Telluride and dump all their money and bring everybody here.
Oh, yeah.
And weasel their way into the government. And so, yeah, I really wish Colorado was not a blue state. That's for sure. Whoops. Well, good luck to him. That's all I can say. Good luck. Yeah, so going back to the password things, this is probably a good month to go through and do like you said, go through, change the passwords on everything, update your book, hand the update to your trust lawyer.
Yeah, you think it's complicated? I'm thinking like, man, kids like younger than me.
Yeah.
Just people in general younger than me, especially kids these days, man. They're going to have so many digital accounts and logins and this and that. I think eventually though passwords are kind of going to get phased out, and we're going to come up with other authentication means that are a lot harder to compromise.
I hope so. I know that my daughter already has a book. Just like you're talking about. She's got her book, man, with her password book. And she's smart. My dad was really into investing in Bitcoin, this and that, and he he didn't. So we had no way of finding out what he was doing, what he was into, accessing any of his investments or anything like that. Just he didn't plan well enough ahead. Those kind of things still haven't quite set into our generation that, yeah, you have to turn that information over to your attorney.
Yeah, just some kind of system. Some kind of a dead man switch where, like, once a year you get an email from just some computer, and if you don't reply to that email in 3 days, it just assumes that you're dead, and it will email all your stuff over to your kids.
Yeah. That's why I wish I had the brains to be a coder or something like that. Like, come on, man, this is where we got to get this to market today.
Mm-hmm. I mean, shit, that's a website that could work right there if it doesn't already exist. The only issue is that you have to be guaranteed that that email server for the dead man switch is still going to be up when you do croak.
Right.
It's not just going to go down and then the whole system just doesn't even work.
Yeah. The security and responsibility and insurances you would need just for that, that's kind of frightening to think about. Because, yeah, one little mistake. Absolutely. That's people's lives.
They'd be holding all of their customers' sensitive information, like logins and stuff like that, and so that'd be a very valuable database to breach. You'd have to come up with a way to store that completely offline and just only go online for when you need to transmit it encrypted. Still loading in, man.
You're kidding me. Into the simulator?
I got a warning about low bandwidth. But, like, you know, I finally got to the main menu. I went to the world map, picked a spot, and I hit fly, and I've just been waiting.
That's crazy.
I'm assuming the game will start, but it probably will just be all auto-gen scenery.
Ukrainians, man.
Usually I can get the game up. I can get up and get online in 5 minutes. I wonder if that's it. I wonder if Microsoft servers are getting hammered because of election stuff. I don't think so, though. It's not wouldn't be impossible.
Nope, nothing is these days. Nothing. So now that I accidentally pulled up the Microsoft Flight Simulator forums, might as well take a look at what is the latest. Bell OH-58D Kiowa Warrior released in development. Hadrian's Wall 180 AD. I like it. Let's see if this is going to be for 2024. Is this available for Xbox? Very excited. Go back up at the top. New developer Time Machine Designs is excited to announce the development of our first scenery add-on for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Hadrian's Wall 180 reconstructs the Great Roman Wall that stretches east to west across England as it appeared in the year 180 AD. Our add-on will allow simmers to experience the world's first complete reconstruction of the entire Hadrian's Wall system as it appeared at its peak. Using individual... Now, you're making me jealous over there. I'm hearing you coughing, and now I'm getting jealous. Using individually modeled structures from ovens to fort headquarter buildings, we will bring you 73 miles of wall, 140 miles of earthwork and obstacles, 152 turrets, 78-mile castles, small forts, 18 complete legionary forts with villages, 4 bridges, the complete Roman town of Coria. Each structure accurately placed according to the available data. Retextured landscapes to remove modern towns, roads, buildings, and quarries. I want my whole world, like, I want the world of Alexander the Great. Because if they're doing something like this, I want ancient Troy. I want all these places that just don't exist anymore. They need something in where Troy is at anyway. There's just nothing there. So, you know, I would love to have something like that. This is awesome.
I'm on the Southeast Asia server.
Oh, that it?
I wonder if that's why. Weird. I got a lower ping to Southeast Asia than. All right, yeah. Maybe this will fix it. I'm switching servers.
Normally my ping over there is like 273 on Fridays when we do those fly-ins. It's ridiculously high.
Oh, I see you.
Oh, right on.
The big train station.
Yeah, I see it. I'm slowly inching that way. Put a couple more bits of forward trim into the blades here and start heading that away.
I want to touch on this runway.
Are you in the DC?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Mr. Stranger and isn't an F-22 flying around. How awesome. I would like to try the F-22. But I really, really wish that it had like the F-35 cockpit. But I would love to find somebody who's done a really, really, really good version of the F-22 interior as far as controls, and because I've heard the one that's out there right now is well, when it first was released, it was mostly garbage, everybody said. I don't know about now or if there's other options. So we're flying around here on election night and, you know, talking about things as much as we can. And for whatever reason, if you would like to jump in and say anything, the link to the Discord is in the chat room. And go ahead and feel free to jump in. Please don't say anything that would get the live stream shut down. That's about it. Other than that, you know, it's America. You can say whatever's on your mind. Normally I'd be feeling really good, but because of the way things have gone in the past, you know, I don't want to start jumping for joy, because, you know, because of last time and because of all this uncertainty and shenanigans. And so at the moment, I would love to say, right on. If things keep going this way, we'll do all right, but we'll see. Have you ever been to Washington, D.C. and checked out all these places?
Nope.
I was here when I was 13, but again, it was just a day trip to the Smithsonian, and pretty much the only thing on my mind to look at was the model for the Starship Enterprise. Other than that, I didn't care about anything. I didn't, too young and too stupid to understand where you're at in the world and all the groovy things that you could have seen in an afternoon. And just, you know, it's all lost on you when you're a kid. Here comes Mr. Stranger flying his F-22. He's moving so fast, he's just a dot. Oh, he's cooking.
Weird. It must be a crosswind right now.
It does feel like it. The helicopter's been constantly getting pushed. I want to say to the let's look here. Southwest. Let me see if I can pull up a METAR from here. Select an airport from the following list. Ronald Reagan, Washington National Airport. Okay, so according to the METAR from across the river there, we have got a 9-knot wind. Actually, it's from the south. I'm getting, then maybe it's just the way my rotors are setting. I would have sworn it was coming from the I thought it was coming from the northeast. Be doing this kind of pushing, but it's actually the other way around. So it's my rotors. All right, let me get back to that. That map of the poles, or get back to the latest in the forum. Poster sunset, random screenshot, velocity 1 rudder, piece review, keeping airports up to date in 2024. Seconds from touchdown screenshots. When will FS24 preload be available? On the 20th. Right? Okay. Pee-wee and Nog Sky Tours. Would you do an MSFS today? Limited Collector's Edition. Not before December? Don't know. I thought they'd all be available on the same day. Simbury button on the world map. Just out of curiosity, what's the slowest fixed-wing aircraft? Already done that one. Drop your YouTube channels. Trim resets despite trim being added. Somebody's having a problem. Blur instruments. Search world map for cities and points of interest. I'd rather have a journey mode than a career mode, says this person. This is interesting. What do I mean by that? While career mode sounds intriguing, I feel like it's going to be too structured. Many people have wished for the ability to fly somewhere, park their aircraft, any aircraft, shut it down, then come back the next day, restart the SIP, and start a flight C and D exactly where they ended the last one, with a full and complete state save. Gas up, do any necessary maintenance, and fly to the next destination. I call that journey mode. And to me, it would be the most realistic way to enjoy the sim in a way that best simulates real life, assuming I was retired with the money I'd need to pay for everything. I know that state saving has been the topic in many discussions, and I suppose that what I'm asking for will be partly taken care of by that one simple thing. So if this topic needs to be merged into one of those threads, I get it, but it's really more than just that. I don't fully understand how the damage thing works. In the simulator, you can turn on real, wear and tear. But I kind of understand what he's asking for. And it's just, I guess, for all your aircraft to be persistent until you hit reset, I guess. Okay, so that's enough for the forums. Let's get back to the poll. The electoral map is what I'm trying to say. Map. And refresh. I don't think it's changed. 112 and... Oh, did he have in the night? He's got 210 now. So there's 216 electoral votes up for grabs still. again, you constantly, like you said, Colorado's mostly always blue. It's such a shame to see that, again, that people, a certain party can have a stranglehold in one place so long that it just doesn't change. There's just, like Illinois right now, just, they're so well entrenched that it seems impossible.
Squawk 4237, India, November, November. India, November, November radar contact 2 miles southeast of Kilo Whiskey Hotel, Hotel 3,100 feet. Clear to the Bravo airspace.
And this helicopter has me up in the air like I'm a jet. This should be live weather, but it's not live time, but it's live weather, so it looks like they've got a little bit of a cloud coverage pushing in. They have a pretty nice good looking airport down there, the Ronald Reagan Airport. Not a lot of runways, but it's nice and clean looking. And I didn't realize that this is like a little island here, and they've got a golf course on it. Yeah, what are we gonna do with this island? Golf course. Well, if he wins and prices go down, especially where fuel is concerned, I definitely would like to put this on as a bucket list place to go. I mean, there are some really amazing things to see here. Some of the architecture is absolutely beautiful. Been very impressed as I've been flying around. Not wrong with it. Breaking news. Fannie Willis wins. Oh my gosh. So this here. Fannie Willis wins re-election as Fulton County's district attorney. Again, what is it? You know, they're so entrenched. What is wrong with you people? Amazing. Ah.
I'll be right back in Gotta go feed the cat.
All righty. It does. We are sick and tired of it. Vigilant. Out. He had to cover that woman. Absolutely. People are gross, man. Gross. Just because you might think yourself sexy doesn't mean that you're not gross. General Mike Flynn, Election Watch Party, Special Guest General Flynn, David Clemens, Colin Plume, and more. Cat Turd, Florida's already counted 100% of the votes. 2 hours, 41 minutes after closing. Cat Turd, because they don't cheat. The Daily Wire covering every moment of Election Day. Kevin Sorbo, if you're still in line in Pennsylvania, stay there. We need you. Don't be discouraged. Oh, it's so hard to ask people to do that, but yes. Breaking, Trey Gowdy says this election will come down to a 269-269 tie and result in a Supreme Court decision. Oh my Lord. But how do we do it this time to where it doesn't look like we cheated and we can possibly still cheat? We got to definitely make sure it doesn't look like we cheated. That this is all a naturally occurring thing. Washington, D.C., you've got to stop, man. You've got to stop. You've got to let things go the way that they're supposed to go. Okay? Think about Cassius and Brutus, folks. Cassius and Brutus, people in government. Really, is it worth it? Is it worth that special place in hell? And that's the problem, is you probably don't believe in it. Or what's worse, you do. Man. It's horrible. It's horrible. Once somebody gets their bread bowl, it is tough for them to just, give it up. They get into this profession and they don't, that's the whole point of this profession, is you're not supposed to stay in. You're not supposed to get rich from this. And that's where the problem starts. We don't have enough control on them. There's not enough term limits. They get too comfortable. They get too comfortable with power. And then it comes down to securing it and whatever. They've got to hang on to it. We can't trust you people to do the right thing. We're the smart ones. You're the threat to the democracy. Look, it usually never ends well when it gets to this point. So, let it be, as the Beatles said, let it be. Let the people do what they're supposed to do. Let their will decide the way it's supposed to go. I can't believe that one of the most hated politicians in history can pull off a 269. That to me, it's absurd. This whole situation is absurd. That she even has any votes is absurd to me. Now I'm thinking of getting one more monitor to put in the wall in front of me, my treadmill. 7 monitors is too much, right? Wow. Oh, Von Peepser, no wonder. This gal is, not that it's bad. She's obsessed with, with any ounce of fat that should appear on her body. She just can't. She's obsessively goes crazy if,
Back.
she's not on a treadmill. Hey,
The cat is fed.
nice.
He was a very happy kitty. I'm restarting my game because it was just acting so screwy. Checking for updates. It's every time I launch the game, it checks for updates.
Wide Awake Media posts, it's a global coup d'etat against which it is essential that people rise up. According to Archbishop Vigano, the World Economic Forum is threatening world leaders into carrying out the Great Reset. Those who govern nations have all become either enslaved or blackmailed by this.
It's like some Seventh Day cult.
It's an international mafia. Funny. I remember a year or two ago, the meme going out from the World Economic Forum, like basically saying the Illuminati does not, a small handful of people like the Illuminati does not rule the world, but yet every year they have all those, summit meetings, the Davos meetings and all this, where all the world leaders get together to decide the fate of the rest of us. Like, it's a conspiracy to think a small group of people is trying to run the whole world. But that's what's happening. Like this person here on Twitter, just same with sentiment as me. I'll be honest, it blows my mind that even one person in America voted for Kamala Harris. Me too. Just it seems absurd. The essence of the anti-Trump sentiment is that this single man, flawed as he is, with 1980s Democrat policies, who didn't even get involved in politics till 9 years ago, is somehow more dangerous than the entire murderous DC Leviathan. I'm glad they used that word Leviathan. I used it earlier. And all the venality, depravity, and megalomania that sustains it. It is an objectively obscene claim, but we live in an obscene culture. Who said this? Trader Jill. Well, that was very profound. The fact that this election is even close shows exactly why America can never be a pure democracy. We have to guard against the 50% of total retards that exist in this country. Real Robert. Explosive documents obtained by investigative journalists using the Freedom of Information Act show that a secret meeting took place exactly 4 years ago today on Election Day. Organized by Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency that involves several power players, including officials from Dominion Rigging Systems and the FBI, to discover the overthrow of the United States government with private companies and democratic communist groups. The Ukrainians. Just in, male Harris voter, while standing next to his daughter, suggests he voted for Harris so that she can have abortions someday. Reporter, why'd you bring your kid here to vote today? Man, just the spectacle of it. First woman president, first black woman president. Show more. Reporter, did you think about your kids as you made your decision? Man, yeah, I did. I have a daughter and I think she should be making decisions for herself and her life. I really wish the government would have ever... I've always believed that the government should stay out of that topic. It loses elections, period. It just does. And really, when it comes down to people's personal health and choices, I've never really been about the government involving itself in any way. And I've said as a Republican, let it go. Stop it. Leave it alone. And, you know, even with the Supreme Court thing, moving it back to the states, I don't even think that was a good move. I don't think they should have done anything. It's just like, here, let's try to commit political suicide. Let's make sure that we can't win. As you pointed out earlier, it was the third most important policy on the up for vote, or the third most important thing, the abortion thing. Oh, maybe we lost Rent-A-Cow. But he was pointing out how the third most important issue for Americans is the abortion thing. And I don't believe that the Republicans should have said anything or done anything. I don't believe the Supreme Court should have moved on it and should have just left it alone. Think about how much of a problem that is causing right now. It was dumb. And I was so certain that things were settled, and they wouldn't. That they were smart enough to just leave it alone. And no. Of course not. Of course not. Investigation reveals how Chinese Communist Party sowed discord in the United States elections. Ah. Women don't want the first woman president to be an idiot, but they're out there voting for her. You would hope so. I would hope so. Where are we at? 9:04 here in the Midwest, and hovering over DC in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Today we were looking at landmarks and flying around. I should get out of hover mode. So it's been just hovering over DC, flying around DC today, and, you know, keeping an eye on election stuff and just talking about anything that you want to talk about. Mostly it's just been me talking about what I want to talk about, but it's open for discussion. I heard you cough. Rent-A-Cow must be back.
I guess it's just going to be one problem after the other.
What's happening now?
I have no idea.
Is it still trying to update or load in, or?
Something. Oh, damn it. Oh, maybe I can save it in time. I gotta launch track IR before the head tracker program before I start flight sim.
Oh, that's right. You got that.
Pick it up.
I really need to consider investing in a good one because I'm using kind of the low end version, and I guess I just move my head too much. It always makes, I don't know, sometimes it works great, sometimes not. You were pointing out to me the other day that the system that I'm on is capable of virtual reality, and I haven't set it up for that. And some people are saying if you can go VR, you don't go back. So I'd like to try it one of these days.
Check for updates for fucking hours. Let's see. If I'm not looking at the main menu in 5 minutes, then I give up. I don't
Yeah,
have time.
you're right.
I don't want to play this game that badly.
Well, I was telling you earlier, I also got like these Xbox Live services or Xbox services that were bailing on me, and it wasn't allowing it to start there for a minute, and I just kept clicking start, and it just eventually kicked in. But it seemed that there was an Xbox services issue.
Yeah, this honestly, I mean, apparently I'm the only one right now having this issue. Otherwise, I would think that like there's Xbox could be having trouble, but I mean you're not having any trouble. But you've also been in DC all day, so if these problems started after you kind of loaded all the assets from the area, then I guess you probably wouldn't be affected. Because you're not requesting any new stuff, any new assets.
I am getting lag though. That's noticeable now. Every couple of seconds, I'll get a lag spike.
Huh. I've had that happen when Microsoft, they were having issues with the servers. But I was also flying a jet around, so I just figured I was flying real fast low to the ground, and that was causing the hiccups.
124.7 India November.
Still checking for updates. It's 3 minutes down.
Potomac approach Kilo India November November 500 feet.
Kilo India November November Potomac approach altimeter 30.13 radar contact continue. India November November contact Potomac approach on 119.85. Good day.
Going to 119.85 India November November. Potomac approach Kilo India November November 100 feet.
Oh, we're back over Arlington again, or this is another cemetery out here.
Approach altimeter 30.13 radar contact continue.
Oh, not Arlington. I think that's just a cemetery. Sorry, talking to myself.
Let's see if Xbox is reporting any issue. I'm starting to think this is not an issue on my end. I mean, I totally rebooted.
I see.
And I did get into the game and I was online.
Yeah.
But just nothing was loading. Nothing. I was looking at it. Just auto-gen ground texture. The freaking, what's the big river? Was just grass.
Wow.
Yeah, the Potomac was just grass. There's no water.
Wow. And it's not like this area is getting hammered by multiplayer people. I mean, I'm flying around and there's only been ever just a few people in the area. There's not a lot of activity here.
Xbox has no issues. Do I sound like a robot or anything? Is there any issue with my?
No, none. You sound fantastic. Clear 5x5.
Yeah, my ping is normal on Discord. My whole internet is running like shit now though. So maybe it is me.
You said it was reporting. Well, the only thing I could now say is sometimes, you know, if you haven't tried cables getting loose, check your cables. The only other thing would be reset the router, you know, restart your modem or whatever.
No.
Yeah, no.
Restarting the router is like that's something you did with 2003 routers.
I'm still old school. I always unplug it.
It's come a long way since then.
Well, whatever device you use for your ISP, you know, the router, the modem, whatever the hell the device is that.
It might help. The problem is if I reset that router, it'll be like 15 minutes before it comes back up.
I know, that's always a pain in the ass. The only other thing, honestly, sometimes cables loose, and I always get back there and, you know, the way I have my crap set up, cables kind of hang. Oh, yeah. Well,
I'm totally wireless.
Never know. Kitty could have got back there and bumped the wire. Even the router's wireless?
Yeah, it's 5G T-Mobile.
Wow.
You just plug it in and it goes out to the cell phone network. And
what about running a speed test?
That's what I tried. It says I was getting 500 kilobits per second. So I think. I guess my internet is just fucked. Ugh. I might reboot it. I don't think it'll do anything. It's held in the past when the internet has gone out completely. It'll show a status message that says, "Hey, you need to unplug me and plug me back in again."
Oh, neat.
And then that gets you back online, but that's just when it goes out completely. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to play.
That is a drag. Now I'm afraid to restart again.
You should be fine. I think it's my internet speed overall is like tanked right now.
We got Z Spaceman down there at the Ronald Reagan Airport. He's gated. And he's in an A332. We got Postman out here. Cody Seuss, dirt bike trip. Or in the vicinity. I'm going to come down here and land over by Z Spaceman. Buzz the tower here. I've been thinking more and more about that game you were showing me the other night, the car game. That was a whole lot of fun to watch. That was a lot of fun to watch you play. And you did say that the latest one that they did was multiplayer.
Yeah, there's multiplayer for it. It works great. A lot of free servers, just community servers you can jump on. Yeah, if you get it, we'll race. That'll be a lot of fun. I need somebody else that owns the games. Because like my two friends in my entire life, they don't have PCs, and my brother, he has a PC, but he doesn't play racing games a whole lot. I'm trying to talk my one friend into getting a PC. But I told him if he gets one, he needs to let me like we'll pick out components and I'll put the thing together for him, so he doesn't end up with some overpriced, piece of shit from Alienware with a bunch of bloatware installed on it. A bunch of nonsense. I'll just fix him up with a fully custom rig like I got.
At what age did you get into PCs, and when did you first build your?
Well, I was. Man, when was that? It was like the GeForce One graphics card, and I was probably like 5 or 6 years old, and I just remember sitting there with my dad and my oldest brother. We were installing the drivers for this new GeForce One graphics card that my dad picked up because he's a big computer geek. So this is my entire life. Every computer I've ever owned that wasn't a laptop, I put together myself.
My computer, wanting to learn how to build and repair PCs, came after my dad took off for a while. He was working a job across the country, and so I had access to his computer the whole time. And I wanted to play Star Wars X-Wing on floppy disk. And it required
floppy disk, like the big ones, right?
You had to load the game in with like 5 floppy disks or whatever.
Or was it a disc? Was it a diskette?
Yeah, the floppy diskettes. And so I loaded the game in there. And so it required that you make changes, or whatever I didn't know anything about drivers back then. This is still DOS and Windows 3.1 period. Make a long story short, I got into the auto-exec bat, and I made a change to the auto-exec bat, and the computer wouldn't boot, and I was so afraid that I broke my dad's computer. But I didn't fully understand, what was auto-exec bat, how could I have changed something? Anyway, I
took the floppy disk out and the computer worked.
No, it wouldn't start. It would freeze on load. And so I took it down to a guy.
With a system file.
Yeah, yeah. When a computer boots up back then, even kind of now, it runs through, usually run through 2 programs, config.sys and autoexec.bat. Anyway, I ended up taking it to this guy, and I'm like, my dad's gonna kill me. Help me get my dad's computer running again. And he's like, okay. So he popped in a disk and just overwrote the changes that I made to the auto-exec bat, just replaced it. And it took him...
It was probably an early Linux distribution that he had on the floppy disk.
I don't know.
You could just boot straight off of the floppy disk, and now you can go and fix that auto-exec file.
So it took him a minute and a half.
That'd be my guess.
And and charged me $80. And this is still 1992, so things, that kind of money for something, that was a big deal. And anyway, I couldn't believe it. And I'm like, I need to get into this line of work. You just made $80 in a minute and a half. And now, and when I saw what he did, I couldn't believe that, I didn't understand that. I just needed to really just kind of or at least create a basic one that I could have got beyond whatever changes I made, whatever. Anyway, at that point forward, I started really learning everything I could. And I signed up for classes at this local school on building and repairing PCs. And that's what got me into it, is the shock.
That's the thing is, it's super easy. It's super easy to see. I thought for a long time, because it was just normal to me to order parts, go down to Fry's Electronics, pick up a motherboard, CPU, and then just put it all together, and now you have a computer. Install Windows on it. All that was just normal to me. So it was kind of a surprise when I realized, oh, you know, like most people, they go and they just buy a fully complete computer and just take what they get, you know, and they pay that big price. Because it really is easy, like so everything basically you're just plugging stuff in. You gotta mount things in there with screws, but we're talking like 6 screws, right? So now to install your motherboard, now that's good to go. And now you just plug everything in, and really it's set up in such a way that you can't plug things into the wrong place. They only will actually physically plug into the right thing the correct way. So you can't really make a mistake. And it's real easy and straightforward. I think anybody, if they just, you know, walk through it one time with somebody, they would get it. Like, oh, okay, this is it's actually less complex than putting together IKEA furniture.
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree.
Because IKEA furniture is all different. You got to actually read and interpret the plans and like find parts, and you can put it together wrong. But computer, no, like you don't even need instructions. There's basically one time where you should check the motherboard manual just to double check that the RAM, because there's 4 slots that you can put in the RAM, and usually you only have 2 RAM sticks, and so you just want to double check which of the 4 slots which 2 of the 4 slots you should plug your 2 sticks of RAM into, because sometimes it's different. But other than that, like you can't really screw up. And even if you do plug the RAM sticks into the quote unquote the wrong slot, like the computer still works fine. It's going to be just a little bit slower than it could be, because it has to. It's rather than just having all the RAM in one channel, maybe you accidentally put one RAM in one channel and the other stick in the other channel. So that'll be a little slow.
Yeah, initially it used to be. Initially with the plugs, that was still the case. You usually couldn't plug in anything wrong. The thing that used to be difficult back in the day were switches on the motherboard, dip switches, they used to call them, and you would have to break the not at all. Everything's plug and play. But even when things were sort of plug and play, you know, the configuration on the thing you're plugging in could have dip switches on it. The motherboard could have dip switches on it. So that was the only thing that I think for a while was difficult. But again, right the time period where you're
cool with that thing these days is if you're like into high performance, like overclocking, then sometimes you may have to bridge a dip switch and like hold the reset button or something just to get it to flash back to your old BIOS setting. You know, if you set your clock too high or something like that. But that's only if you're doing that kind of stuff. No, even the BIOS, so like the BIOS screen nowadays, you can use your mouse. It just has a normal GUI. It's not like that old blue screen thing where you navigate with the keyboard and you got to hit F10 or whatever to save. Like it's just a normal GUI that you can click on stuff with your mouse, and it goes into just the basic page. And so you actually have to click on the advanced mode button to get all the complicated settings. But really, you just look at it when you first put it together. You know, just boot up, go to and it takes you to the BIOS screen. You can see your CPU temperature. Just watch that for 20 minutes. Make sure it doesn't like keep climbing, because that could be a problem. And then once you're happy with that, you know, you check is all your RAM being detected, and then from there just plug in your Windows USB and reboot. And now you just follow the Windows instructions, which are super easy. You just click next, English, America, next, you know, whatever time zone, and then continue, and then wait for it to finish installing. So it's super easy.
Yes.
Definitely build your own computer.
The only thing that threw me off this time with this new computer is I had to do just that. I went in and I made a change to my BIOS, and I really honestly thought it was a benign change that it would make no difference whatsoever. And it locked me out. It froze the machine. And then this machine has 2 different types of graphics card. It's got the onboard AMD and then the NVIDIA. And so you've got to be plugged into that one to get into the BIOS when the computer starts. So if you're not plugged also into the onboard, yeah, it's a pain in the ass with this particular system for that reason. This is the worst system I've ever had trying to get into the BIOS because they do that. It defaults, and I need to probably go in there into the BIOS and find that particular setting. But it defaults to internal graphics to access BIOS. So that took me a while to figure out. But I also had to go in there and pull the battery from the motherboard. No, it's relatively new. But anyway, when I opened the case and I looked on the motherboard, at first I couldn't find the battery. And what they've done now is they mount the battery upright. I've never seen a battery mounted upright before. They've always been mounted on the board laying down. Yeah. So anyway, I'm like, what the hell?
It's just a smaller footprint for the battery holder.
Yeah, but that was completely new to me. The last time I ever played with any motherboard I've ever had prior to this one, I've never seen an upright one. So tells you how often I upgrade.
Yeah, plan an upgrade. Put a couple bucks away every month. Save up. Really, what I did, because I don't make a shitload of money, but what I did was I just saved up a good like $500-600, I think it was, and then I just bought the essentials. So I got a motherboard. I happened to get a really good deal on the CPU, so that helped me out. I got the CPU for a steal. So I already had the CPU, and I just picked up 2 sticks of RAM, motherboard, power supply, and a solid state drive. And then that's good because the CPU has onboard graphics, and I got an Intel 13900. So like no slouch. This shit is brand new, and the onboard graphics could play games, anything. Like it was no problemo. But eventually, then from there, so I put all the parts in my old computer case. So I didn't have to buy a computer case right away. Didn't have to buy a graphics card right away. And so then just later on, I just saved up from there. So like the next month, got a nice case. Or actually, did I? Oh yeah, I got the graphics card first, of course. But yeah, so I, buy all that stuff. Now you have a work. So you just buy the CPU and the RAM and a hard drive, power supply, motherboard. You just get those basics, and you have a working computer. You can even game on and everything. And then a couple weeks down the road, then I picked up the graphics card, and then a little bit later got a nice case that I wanted. And then even later than that, I ended up getting a really nice big computer monitor from Costco. So that wasn't super expensive, and it looks good.
Yeah, this whole this rig here is just like I want to say like 3 months now, 4 months maybe. It's not. I just basically this is I've been on my Dell. I've been on my Dell since That's how I got into the alpha. Yeah. Yeah. This is a huge upgrade for me. Huge. So very happy. Yeah.
70 and the 7800, I think, isn't it?
700 X3D. Yeah.
You know that X3D. You know how that works?
Not entirely. No, sir. I do not.
It's pretty cool. So if you think about it, like think about like a sheet of graph paper, right? 2 dimensions, X and Y.
Roger.
Think about each one of those squares. Think about each one of those squares on a piece of graph paper as like a memory address in your computer. Your CPU has a little cache memory in it, right? It's kind of like a mini RAM.
Gotcha.
Just right there inside the CPU. and the key is that so you're imagining this graph paper with all these little squares that are the addresses of your RAM. So you can imagine when not your RAM, the CPU cache. So you can imagine when your CPU stores data in the cache, it's like ones and zeros inside all those little squares in the graph paper. So that's two-dimensional. And so think about how many squares it is from, like, just pick two random squares on the graph paper and think how many squares away from each other are they. And so that's important, because if you think about it, your CPU is cycling at like 4.8, 5 gigahertz, something like that. That's cycles per second. And each one of those cycles is doing an operation on that data. And so the further apart physically, and this is like physical distance in the glass, like the silicone, which is glass, the silicone chip inside your CPU, the physical distance between those two random pieces of data matters, because for your CPU to go and retrieve data from one address and then retrieve it to compare it with another address, it had like electrons have to physically move through the circuit and to each of those addresses, right?
Right. Okay.
So now think of it. So that's in two dimensions, and you can see that you can picture a large sheet of graph paper. There could be squares that are very far apart from each other. You know,
yes.
The furthest most top left square and the furthest bottom right square could be many squares. If you have a big cache, like 100 megabytes like you do, that's a big ass piece of graph paper. And so what these engineers did, their genius solution is they just folded the graph paper. And so that now it's not a two-dimensional plane of memory addresses. It's in three dimensions.
So they added Z. So they added X, Y, and Z.
And so now you have all these addresses. They're physically closer together. And so that speeds up your CPU performance, because now when it needs to go and compare the value in two addresses, they're pretty much right next to each other. Because if it needs to go up a little bit to the right and then a little bit, forward, then it can just make three little, the steps, the distance that the electrons have to travel is less. So that's the X3D. And then the reason, and another cool thing is those X3D chips, they have a very large CPU cache, because it's in three dimensions and the addresses are just physically closer together. You can have a great big sheet of folded up graph paper. Whereas my Intel chip, it has a 32 megabyte cache. So it's about a third the size, because it's not in three dimensions. It's the old-fashioned, like, two-dimensional. So it can only be so big before performance starts becoming an issue, because of the distances. That's when you're working at the speed of light with those clock cycles in the gigahertz. Speed of light really matters.
I don't think I've ever been so happy. I've never in my life been able to set a game on ultra, ever. I've always been so broke that I've never been able to afford the latest, the best, the whatever. I'll get, like 2 years or 3 years, wait for that stuff to come down in price. And that's how I've been pretty much my whole life. I can wait. It's not been a big deal. Graphics weren't my end all beat all. But now with this, and having this machine, I'm thrilled. And like you were saying, I probably don't need the 4090. I don't need to think about 4090 or 5090 for the next 5 years.
No. Well, see, here's my theory. This is just a theory, but I don't think that really graphics cards are going to get much faster in the traditional sense. Because because remember, I think you were saying like, you know, there's Moore's law is dead or something like that, or there's theories about that.
Yes.
And yeah, that is the case in some areas of computing. And one of those areas is just like your raw processor power, you know, like how much data it can churn through in one clock cycle, how many clock cycles it can do, you know, in a second. We're kind of running into the limits there. So really, it's like networking, storage capacity, internal, external bandwidth, stuff like that is still getting faster. But yeah, so I don't think graphics cards are really going to get traditionally much more performant.
Well,
I think now, like you've seen what DLSS and like lossless scaling and stuff does, and that's all powered by AI. So I think really the focus now is going to be on how do we get these AI systems to work better, faster, and just get more bang for your buck, so that you can have your 4070 and just update the drivers on it. And now it's like tapping into because it does have an AI core, like the RTX series. Like
yeah,
all the RTX cards, they have some amount of just dedicated AI processing. And so I think over the years, developers are just going to get better and better at leveraging the AI to basically supercharge the traditional graphic power.
But what I'm hoping
that's what so yeah, probably what I'm getting to is that I think like the next like big leap in graphics, it won't be like 5090, 6090, 7090 series. I think it'll be like, or like, you know, I don't think there will be an RTX 8090. I think it'll be like an ATX 1000 or something, because they're going to switch to focus on AI. It'll be an AI TX instead of an RTX, because ray tracing was cool and stuff, but when we're talking about DLSS frame generation and super scaling and stuff like that, that's a whole lot more useful in computer graphics than real-time ray tracing.
That's interesting.
Which is yeah.
Yeah, because these huge cities that we're dealing with,
4070, your 4070 will be good, because, you know, maybe the 5070 comes out, even the 6070, but they're only going to be 10%, 15% faster. And really, the improvement will be when the ATX 1000 series comes out or whatever. And it has like as much AI power as like 10 4070s, but not really as much, not traditional power wise. It's not really going to be that much more impressive, but it'll just have this big like AI core, and that's when you want to upgrade, and that'll be like 5-10 years from now.
Yeah. Well, with these, that's why I'm really interested to see what kind of performances and what we're going to get with 2024. Like right now, you know, flying around some cities with PhotoGen on, you know, it can't handle all the triangles. It can't. And so inevitably you run into stuff that looks like that melted World War III crap. And, you know, so it's got to have the horsepower to do the idea that it can do the calculations right now already blows my mind. The amount of data that is projected on our screens right now is just, it's absurd. People don't understand how many triangles are in front of you now, and in 4K in most cases with some people now on their screens.
Well, think about each pixel on your screen is a byte of data, and it's so you have a 4K screen is like 3,800 times fucking 2,000 or however.
Yeah, it's like 3840 by 2160, something like that.
So there's about 6 gigabytes per second just being projected into your eyes. 6 gigabytes of unique data just totally arbitrary because you're creating it in real time. It's not stored anywhere. It's just spewing out 6 gigabytes worth of data per second.
Yeah, and then these heavily
Sorry, like I did that math wrong. So I think it's like 600 megabytes of data per frame, and so if you're getting 60 frames a second, then it's like 3 gigabytes of data.
Well, my brain doesn't do math, so I trust you.
Yeah, it's just I'm just
no, I get it.
Numbers here.
Sure, but it's absurd. It's such large numbers that it's throwing at you. And again, now I'm flying around DC. The level of detail you can get on some of these objects here too in these cities, like I was pointing out with the camping set. Some of these buildings you can get in really high definition. But what's impressive about the camping set objects is they're so tiny. But the resolution on these tiny little objects can still be realized. You can have high definition in the smallest object still. So I'm flying around, the Capitol Hill here, and these are huge triangles. Yeah, and that's what's amazing about today's graphics cards, that it's projecting every building and tree for miles around.
Yeah, and that's a technology that somebody invented.
That's alien. That's alien stuff to me. There was a movie that David Bowie did in the 70s called The Man Who Fell to Earth. Have you ever heard that story? Yeah.
I don't know. I think
so. He's a Martian. Okay, he's literally a Martian from Mars, and he was sent here to have Earth develop certain technologies so that they could ship those technologies to Mars to save them. So he comes here for...
I bet they were fucking disappointed, huh?
Yeah, because we ended up screwing things up, as we always do. But like one of the first things he does is, when he gets here, is we're all still living in the Dukes of Hazzard era, and he invents like Kodak, cameras, CD technology, the first laser disc technology, and he starts giving these technologies away to these big people to make lots of money, so he can use that money to have other technologies developed, and eventually he's going to have rockets. Elon Musk guy send rockets to Mars and be the savior. But yeah, the government ends up capturing him and figuring out that he's an alien. They screw up his eye. We humans, we screw up everything. We totally screw up everything for him.
No, I figured the Martian would show up and just be like, oh, well, they got so much bullshit floating in their ocean, and like their air is almost poison. I don't know how they could possibly help us.
I think ultimately the thing is water technologies. I think because they were running out of water on Mars, that's what he was sent here. But either way, all this advanced technology that we have today, it's, the Martian gave it all of us. It's all alien given.
40 minutes, and I'm looking at the loading screen still.
Oh, dude.
The game did load. I got to the main menu, but now I'm just trying to load into the game.
Turn off rolling cache.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, if it's a streaming issue, maybe, and it's freaking out, and there's a server issue with streaming.
Well, it turned the online services off.
So it shouldn't roll. Yeah, then rolling cache wouldn't be active, I think, unless it's separate.
That's why the river looked like grass, because it just couldn't download the tile.
And there's only like 4 or 5 people in the area. Leroy Jenkins is flying around on an A20, an A320 Neo, Sky High, and CS Chenki. Oh, he's got I can't pronounce that name. I don't know what the hell that name is.
If it loads in here in a few minutes, then at least I can fly around in the busted terrain. But I don't even know if it's going to load at this point. I don't know if it took this for.
Right, so time to go check the poll data. Hit refresh and pray. He's at 230 and she's now over 200, 205. Elon Musk an hour ago posted this: game, set, match. So what Elon knows and what I know are two, you're talking about points on the graph far apart. What he knows and what I know are points on a graph that are infinitely far apart. But Elon Musk 1 hour ago posted game, set, and match. And dear God, I hope so. You know, if anybody has a good computer on this earth, it's Elon Musk. You know, what his computer knows compared to what our computer knows.
I want to try and catch one of his live streams sometime. I guess he plays Diablo 4 on.
Oh, really? Wow.
Live stream. Yeah, for hours too. So did you? I don't know if you saw him on Joe Rogan. He's ranked number 19 on Earth for Diablo 4 players.
Wow.
Which is insanity because Diablo 4, like at a competitive level, is super complicated. And the fact that he's like running an aerospace company and an automobile manufacturing company and being Elon Musk, and also has enough time to just play Diablo 4 and rank up to number 19 on Earth of all Diablo 4 players.
That's crazy.
I saw some dude posted like, man, I run 0 companies and I'm ranked bronze in Rocket League. which is like novice level.
Okay. But yeah, you're saying it's millions of players.
Yeah. He's ranked number 19 on the leaderboard. Global leaderboard.
And is this, you're saying it's competitive? How the hell do you actually do Diablo competitive? It's ranking how much you kick ass?
Yeah, you try. You try because Diablo 4, like, there's like all these dungeons, and you enter the dungeon, you fight your way to the end, pick up all the loot, and then fight your way to the exit. And they basically look at how many points you get on your dungeon clear, and then how quickly you can do it too. So if you have a really powerful character that you put together, because you pick and choose from all these magic powers and weapons and attributes for your dude.
Okay.
Get a really well balanced dude. Now you can clear a dungeon and get X number of points in however many minutes. Versus the average. Because everybody will try this dungeon and then they just see like how many points do people get on average, like how much loot, and then how fast do they clear it. And so you can establish like the average player can do this well.
I get it. So what I initially thought is
the top 1%.
Yeah, what I initially thought is there was some sort of multiplayer. Yeah, that's okay.
I've never played Diablo, but I think you can like there might be like PvP arenas where you can like fight against other players. I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure you can also clear dungeons with your buddies too. So you can, if you have like 3 or 4 friends, you can try to clear a dungeon in record time for however many people. I don't know. I'm not big into those hack and slash games because to me they all look exactly the same. Exactly like all the sword swings and the lightning bolts and all this is just all the same, and it's not interesting.
I think honestly, I think it was the overdoing it of special effects that completely turned me off finally with with Star Trek Online and combat is there's so much shit going on that you can't see what you're doing anymore. You know, when you've got 8 or more people in there and they're all throwing down area of effects, they make all these effects so glamorous and so over the top that, you know, I mean, your screen is basically just strobing colors everywhere, and you can't make out, you know, one thing from another. There used to be a really an elegance about Starfleet Command. It was a game around the year 2000, and it was Starship Combat, but none of the effects were so over the top that, you know, you lose the sight, even the sight of your starship in some stupid effect. And anyway, yeah, it's overdone it. So I can't play. When there's too much shit going on, I can't see my ship. I don't know which way to get. It's just a pain in the ass. So they've really made a grand mess of things. And I've always said I would love a mod that just removes all the crap special effects. You know, if you hit me with something, just
special effects guys. These special effects guys on development teams, they got big egos. So, like, game director says, hey, you know, maybe we want to tone it back with the sparkles and shit on these AOE effects, and they got too big an ego. They won't hear it.
Yeah, it destroys it, because not even even in the television show, it's never been that stupid. I call it Hanna-Barbaric. You know, it's never been that. You don't need all that. I mean, it you know, here and there, but you wouldn't do that to a television viewer.
All right, I'm officially giving up.
I get it.
This game is not. I'm not able to play. Like, I know I don't have great internet, but damn, it isn't that bad. Holy guacamole.
Well, I guess the next thing is, what other title do you have that is an internet sort of based one that you can compare it to?
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm gonna try start up now. All right. Well, let's see. 50 megabyte update download.
For what game?
Oh yeah, it's make Helldivers 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you were telling me about that one.
It's so much fun, man. You should get it. I know I keep recommending all these games. But yeah, like, if you're a car guy, you definitely should pick up BeamNG, because it's like it's like digital Legos, but for cars. Is basically one way to describe it. You know, you can, because like I showed you, you pick from all these hundreds of car varieties, and then you can upgrade them, downgrade them. You can turn them into an old beater, or like a super luxury, anything. And hundreds of thousands of mods.
Well, I think what I was looking at the other night was so dang impressive. The way you were changing out, you know, like chassis parts and taking a door off here and adding this whale tail spoiler here, and
I was kind of rushing. Like, I wasn't thinking about it too hard.
Well, sure, you were. I was just asking you to. I'm like, hey, rip this off and do this, and yeah. You were just showing me as, you know, as fast as I could ask for things.
Yeah,
but
I've spent you know, hours. Like, I'll start with a basic car, and I'll do a drag race poll, because it'll time your drag race time, quarter mile time. And so I'll just do a quarter mile rip, and then I'll tweak something, and I'll do another quarter mile rip, and tweak something, and just test and tune on this thing for hours.
I think what else really stuck with me,
Just chilling in the pits.
yeah, what stuck with me and blew my mind, not that all of it didn't, but the crash physics.
Yeah, well,
That's something I've really never seen before.
the game initially.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
Basically, any racing game, the damage to your car is all like it's already predefined. And so if you hit your bumper at this speed, then it'll deform to this position. You know, but in BeamNG, you actually have like sheet metal. Like your car has a sheet metal body that has a defined stiffness and springiness, and so it'll you can dent it and smash it and crumple it. And yeah.
I have seen people in threads in the forums ask for real crash physics for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and other people comment saying people don't need to see the horror of what crashes are like in aircraft.
Yeah, the thing is, the thing is to actually do so like BeamNG. The crashes are really impressive because that's a significant amount of processing power that's being devoted to actually calculating how much not just your door gets smashed up, for example, but also like how much your tire flexes and how much your suspension compresses and how much your chassis flexes when you corner, and so it's calculating all that too. So
yeah, you were hitting things and parts were popping off and axles were snapping and
yeah. So say you wanted to do something like some crash damage in Flight Simulator. You could maybe have a you have your base model of the airplane, and then you could also include like a model of the airplane with the wings smashed, or like you could have all these different damage models, but to actually and all you can basically you couldn't do dynamic soft body crashes. So I think it would be a little bit lame. Because I mean, games like games like DCS, they have crash damage, right? Because you're shooting at other planes and stuff. So they have pretty comprehensive crash and damage physics. But again, those are a large percentage of compute power that's being devoted to that. So you kind of have to ask yourself: is it worth the sacrifice for flight sim?
yeah, and right now probably not. I'd say going down the road, when
Because it's a significant performance. Unless you just want to do something cheesy, like I said, like just have just basic like bent wing, smashed landing gear, bent prop, like and just here's busted rudder, like, and just have real basic stuff.
yeah,
There's otherwise now you're dipping into how much performance could be devoted to loading autogen boulders and trees and bushes and stuff like that.
I wonder right now how much it's leveraging like NVIDIA. NVIDIA has the dedicated PhysX processor of capabilities. I wonder how much, in the simulation in general is leveraging, or, they talk about the flight dynamic physics. So,
it's hitting that for all it's worth.
Yeah.
It's hitting it for everything it can get, and then everything else it pawns off to your CPU for stuff like that. Yeah, it's definitely utilizing. computers are a lot better at managing resources than people give them credit. Like when people say, "Oh, this game isn't multi-threaded," but like you can literally launch the game in Open Task Manager and see all the different threads, being used. People say that for Arma 3. They're like, "Oh, this game is so poorly optimized, it's not multi-threaded." But you launch the game and you look at Task Manager, it's using all 8 cores. All 8 of them. It might not be using all of them 100% because it can't. It just literally can't divide it up like that. But
that is one of the
all the cores it can.
That is one of the things they talk about with 2024. They're saying, it's supposed to be better multi-threading.
Right.
So
but you notice, and I know exactly that was asked during one of the live streams. That might be what you're talking about. I remember exactly that. And the question was like, is the question? Man, I swear, I think it's Jane. I think it's Jane when she picks the questions. I think she's not intentionally. I think she's just kind of just picking weird, dumb questions so often. Because the question was really hostile. It was like, Flight Sim 2020 isn't multi-threaded. Is Flight Sim 2024 going to use multiple threads? And the developer's response was literally like, well, I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about there because Flight Sim 2020 is multi-threaded, definitely. And 2024 is multi-threaded as well. And it's even more optimized along those lines than 2020. So, yeah. But like the answer was, hey, dude, Flight Sim 2020 is multi-threaded. Believe it or not, you can check.
Yeah. Yeah.
Multi-threaded. So stop saying it's single-threaded.
Well, that's what got me wondering for a long time when I was considering upgrading, because, in the past, let's go back the last 10 years. I mean, you heard about the server chips called like Threadripper. So they have these server chips that are unbelievable when it comes to handling multiple threads. And the question at that time is, would a chip like that, with 2024 coming out and the architecture that they've set up for it, it will be interesting to see if anybody goes back and they try to run 2024 on a Threadripper. These monster server chips that can handle massive amounts of threads. So that was the thought process. I mean, do I need the 7080 3D blah 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 with the 4070, or go try to get a Threadripper? But that's too much of a risk just on a what if. Theoretically, yeah, it should be a better chip for it. But like you say, these chips are optimized for what we're doing, the gaming. It's meant that's the thinking around it. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see, though. I can't wait to see people doing all kinds of unique tests with 2024.
So you got 8 cores. Have a look at my specs.
Let me pull up Discord.
That's Intel, baby.
And how do I look at your screen again?
Oh, it's in the Discord chat in Skydude.
Ah, I see. Your CPU. Yeah. An i9 13900.
I got cores for days. I got more cores than I can shake a stick at. You see each one of those little graphs with the blue
Yep.
is core activity. Or one of the, it's actually the threads, because a thread is not a core.
Right. A thread is just going through a core.
Well, a core generates your clock, and it's a cycle. And so each one of those cycles, in each cycle, you cross the think of a sine wave. The one cycle, it crosses the center line twice. So what they found out is that you can actually have your CPU, instead of just doing things on, say, the down cycle, you can have it perform an operation on the up cycle as well. And so that's hyperthreading. And so that's when you have 2 threads per core. So that's how you get logical processors. That's how you see I got 32 logical processors, 24 cores. And the breakdown is 8 of those 24 cores are the performance cores, and they boost up all the way to like 5.5 gigahertz or something like that. And they aren't hyperthreaded, so they only perform an operation on the downbeat. You know, you can think of it like that.
Okay.
And they just do that really for energy efficiency, so that the core itself is not generating so much heat.
Magma.
Because really. Yeah, because each one of those operations, like, it generates a bit of heat. And so if you have a very powerful core doing twice as many operations, obviously you can think it's so. But the rest of those, I think it's I can't do math, but like 12 efficiency cores, and those only boost up to about 4 point something gigahertz each. But those are hyper-threaded, so that's how you end up with 24 logical, you can think of it like 24 hyper-threaded efficiency cores, and then 8 performance cores that are single-threaded. And I think your CPU runs hyper-threaded 8 cores, so you have 16 logical processors. And you might have to turn that on in the BIOS, because I don't know if that's... It should be hyperthreading by default. And some guys, what they'll do is they'll turn off hyperthreading, and that's how you're able to overclock a little bit higher, because, you know, like less energy, less heat, more stability.
I see. No, I've never ever really been one for. Again, it's one of those. If I screw up and I blow something, and I can't afford to go screwing around, messing with learning how to overclock and try things. So I've never been very adventurous where that is concerned. But I really do. I really envy the guys that are awesome at this kind of stuff that you're talking about. They know their machines that good that they can go in and they can turn things in the BIOS on and off, and they can go into Windows and they can shut services on and off, and they can eventually streamline things, the computer, just the way they want. So I salute you folks that are that level of at that level of computing.
Like the 13900, mine is not. I can't overclock it. If I wanted to overclock it, I'd have to get a different model, the 13900K, and that would usually just cost like an extra $50. But the reason I don't have that is because I got this one for a total cost of like half off.
Nice.
Like
congrats.
I got a super sweet deal. I got a super sweet deal on this 13900 that I could not have gotten if I opted for the 900K.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah, you said it's not that important to be, you know.
It seems to run pretty darn fast, if you ask me. I mean, yeah, I could probably overclock. I might notice if I was able to overclock it, but I'm pretty happy with the performance as it is.
Oh, I think you should be as well. I've looked at your videos and the things that you've posted, and I watched you play your games the other night. And I don't think I detected any hiccups anywhere. And remember at one point, I'm like, oh my God, you were flying so fast. When you were driving and you were like doing the cop thing and the pursuits or the races or whatever, you could feel the speed in it. And you were streaming it to me. Mm-hmm. And, you know, so that was very impressive. It was drawing it so fast. And then when you got to like Tron World drawing it fast, it's insane.
Yeah. Well, in those maps, they don't have as much detail, so definitely a good performance there. I gotta put up my yoke. Let's do this thing. So I did a speed test. I got 1.3 megabits per second, which is pretty darn slow.
Yeah.
So I think what's going on is either some network maintenance or prioritization for their T-Mobile. Sometimes they'll, since they only have so much bandwidth on their network, sometimes they say in their terms of service that as a residential customer you can get deprioritized, and so your bandwidth may suffer.
And, you know, unfortunately on a day like today, it's unfortunate. Because today of all days, you know, everybody is tuned in. The whole world.
That makes me scratch my head, you know, like...
Why is that? Just
a lot of people checking. There must be a whole lot of people checking the news at this particular moment.
Oh my God! The whole world.
4 hours.
The whole world is on.
I'm saying. Well, I'm saying like you throw a whole lot of people at king5news.com and you know our local news, and I don't think they're gonna tank the whole fucking internet grid.
Oh.
So there potentially is something else at play causing this internet issues.
Dun, 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 we're going down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I don't know if T-Mobile's having some technical difficulties on their end, or you know, like, because we've seen that. I mean that's cyber warfare. Is a real thing. Like you can definitely put the squeeze on internet infrastructure. You saw it happen when Russia invaded Ukraine. They DDoSed all the banks, so none of the ATM machines would work. So people trying to leave Ukraine, they couldn't buy gas. All the gas pumps, which are internet connected, they couldn't get out.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't process your credit card. You can't get cash out of the ATM. Like imagine all your plastic just quits working. The cash you have on hand is all you have, and you need to leave the country. You're in Colorado, man. That's a long distance to the border. I mean, admittedly, Ukraine is not that big. But still, like, you know, if you had to make it to, let's say, California, God forbid, or something, or Montana, you go hide in the woods from the zombie apocalypse, there's going to be a lot of gas, and you got to buy that gas.
So now,
I'm not singling out you specifically. I'm just
no, I get it.
When you know, when you gotta go somewhere.
Alex Jones, 54 minutes ago, election bombshell. Trump is on the path to declare victory within an hour.
Wow.
I don't know. I want to believe. Scully.
If there's gonna be some big trick, this is when they're gonna play their trick.
I want to believe so bad, but again, just after getting burned, Well, I
go on Fox News YouTube channel.
no way. Yeah. But yeah,
you might just have to do audio only.
I'm afraid Fox sucks, man. I mean,
if you're commentating. Well, Trump's about to give a speech.
Oh, is he? Yeah, I don't know what the rules are with playing,
Trump delivers remark. Well, just do audio only.
Alrighty, let me.
And as long as you're providing commentary and critical discussion of the content.
Fox News Live.
That's very easy.
Let me turn this down. And let me get this off the screen.
Short clips for the purpose of illustrating.
All right, here's a short clip for the purpose of illustrating. It's on a commercial. Okay, let's skip.
I mean, you should have some commentary.
Short clip. We're waiting for Donald Trump to come on, and we're gonna possibly play the audio here, and hopefully we don't get our live stream shut down. Let me get this off the screen. All right, let me turn on the audio here.
They're gonna shut you down
on the mainland. Oh, behind only New York and Los Angeles. I mean, New York. So,
if anything, you'll get an email saying that your recent live stream is not eligible
for monetization. Yeah, but that just blows the whole point of today.
The city of LA. Right. You can look at Lehigh County here, right?
They're not. Right now the speech is not happening.
Yeah, it's not happening. Yeah, it would be tough for me to go in, and admit to Christine, yeah, I just did a full day of live streaming and I don't even get a penny from it, and she'll break out the rolling pin and then I get it. So but there's always the opportunity whenever they say whenever things like that happen. But only here's another thing. If you live stream over 6 hours, you are no longer able to edit your live stream. So if I do make a violation now, or a violation pops up, I can't go back and cut it out. And then,
Well, you won't get a violation unless they start playing music.
Right.
Like if they start playing some Kid Rock or something. But yeah, I mean, if you want to pass the audio through to the stream, that's because you're sitting there and talking about it.
Well, I will tell them that. I will tell them Rent-A-Cow said that when they demonetize. Yeah, well, we'll do it. I mean, yeah, it's today. I honestly don't care. I mean, today is an important day, and
he's your boy Trump. You're not gonna watch Trump's remarks.
Yeah, if he's gonna declare it.
Speech. You gotta watch that. It's history.
Yeah. You're absolutely right.
It's not even Fox's camera, it's the AP's camera. It says.
Oh my, I just crashed my helicopter.
No, it might be Fox's camera. You can pause the sim.
Wages have outpaced inflation.
You can hit the real-time pause up at the top.
Oh yeah, I just crashed the damn helicopter. And unfortunately, even they do have somebody talking, but you're right, there is music in the background. When I just turned it on for a second to listen, there is something playing in the background. You schmucks. I know that they're all trying to have a good time though, so you gotta have music playing. There's one lady in a Trump shirt just grooving. There's some nice looking ladies out there grooving. Oh, I gotta put this up for illustration purposes. Check out these fine women doing some dancing. Dream big again, the sign says. Very nice. All right. Ubisoft PC is flying around DC, Washington. Quick change of subject. As we go into 2025, are there any particular game titles you are looking forward to that are coming out this next year?
Yep. Got Sea Power. Sea Power is coming out next week.
It sounds like a naval game.
Command.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know if you ever played Fleet Command back in the day.
No,
But it's all modern graphics.
And it's called Sea Command?
So that'll be pretty good.
Nice.
Sea Power.
Sea Power. Okay.
What else we got?
Did you ever play Civilization?
Yeah, I played that. I like Total War more.
Total War's great.
I like Total War.
I picked up...
They kind of have a similar big campaign map.
Yeah.
But I like the battles in Total War more.
Absolutely. Civilization 7 is coming out very, very early next year. And so I'll check them out and I'll play and own every one of them. They're all interesting in some way and they're a lot of fun. And but you're right, Total War is the package.
But the newer Total War games, I'm not a big fan of. They're kind of like arcade games now. They don't feel as detailed.
I have been hoping and praying that the heads over there realize that I hope they decide to make another Rome Total War 3. I mean, I like all the other titles, but I'm not really into Asia or China and some of the other time periods that they've done. And I'm not the new one that they've done. They did Troy, which I didn't pick up. Like you said, it was pretty arcadey. The latest one, Pharaoh. They said the latest modifications or upgrades or whatever you can get for Pharaoh opens up the whole world and it makes it really cool again. But I'm just a big fan of Rome, to be honest. And so those really appeal to me. And I just recently went back to Emperor Edition. Yeah. And I pretty much conquered the whole world. I beat all the winning conditions. So first time ever to beat Total War. I didn't do a lot of the combat myself, and that's probably the reason why I won. I'm not a good general. I like doing it, but I find that if I get down there and micromanage, I usually end up getting wiped out. I'm just not a good general.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I like to think
amazing.
Good general against the AI, but against players, man, I get my ass kicked.
Yeah, there's guys out there that know all the formations and know why. Like why historically the triple axis works better against, blah 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 blah. They're freaking amazing.
Especially when you get better at dividing your attention and micromanaging, like you can really maximize your effectiveness when you get down there and micromanage effectively. Because there's formations definitely, and there's tactics, and just being able to quickly get your dudes into those formations and get them set up for an ambush and like all that without having to finick around. That definitely makes you more dangerous.
So I think the big reason why I won is I finally realized, just how important. I didn't realize early on how important certain resources were, just like iron. If you don't have it, you ain't getting any upgraded armor. You're not going to get the good stuff. Your chances of survival if you don't get iron early on and do everything you can to go out and secure it. And secure and lock down all the other places that have iron too, preventing all your opponents from getting iron. Then it's gonna hurt. That you're not gonna do well. And so this last time around, I ignored everything the Senate said, and I took off and I went and I just took out whoever was in my way to get to the iron, locked it down, and then tried to go out and find all the other iron and lock it down. And nobody could beat me. I had the best armor for the most part. And so that was the key to my success. But I do love watching those fights, and that's another reason why I like the good graphics and good graphics cards, and is being able to watch those battles. Amazing. Manor Lords is pretty good for that too. The combat in Manor Lords is pretty good. It doesn't feel so like you said, the pre-made animations, the sword swinging, the swords swinging.
Is that the knights where you're like knight and you go around and can recruit other dudes and Mountain Blade?
That is a great game. No, I'm talking about Manor Lords, but Mountain Blade is freaking phenomenal, man. Manor Lords, yeah.
I was thinking Banner Lord.
Banner Lord, yeah. Again, incredible.
There's a game coming out. There's a game coming soon called Kinstrife, and that looks pretty dope. It's a single player game. Manor Lords. Yeah, okay. It's similar to Manor Lords. It looks like.
So Manor Lords is like a combination of civilization, city building, and resource finding, and then you get kind of like the very, very basics of like a Total War type fighting style. But your troops on the field, the way that they move and the animations, it doesn't feel so fake. So when you're watching the combats look pretty damn impressive. When a guy squares up against another guy, they seem to lock up and they actually seem like, they're getting it on. It's neat. But I would love for them to make Rome 3. I would be all over that.
Check out Kinstrife because it's kind of from the same time period.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'm always looking for a good medievals.
It's first person and you're a knight, and there's a physically simulated combat. So you like literally swing your sword and then you chop motherfuckers' arms off and stuff. You can charge people on your horse and just like knock into them. Send them to
I like that. That sounds nice. That stuff in VR's got to be crazy too.
Oh yeah.
Kingdom Come. Did you ever play those? Or that game, Kingdom Come? It was a medieval game. Very, very well. It's very good. Very, very good. Kingdom Come 2 is going to be coming out this next year, or if not soon. And I expect a lot of people are going to be raving over that. It had an incredibly good combat system. Very, very difficult, but once you get it, it's very rewarding. You feel like you've accomplished a great feat in learning how to become a good fighter. So yeah, it's a very, very impressive. So I'm going to probably pick that up. I wanted to do Cities, but Cities had a big old problem after launch, and I wanted to live stream that, and I just never got around to doing that one.
Oh, my friend gave me a game the other day. Chivalry 2.
I've heard about it, and I've been
CD key for it.
Oh, nice. I've seen some people playing it. You know, I go through and I watch, you know, what's new in videos, and I've checked it out. I don't recall. I may have in the past played one of the Chivalry games, but I don't really recall. But I'm sure it's good. I've always enjoyed castle builders too, like Stronghold. I used to love the games that would allow you to build your own castles, you know. That stuff was crazy.
Man, you know what I just thought about? I gotta check the stock market.
To see if it's going up because of what's happening right now? Is that what you mean?
See what's going on.
I noticed today everything on my end on Robinhood was up.
Tesla's up. Tesla's up 3.5%.
Nvidia's still hanging on, climbing. Everybody was climbing. The Bitcoin and the Doge coins, Bitcoin and Doge and Ethereum, those were all up today.
By Bitcoin and Ethereum only. And if you must, you can buy other coins as long as you can buy them directly on Coinbase. That's my financial advice to everybody listening. Is if you want to get into crypto, keep yourself fucking safe. Only do business on Coinbase, because if you're an American, they're an American company. You're pretty well protected on Coinbase. And only buy the things that Coinbase sells, because a lot of scammers want to sell you their shitty made-up crypto coin. Ignore them. And just if it's not for sale on Coinbase, don't buy it. That's how you keep yourself from getting burned on crypto, because it's dangerous, man. A lot of people be losing their life savings on crypto because they're dumb. Looks like Bitcoin's up 10%, almost 7.2%. What about in the last 2 hours? Went down a little bit. That was what time? Yeah, it's not really doing a lot.
Right, but you're absolutely right. I think what you're thinking last time when he got it, the market just kept going up for a while. He made a big difference. I mean, the market's moved based on that for sure. So I would love to see everything turn around. The last 4 years have just sucked. Been nothing going on. Nothing has moved. Up and down, but nothing really going on. There's no money being made. I feel bad for people that have invested so much money, and when something downturns, I mean, they lose so much. And I'm just a penny player. I always joke that whenever my joke is, yeah, a little bit, but I mean, we're talking
last year.
Yeah.
This day, yes, last year, November 5th, 2023. You could buy Bitcoin for $35,000 a coin. All right, you don't have to, obviously, you don't have to buy an entire Bitcoin.
Right, yeah.
No. Yeah, you just buy like your $50 worth of Bitcoin. Today, you would have more than double. So you bought it for $35,000. You could sell it right now for $75,000.
Wow.
$74,500. It actually is going up. Just these are dailies. Let's see. hour. Yeah, I think Bitcoin's a good idea. A lot of people don't trust it. They don't understand it.
That's where I'm at. I picked, I mean, like I said, I'm a penny, so I picked up like 0.00000, maybe $50, probably not even $50,
If you're interested, you just go on Coinbase and then sign up on Coinbase because they're a good, legit company, and you can buy it and just keep it on your Coinbase account. And you just watch, it'll fluctuate. The price goes up, goes down, goes up, goes up.
Yeah, I mostly got it just, I wanted to have something for, again, we talked about earlier, inheriting in the will, the password book. So I created it so that it could be something that, here, Christine, I hope this does something. Or the kids, for the kids. Here you go, kids.
So check this out. This is important with Bitcoin, for example. So you can buy it on Coinbase, and buy however much you want. You just use your bank account, and then from there, what you can do is you can send it to your own self-custody wallet. And basically, what that consists of is you download like a Bitcoin wallet app. Like Coinbase has a wallet app as well. And you just hit create new wallet, and it'll tell you write down this backup phrase, and it's 12 words, just regular English words. And so you write down those 12 English words and you put them in your safe or safety deposit or whatever, or with your trust. And then basically all the Bitcoin that you send to that account, like you don't have to keep it on any server or like on any computer or nothing. It just, you send it to that Bitcoin wallet address, and that transaction gets stored on the actual Bitcoin network. So the Bitcoin network itself keeps track of all this. And so then when you pass down the account, basically whoever just takes those 12 words and creates a wallet, they can restore the wallet using just those 12 English words. And then pretty much it'll synchronize with the network, and you see all the Bitcoin there. So it's super easy. Just 12 English words. Because if you think about it, like 12 words is just a very long password.
Yeah.
So it ends up being super secure. You can't just randomly guess, because you can guess, but you're not going to guess the exact combination of 12 words that anybody else has already come up with. There's too many combinations. But yeah, just those. And actually, what people do, and this is kind of cool, is you get like an aluminum or better a steel plate and a set of punches, and you can just punch those 12 words into the steel plate. Usually you want to make like 2 copies, and so now you have those words punched into the steel. And so even if there's like a house fire or something, it'll discolor the steel, but you can still see the words and everything on there.
That sounds like something, again, right out of like a murder mystery. Where's the clue? He used his arc welder and he burned it in the steel. Yeah, it's all he had it burned into steel.
That'd be real shit, because basically what you would do is you want to recover that wallet if you get the 12 words, and then you can look at the transaction history. And so like each one of those transactions could be a clue, because you don't know who the recipient is of the transaction. You can also attach notes, like text data, to the transaction, so there could be like a secret message. That's some good shit. So yeah, Bitcoin's great, but don't I'm not saying buy Bitcoin from me. I'm saying go make yourself a Coinbase account and be very skeptical of anybody who says buy Bitcoin from me. Oh, look at that. Look at this score. I'm watching the stream.
The map?
230.
Yeah, it hasn't moved. I think it's yeah. Getting there, but
well, it's fun. It's just funny to me that like, gee whiz, who could have predicted that the margins would slim down rapidly?
Yeah.
I wonder what's gonna happen next. Oh, I don't know.
God help us. Actually, I was gonna say, excuse me, I'm gonna go get a coffee, but I realized I forgot. Christine brought me a soda and a big soda over here. All right, let's see how these people are doing over here. They are dancing away. Everybody looks happy. I don't want to see all these people crying here shortly. That would just make me mad.
Well, that lady's dressed very nice.
Want to get a very, very nice suit or something like that. Can't really ever see me being at something like that, but nice to think about. One of these days, bucket list item, I want to get a fine tailored suit. That must be nice.
Yeah. Yeah, if I was rich, definitely would just only wear tailored clothes.
Absolutely. All these women are posting pictures on Twitter of like, you know, the like that English style where you're wearing like the tweed jacket with the inner vest and then everything's all, they're like, men, why don't you dress like this anymore? That's the kind of money I wish I had. I want like a, you know, whatever, the inner vest, the whatever, the whole.
Man, I'll tell you why people don't dress like that anymore. Because I have one pair of wool socks that are made in England. $40. Nobody can afford that shit.
That's just the socks.
My fucking Bridgeport. I got a pair of Bridgeport socks. Wool.
Hey, good morning. Henning's in the chat room. I haven't been paying attention to the chat. We've been yakking over here. Hey, we're on Discord. On the in the voice chat, as you hear. And
do you see where it says live chat or top chat? You can tap on that or click on that and switch it to live chat.
In the YouTube window? Uh-huh.
Yeah, on YouTube chat.
Uh-huh. Click.
Yeah, because top chat is like filtered, and so sometimes it's just for literally no reason at all. It just doesn't. It just filters out messages.
Aha.
Because it's supposed to be like spam filter, but it's just way too shitty. Yeah. Click on where it says top chat. Switch to live chat. All messages are visible. So now there's no messages that just get censored for no reason. Because it thinks, oh, it might be spam.
My God, look at all the text. Look at all these people. And this is just one channel.
Yeah.
It's so fast. I just can't keep up with any of it.
Well, you don't see, the thing is, I'll give you a little tip, you know, because I'm pretty young. You know, I've been around the Twitch live stream block. The thing is, you don't try to read every message.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this point, I'm just following emojis Flags, hearts, thumbs up, hearts, flags.
Yeah, take
hearts,
emojis, and then
fire.
And then you just get a random sample of the chat. Just every now and then you'll catch a message.
Well, what I'm getting here is love, folks. Pure love and hope, and love and hope.
One message it said Harris pulled through, so we got some people rooting for Harris in this chat.
Sure.
And then another thing you can do is you can scroll up a little bit, and then that'll stop the auto scroll.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can like read a message, but you don't want to get too tied up doing that, because what happens?
Sure. Then it's got to catch up.
By the time you read through chat, right? Yeah. Like by the time you read two messages, like 50 have been posted. So like you might just stop and take a look at one of the longer messages every now and then.
So as you can see from Germany over there, we are watching and monitoring the elections here in the United States, and what's on a commercial now, let's see. But we're monitoring the GOP here and what's happening over there, and right at the moment the election results are this.
A lot of folks in chat look like they're announcing Georgia. That seems to be the...
Let me hit refresh here. Still 230 to 210 here. Yeah. Get back over here.
Sometimes what people do is they'll post rest in peace Joe Rogan.
Uh-huh.
And then so what happened, because people are looking at chat and they're like, all right, somebody will post an update, like somebody out there has more recent news than me, so they're watching chat to see the latest news.
Okay.
And so when somebody just posts like rest in peace Joe Rogan, and what happens is you get a couple other people to notice that you posted that, and then they also post it, so that people are definitely seeing rest in peace Joe Rogan in chat. And then everyone assumes, holy shit, Joe Rogan is dead, what the fuck? And then they go and look on Google and, Joe Rogan is fine. It's a prank. That's
yeah.
Classic live stream chat pranks. I'm going to try it. I'm going to post.
Don't you? Oh.
Rip Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it.
All right, well, let me open up the chat here. It's gonna move so fast, I'm not gonna see it.
Maybe you'll see it. Maybe not. All right, here we go. See, what you need somebody else who knows about the prank to see that you posted rest in peace Joe Rogan, and then they posted as well. So
now I'm so tempted to go along with you and help you with your joke, but I can't bring myself to do it.
And there's no particular reason that it's Joe Rogan. It's just that generally people that are watching live streams, they're aware of Joe Rogan.
All right.
And he's not old, so it would definitely be surprising if he were to die.
I think it'd be more interesting if we could get one like Rip Elmo from like Sesame Street. They killed Elmo.
Nobody's like, oh, what the fuck? And then go to Google to verify that Elmo.
Right.
Cares.
Right.
But if it's just, I mean, it could be Jay Leno, it could be anybody, but just the joke traditionally is Joe Rogan. So rest in peace, Joe Rogan. R.I.P.
Whoa.
Yeah, just classic live stream chat prank, and so just don't be fooled by it. If you see somebody post Rip Joe Rogan, you can go along with it too, and then eventually, if enough people do it, then people watching chat will be like, oh my god, it must be news. Because
that sounds more like what my daughter was talking about the other day. She was asking me, do you raid people? And I'm like, oh my god, no. Like, that's to me, that's kind of like raiding. You go into
sphere. Yeah. You know, some live streamers, they like a rowdy chat. You know, they want that chat to just be ripping by with people spamming emotes and, you know, some people like that. So, like, in those cases, if you're going to raid, then you tell all your followers, hey, we're going to raid them and just blow up chat. Like, I want to see all the emotes and, like, Kenya's rules and all that shit in the chat. And just spam.
Nice. Yeah.
But if you know the person, if they have like a lot of moderation filters on their chat and stuff, then you might just say, hey, we'll go raid it and just say hello. You see those dots, those spots on the grass?
Yes. Is that where Air Force One, Marine One? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Marine One. Thank you.
Those pilots. Dude, those pilots, they're the best helicopter pilots on Earth. Nobody's trained better than those guys.
I believe it, man. The best of the best of the best, sir.
Actually, they're not just looking to put their wheels on the 3 pads. The standard is you put the wheels central on them, like centered on the pads. You know, like you don't just put you don't just land on the pad. You land exactly centered on those pads every time.
Somebody said they were putting up another wall today. There were posts on it earlier, and I haven't been watching Twitter, but they said another wall was going up around the White House tonight. Just shit I've never saw. I thought I would see in my life. Just, it's that kind of thing that we never ever. This never was a thing. There was never even a thought that they would ever have to do something like that.
It's pretty much standard practice in most other countries.
Well, other countries I can understand.
We don't know how good we got it here. I think.
Amen, sir. Amen. You said a mouthful. Okay, so let's go grab. I doubt this has changed, but we'll check the map. Hey, that'll happen on my map. Okay, 246. 210 to 246. I guess I'm still at a loss. I just don't, it makes no sense to me how these numbers could even be this close. It blows my mind. And that again, says a lot about everything I was talking about earlier today, and history repeating itself, and the historians all betting against us only surviving 250 years based on the time it took for other empires to collapse, other nations to collapse. And I just didn't believe that America that it could happen. And to me, this is much more, to me, this is frightening. Because the historians usually aren't wrong. They haven't been wrong so far. So it frightens me to death that the results are even this close. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Bill Hemmer just said that the blue wall will stay intact. Democrats over at Fox News has TDS really bad. Bill Hemmer just said that the blue wall will stay intact. I don't know what she's saying. Then she says they'll have TDS. Sounded like, oh, he's saying the Democrats' wall is going to stay intact. Oh, man. The election results show that a political realignment is playing out in the United States and globally, adding that tonight is also a test of whether a woman could be a commander-in-chief against a man who has presented himself as about strength. Oh my lord. Bombshell. Trump has won the 2024 election, says Alex Jones 21 minutes ago. Trump must declare victory now. I don't know what he knows, but Google's not telling us what he knows. Gee, Elon Musk should launch a rocket up tonight just to party.
He would do it too.
Michigan. In Michigan, it says Michigan sneaks in illegal ballots. This is the swing state Trump needs to win. California license plates on cars bringing massive amounts of ballots to Detroit's Bureau of Elections. These people, yeah, just carrying in stacks, rolling in carts. Look at that, carrying boxes and stacks. Florida made it a felony. If you have any more than 10 ballots in your possession, unsecured, that's a felony.
By 10, I'd make it more than
one. I was surprised that my own state here, Colorado, it says on the ballot, I took a picture of it, that it's a felony to have more than, no, it's a violation. They don't say felony. They say it's a violation to have more than 10 ballots. And yeah, you're right. I can't believe it that it even said, no more than one. I love this person here, thought criminal. I'm not allowed to, I want to say that, but yep. They're about to steal this. Pennsylvania alert. The fate of our nation is in a mysterious box truck convoy. New workers are coming in to count votes. The idiots on CNN just explained in detail, citing the actual numbers, that it is mathematically impossible for Harris to win Georgia, but they still have not called it. Well, that's nice. If there are mathematicians out there right now saying it's statistically impossible, that would be great. It is mathematically impossible for Harris to win Georgia. Oh, just to win Georgia. But Alex Jones, 23 minutes. It's over. Donald Trump is now the 47th president of the United States. I don't know what he knows. At around midnight in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, trucks with ballots pull up to do what Democrats do best. Everybody's tweeting that one right now. Moving trucks with ballots are arriving in Philadelphia. Well, I I don't want to say everything is a conspiracy, because again, you know, they are bringing in votes from all the counties, you know, so who knows? This could be totally legit, or it could not. There's another person has landed here at the White House. Who do we have? I want to show me the names up close or in this view. Let's see here. Ghost Smoke 69 is now here at the White House.
Man, I wish I could get into the game. Still getting just about 1 megabit.
I didn't see if you can actually go in. Can you go in? Well, that's kind of cool. You can kind of go in. There's no interior. There was a download you could get in 2016. I don't know if it's still available out there. When Trump won, there was one that you could get where you can go into the Oval Office and Trump is in there. And yeah, I didn't get it, and I don't know why. It's dumb of me, but
Was there one you could go into the Capitol building and light stuff on fire?
Nope. The insurrection DLC.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing right here. We're part of an insurrection. This us in Flight Simulator sitting here, us three. This was more horrible than Pearl Harbor and Hiroshima. These 3 planes insurrecting on the White House and Microsoft Flight Simulator. The horror. I am surprised that, you know, I'm sure the government probably owns all these buildings, but at the same time, it's a surprise that over the years they haven't slowly but surely, you know, pushed everybody out further. That there are buildings this close. And ones with such high overlook over the White House. Well, sorry about that. And the Secret Service probably, they probably own every rooftop within, I don't know what the furthest ballistics shot could be, but yeah.
Those are not completely insecure buildings.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the longest range shot is for a sniper shot, but I'm sure that every rooftop within that range in this area is all
more than a mile. It's more than a mile. I can't remember if it was not gonna. I think it was about 2 kilometers. So that's like
that's so insane. That's so crazy to think about. And then again, with wind and everything else, just even if there's everything,
about 1.25 miles.
Wow.
Yeah, it's documented. That was an actual kill shot. Like that's not target practice. That was in
damn
Afghanistan war. Canadian sniper.
Dang.
Yeah, you can find all kinds of info about that online, especially on YouTube. There's all kinds of gun dude channels that talk about it.
The only sniper that I know is was Chris Kyle, and It was sad that he died and how he died, and but he was supposed to be, you know, one of our greatest snipers.
He was a darn good shot, from what I hear.
Oh, I need to get back over to that channel and see what's under the White House. Get back over here and put the camera down.
Yeah, looks like RFK's in the building.
Nice. I am so happy that, to me, that was real hope right there. That real unity across the parties right there. For RFK to join and Tulsi Gabbard to join, and now Elon to come over and Joe Rogan to come over, and, you know, just, to me, all the right people. Now Ron Paul wants to jump in, and man, wow, that is the greatest. Check my dashboard and make sure I don't got any copyright things popping up or anything weird.
Who is that? I can't remember that fucking dude's name. I'm no good with actors. Is that some actor dude? Yeah, he's God.
In 247. Nothing different here yet. Molly on Twitter, I've gotten like 20 texts from people telling me they're scared to go to sleep tonight, lest this turn out like 2020, where they go to bed with Trump winning and then wake up to find out about the night dumps. I get it. Pencil, 2 minutes ago, Pennsylvania about to call it. Lead has exploded to 214,000 with 90% in. Now insurmountable. I hope that is the truth, folks. Cynical Publius, I'm really tired, but I'm not staying up late because I'm scared of a 2020 repeat. I'm staying up late because Schadenfreude feels good. I don't know what that word means, really. Schadenfreude. I need to ask my German friend, what is Schaden? I can look it up. I can look it up on Google. New York City girlfriend after finding out you voted for Trump. Losing her mind. White dude for Harris has total meltdown over Donald Trump becoming the next president. Oh my God, I can't watch. Orange County, California. Yeah, Adam Schiff won his seat in California. I don't know if you're following who that douche is, but Orange County is not blue. Island Empire, California is not blue. California is rigged. I believe so. I can't believe it. That's one of, it was like that. I can't believe. How? Just in, CNN's Van Jones is on the verge of tears, says trans kids' faces are being used as springboards. What? Okay, that's a conversation I don't want to learn any more about. Massive crowds now leaving Kamala Harris's election party in droves. Bye-bye, losers. They are playing Diddy's music at Kamala's headquarters. You can't make this up. Well, that's, you know, that's who they are. Kamala has canceled speaking at Howard University tonight. Crowd leaving. The Georgia Secretary of State just revealed that there are only 100,000 votes left to be counted, and Trump's lead is well over 100,000. Any news station is not projecting Georgia for Trump or propaganda machines for Democrats. CNN literally heard that and did it and didn't immediately. Did or didn't. CBS says we probably won't know the results of Pennsylvania tonight, and delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. I don't know. Seattle police shut down the Antifa election night riot in the area near former Chaz Autonomous Zone occupation. Those people are, I don't understand at all. They're unhinged. That
I remember that.
They're some nut jobs, man. That's my opinion. So well, people on Twitter are reporting technical problems. Twitter shut down 3 times on this gentleman here tonight. He's a regular. He's 24 hours regular, so yeah. Even Twitter's having some problems. It sucks. Hispanics won the selection for Trump. Go argue with your mom. David Spade, I want to be treated like a swing state. Do. It's the refresh button.
Pull up that down detector page that link I posted.
Ah, okay.
You can scroll down and you see comments.
Downdetector.com. No, what is this? User reports indicate problems at Twitter.
Yeah, so this is a website where you can go to the site.
Oh,
post post that you're having an issue, which is pretty much any website. And so, basically, when a bunch of people start to show up and start reporting issues with one site, then it gets, then they know that there's an issue.
So look at this. So look at this graph here. This outage in the last 24 hours. Look at how it's completely spiked. 8:49 p.m. That's 165 reports. So 10:49 p.m.
Yeah, and then if you scroll down, there's comments that people post. So somebody posts, I can't log into Twitter. They can also leave a comment. So you can see when the most recent comments were posted.
Oops.
Then that'll usually tell you what kind of issues people are having specifically.
Everything looks fine over there. They must have the music off. Nobody's really moving. But they still seem pretty happy. You know what? I should turn this poor guy that's sitting here nice and quiet in his airplane. I can't tell if that's an animation that means his propeller's on or off, but probably.
Yeah, I don't know.
I gotta remember how to turn this thing off.
Try to start the game up. Try to start the game up again. Maybe it'll work. And then I gotta set up my yoke. Alright, well I can see if the game works first. And then plug it in. Yeah, better check for updates.
And what do we got here? Notifications.
I noticed on your stream,
I'm
echoing a lot. So you might want to check that audio setting.
All right. It's because I'm sorry. Desktop audio was on top of Discord. The reason why, again, I was going to play the audio from the rally, and that's why I turned it on. So sorry about that.
Excuse me. No, that's
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so I guess Trump made a tweet. Let's see here. That was 3 hours ago. 12 hours ago. 12 hours. Okay, so there's nothing new from Trump.
Oh. It only took 4 minutes that time. We were loading the main menu. Looks like
Okay,
we got a little bit of bandwidth back.
All right. So it says polls have closed in all 50 states. Here's the latest polling out of Battleground State, Michigan. So 20 minutes ago, all polls are now closed.
Man, there's going to be recounts for a week.
Yeah, we have officially entered the not gonna believe them if magic truckloads of Democrat ballots suddenly appear at 3 a.m. phase of the election.
Let's see. If I can't load Flight Sim, probably just play that BeamNG. Drive some laps. Seems like it's going though. And I did a speed test. I got a little bit more speed.
Six minutes ago, Molly Hemingway says Fox called Pennsylvania. It's over. So, I don't know. She is one smart cookie, and she is she's worked in politics, I think, her whole life. I believe she's worked in White House politics at the highest level all her life. So she's a pretty, when Molly talks, I tend to believe her, so we'll see. The winner of Pennsylvania will officially be the winner of the election. So again, this was 25 minutes ago. 25 minutes ago, breaking, Travis says the winner of Pennsylvania will officially be the winner of the election. And then Molly, 6 minutes ago, says Fox just called Pennsylvania. Oh, I wish I could play this right now.
Well, we know Fox is pro-Trump, so they're gonna call Trump early if they can. It's not over till NBC says Trump won.
Yowza. Gunther Eagleman, Juan Williams is having a meltdown on Fox. I hope so. That guy, man, he's something else. Okay, Randy Quaid, call it, he says. Emotional support Canadian at the ready. Nice. Jack, 30 minutes ago, all of the swing states have stopped counting at 90%. The 3 a.m. blueprint is in full force, like clockwork.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know who Kevin O'Leary is, but Vigilant Fox says, holy smokes, Kevin O'Leary said that Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer's gripping influence on the Democratic Party is gone.
Mr. Wonderful.
I don't know who he is.
Shark Tank?
I've never seen Shark Tank.
He's one of those guys.
Wow. The influence of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a...
Dude.
Right on.
Pardon my noise while I hook up my ear.
No, it's cool.
There we go. There we go. So if we can load into them, if we can load in, we're good. Really want to fly. I wasn't able to fly all weekend.
Wow.
Sucked because I wanted to. Your current bandwidth is too low. Ignore.
Oh, wow.
Well, this is the only time I've run into this issue. So, as long as this does not become common, I can deal with it.
That's a cool picture. There's a picture up on Twitter right now of Donald Trump, Dana White, and Elon Musk all sitting there chatting. Oh, Vivek Ramaswamy or whatever his name is, he's in the background. I can't tell if the other guys are Secret Service. The guy in the far left looks awful nervous.
Oh, I'm in. I'm in, baby.
Oh, right on.
Ready to fly. So now I gotta figure out this. When it drops you in the air, it can be kind of a pain in the butt to get the airplane straightened up.
Right, and then on some aircraft if it spawns you in the air, it's the autopilot is already on. So you got to be careful about that.
The white. See me up in the air? Oh, you guys are too. I'm to the north up in the.
I'm watching you come in right now.
All right, I'm gonna try and line it up. Put it down. Good. White House on.
Good luck. I
gotta lighten up.
Nice. Let me get the camera adjusted.
On extremely light.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be a feather.
Still haven't spotted the White House. So come. Oh, little tip. I found if you set your windshield effects, you probably already have windshield effects to ultra. It doesn't have a very big impact on your frame rate.
Uh-huh.
And you get it looks really good. I had it on high this whole time. So I put it on ultra. Come down. This must be Pennsylvania Avenue.
Uh-huh.
Not 100% sure.
No, you're on track.
I'm gonna try and bring it down rooftop level.
Yeah, I see you coming down, and again, you're right on track, right on Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm looking at you right now. You haven't come into visual range yet. You're still just a marker. But I think your dot is beginning to show up. Not quite yet, though.
Go down the hill.
Oh, you are low.
Oh yeah, I'm below rooftops.
Yeah, I can see you now at the street level. Yeah, you're not too far away.
The White House.
Uh-huh.
I'm coming to the White House. Okay, I gotta pull power now.
You're getting ready to pass over a statue in the middle of the road.
Yeah. Flaps.
Yep, now I can make out the plane. Here you are.
Might stall. Stall. Oh, I hit.
Oh no! Almost. Oh,
I
almost.
thought I could clear it. I thought I could clear it. I could not clear it.
Let me check this other way out.
Boy, that was violent.
It was. You flipped over pretty hard. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one to try to thread it anyway but that way.
My tail wheel wasn't locked, so that would have been a disaster of a landing. Man, I thought I could squeak by that building there on my left. Might be able to get back here. You don't hit bush. Oh, I hit a lamppost.
Yeah, I see your wings. You're through it now. You're clear. If you do a hard left right now, let's see. And you go down 2 blocks, there's a turn to the right where you can get behind it. Get behind the White House. Right, yeah. So the next, you might want to watch your your right wing. This next turn is.
There we go. I'm having
the next.
Taxi.
Yeah, I see. Tough to make that turn. So the next turn will be the oval.
Is 3 feet wide.
So don't take that turn. Go to the next one.
We can get through these bushes.
And turn hard right now. You were climbing trees.
Yo, there's like a...
And take a hard right now.
To do a little four-wheeling.
Mm-hmm.
4-wheel drive.
There you are. I can't believe we're the only ones here. Where are all the pilots tonight? I can't believe they're not here. Quick look on Trump land. Everybody's just sitting there waiting. Nobody's lost their mind yet. I don't see anybody cheering too hard yet. They look pretty happy. That dork is wearing his hat backwards like a dork. He's a frat boy dork. Okay. Google map isn't changing. They want to hold on to 247 and 214. They don't want to call it for anybody. Of course.
Oh, on Google?
Uh-huh. Hasn't changed. Yeah, Google doesn't want to reflect what Fox said, if it's true. But again, Molly Hemingway doesn't lie, so. This might be a little bit before your time. Ruth Buzzy. I got so confused by all the yard signs, I think I may have voted for a realtor. Nice. America unburdens itself from what has been. Absolutely. I hope so. Get out of there, you witch. Will Robert De Niro leave the country? Oh, man. Everybody always says they'll leave. I never do. It'd be nice if they do. Molly, 10 minutes ago. Okay, this time the media and other Democrats simply have to accept the results of the election, unlike what happened in 2016. No more deep state info ops, no more anonymous source peddling nonsense, no resistance. Lord, amen. Joe Rogan podcast. Anyone smell fraud attempts? Breaking in Pennsylvania. MS Embassy reports that another 50,000 ballots are expected to be announced in 9 minutes in Pennsylvania. Just a potential voter fraud scheme under investigation in my home state here in Denver, Colorado, after ballots with mismatched signatures addressed to the same Denver adult daycare center was submitted to multiple counties. Get them. Go get them. CBS News is now saying that Pennsylvania and Arizona will take until Thursday to count. Nah. Barack and Michelle Obama are on the run. 17 minutes ago, sources tell me Barack and Michelle Obama have just boarded a private jet and are leaving the country. That's so funny. Everything about the Green New Agenda, you know, buy electric cars and everything. And now because Elon produces the Tesla, This Tim Walls is saying Elon Musk gets all his money from Democrats buying Teslas. So please stop giving Elon your money. If you buy a Tesla, you might as well wear a MAGA hat. That's where the Democrats stand right now. Yeah, we're all for climate change unless Elon owns Tesla, and then no. Don't support him. Destroy Elon.
I'm the
you
one.
Yep, I see. You're parked on the X's. Do they have Marine One for Microsoft? Oops. I'm getting too comfortable on there. I'm eating on stream.
I don't show up as a DC, huh? See, that doesn't make any sense to me because, like,
me neither.
Obviously, you have this plane,
and we've flown before, and I see you. We've flown DC.
I'm gonna demonstrate the short soft field capability of the DC.
Okay.
All right, you want one notch of flaps.
Really?
Yeah.
For short field, huh? You're not going to...
You don't want more than one notch because flaps on this thing are not that efficient. So you end up getting more drag than it's worth. I don't know if I'm going to collide with that pond there, that fountain thing. Let's see. Oops. All right, tail wheel lock. Good.
Good luck, Captain.
A little bumpy.
You did it.
Yeah, not too bad.
All right. Look at the GOP channel now that everybody's cheering. Fox is calling the win for Trump.
Oh, great. So I guess my radio is bugged now. Like I can't. All right, I figured it out. I could not tune off of ATIS. I'm like trying every single frequency I can. It was.
Huh, you're ATIS?
Yeah. All right, I can land on the Capitol building lawn. You want a helicopter over there and watch? Yeah, fly over by the the monument of Washington. I'm gonna come over the Capitol building and. About to make my turn. Full flaps, gear down. Prop. D9. To be.
I'm sorry, what was the last thing you said?
I'm on final here. Over the Capitol.
Oh, are you okay? Let me.
Oh, I might. This isn't the best approach.
Oh, I see you now. Well, folks, they're celebrating. Fox is declaring Donald Trump the winner.
It landed a bit longer than I wanted.
But you were able to land on one of the avenues?
Yeah, I'm on the Capitol building lawn.
Google is still not changing. Google still wants to say 214 to 248.
Yeah. I'm gonna try a bit.
Roseanne Barr says, I'm still not celebrating. I have PTSD from the last cheat. I feel you, Roseanne. Big time. Today she will be out of our lives. Give me a thumbs up if you agree. I'll give you a heart. Gunther Eagleman. Oh, go ahead.
I just barely caught this lamp. Maybe I can get. If you push on the object, it will just let you go. The other one. So are you using the SimBrief, the new SimBrief integration?
No, I'm not, and I was thinking about it, but we have so few days left until 2020 comes out, so I don't know that I want to mess with it. But I think it's awesome. I'm glad that they have released it. For people that are not going to upgrade to 2024, that will give you everything that you would want, that's going to be available for the most part in the electronic flight bag when 2024. So that's fantastic that they created something like that, and that it's available. We'll see.
It's a real small download, and you just drop it in community folder.
Sure enough. Uh-huh. Cool. Yeah,
For me, it automatically paired with my SimBrief account. I didn't have to do anything.
You just clicked the sign in?
Yeah.
Or it just did it? Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then it opened up my browser and it was like, are you sure you want to sign in to SimBrief? Hit OK. Good to go.
Good to go.
I can do a nice soft field here. I got a decent amount of runway.
Oh yeah, you do there. Yeah, you do. I think you could probably take off before that second patch of grass ahead of you.
I'm doing flap 0. Let me get this tail off the ground. I'm heavy. I made myself heavier.
Up, third patch.
70 miles an hour.
Fourth patch.
75. I'm gonna try to go flying. All right, we're flying. Now just maintain minimum climb to gain airspeed. Now we're 90 miles an hour. We're running out of usable runway, so now we'll bring gear up. 100 miles an hour. Minimum climb.
Excellent.
100 miles an hour. 110. And 120 miles an hour is your first power reduction. .41 inches. 550. Then you start your climb. And once you're 500 feet off the ground, that's when you can do your final power reduction. You want to try and climb it around 135 miles an hour. Okay. Put it. Climb power.
When Trump hits the stage, I'm going to have to turn back on the desktop audio.
Mm-hmm.
So it would cause you to echo again.
Well, I think if you just set Discord as an audio source, then that would fix as its own audio source.
Yeah, I do. I have Discord as its own audio source.
Oh.
But the YouTube is coming through the browser. My browser, so that's coming through the desktop channel.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you'd have to.
So Discord also, when I have desktop open, has it comes to the desktop as well. That's where your echo was coming from.
Mm-hmm.
So just some heads up. Man, I'm kind of in shock. I want to believe, like Roseanne said, I want to believe, but I've got PTSD. I want to celebrate so badly right now. And say some prayers and say some amens and thank yous. Mostly I want to be thankful that there's this window of possibility that, again, our generation will be the first generation to defy history. That our generations, our nation in general, and we at this time in history, us, our kids, their kids, our parents, whatever, all these generations right now, this is when the historians predicted that we would collapse, that America would collapse. They gave Rome, well, Rome had 500 years, so they gave the United States 250 years before we started our decline and collapse. there is a chance if we can maintain this momentum and understand where we're at, that we would be one of the first nations on this planet to defy history and not let it repeat itself. We can break the cycle. So today, if this is all true and he has won, it is one small step towards telling the historians, ah ha ha, gotcha, we did it. And, you know, it's still a long road ahead. But there's a chance. There's a chance.
Oh, I landed way too long.
Oh, I missed you coming back in. Were you landing back on the mall again?
No.
Oh.
Plowed straight India.
Oh, at the White House again?
Yeah.
Let me reset my drone camera. I was back over at the mall.
I'm gonna switch to something else.
Now I want to get a Marine One helicopter. Especially for 2024. People are going to make fun of her for making this post. I get what she means, but this is, you know, people are rude. And it, you know, dirty stuff even crosses my own mind. So she says, Marjorie Taylor Greene says, I have now got back down on my knees for the second time today to pray to our Lord and Savior. Join me one more time. Give a prayer to Jesus Christ for giving us this massive win. Yeah, you don't want to make statements about being on your knees around these people or shit around me. RSBN News Network is reporting Donald Trump as won. RSBN News Network. Alex Jones is toasting to a Trump victory. There they are on the screen there. Maybe Alex Jones will find salvation this year and they'll be able to reverse all that crap they've been doing to him. And that would be wonderful. General Flynn, exclusive. General Flynn puts the deep state on notice after massive Trump victory. I've got to hear this. Oh.
And I think that matters a lot. And one of the things that we have to do is we have to stay really focused on exactly what needs to be done. We have to do this. We have to do this under the rule of law, something that the left has totally abused. And we have to do this peacefully. And we have to do this smartly.
Amen.
And we have to do this in a very disciplined manner.
Very.
And I do believe that as we go forward here, number one, I want Donald Trump to stay safe. I want that man to stay secure. I don't want anything to happen to that man. And I know these people on the left, they'll try anything to continue to stay in power or to do something crazy. So I really want people to pray for Donald Trump, pray for his family, pray for his children, you know, and obviously pray for our country.
Obviously. Elon Musk, 59 minutes ago, has record usage of this platform. Record usage of Twitter today. Oh, is Trump up yet? Nope, not yet. So again, folks, we may have done it. It seems that we have. I do want to be jumping for joy. I want to be yelling from the rooftops. I want to be celebrating. I want to be overjoyed that this house you're looking at in Microsoft Simulator is ours again. And we have that opportunity to defy history. And I'm just stunned at the moment. Daniel Rickman says what I'm saying. I'm just not sure how to react, to be honest. Yeah, I'm just a little bit stunned right now. Elon Musk, 51 minutes ago, you are the media now. That's right. And in government, like we were talking earlier, man, if there's any way moving forward in the future that we can represent ourselves more directly, as opposed to sending people into the government to represent us, that would be more wonderful too. If we're not, not only are we the media now with real-time communications on this planet and in our country, that maybe we can start taking a more direct role in the governing of our country, as opposed to, I'm going to elect these people that I don't know, and I'm trusting that when they get to DC, they're going to do the right thing for me. And I think we need to change that too. Lionel says, welcome home, sir. Yep, welcome home. Welcome back to the White House, Rent-A-Cop. Steve Mudflap McGrew. Can someone please help Barbara Streisand and Stephen King pack? Yes, sir. Michael Cohen says he's leaving the United States. Bye-bye. Hearing reports that Kamala Harris does not want to give up power, and that's why she won't concede. Too bad. Congratulations, Laura Trump. Wyatt, 2 minutes ago, Zelensky is shitting his pants. Bye-bye, Zelensky.
You know what? There's a tailwind. 11 knots. Yeah, that's not helping things at all.
Oh, really? Robbie Starbuck. Elon Musk changed the course of history by buying Twitter and turning it into X. Every lever of Democrat-controlled power tried to break him and censor us. He never relented. He knew the stakes of this election, doubled down, and risked it all. Oh, you were right there, and then you tipped.
Yeah. I'm trying to untip. Come on.
Gunther Eagleman. Today, Hollywood realized just how relevant they are. Seeing words that aren't there now. Donald Trump. Thank you, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, blah, blah, blah. Tara, we're not out of the woods yet. I don't know. Can't wait to see Kamala's face, whenever that may be. She lost so bad. Imagine Obama right now, too. Yep. Good for you, Scott Baio. I know. I know. Buddy. News Nation. Decision Desk. Projection. Donald Trump is the winner. Juanita Broderick. Bye-bye, fake news. We are the news now. Roseanne Barr, 9 minutes ago. Harris is refusing to concede or speak. What a giant POS. Piece of shite. The nasty Italian. You assholes threw everything at him and he still won. He won because he's a fighter. That's who I want to be president. Exactly. The right man for the right job. This guy in MAC, the voters picked Trump, now it's up to the deep state to stop him. That's their headline. Nice. Monica Crowley, you have witnessed a miracle on July 13th. You're witnessing another miracle tonight. I hope so, Monica.
Alright. I fixed the wind. Changed the wind a bit. Be able to stick it right on them.
Alright, let me turn my camera around and wait for your approach back to the White House. Thanks for tuning in to the live stream today. Anybody that's tuning in, it's been a fun day. Streaming all day from DC here. And just hanging out, chilling, talking about politics today. And if there's anything that you want to say, please don't hesitate. Good landing. Come on, come on. Over the pond. Yo, you got it, totally. Oh, that was just a tiny little swerve. That's not much. Nice. Even before the X's. Mm-hmm. So hanging out with Rent-A-Cop, and this other gentleman's been here all day. I've been, as I've been flying around all day, this other gentleman on the lawn, who is, you get far enough away to where it displays the names again. Aero Pro 90 has been here all day, hanging out at the White House. So my hat off to you, Aero Pro 90. And I am so surprised that there are not more people, that we haven't seen a lot more people flying DC today. You know, kind of baffles me. And it kind of baffles me that right now, that nobody organized a giant White House rally here in the simulator, in our digital twin. Because this place should be rocking right now. Let's see what Google says. Have they updated yet? Nope. Google has not updated yet. Scumbags. Somebody's coming up to the stage. Who's this guy? You just come up to adjust the microphone? What are you doing?
Garbage comment that that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign, and for, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been, and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country, and that's something he has not done. And so
that's right.
You'll hear a unifying tone, and I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency, and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think a Donald Trump who goes with his instincts is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump.
That was like Trey Gowdy.
And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I missed the takeoff there. Did you make it before the street?
Oh yeah, I got off the ground before the pond.
No, really?
Mm-hmm.
And I just saw you did a circle around the monument. Nice. You got it down to a pattern.
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave.
Fast. Nice. That was great.
And Vivek Ramaswamy. I didn't think I sounded them. His lovely wife Andrea.
I was worried on that one.
Are there waiting for the former president? Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works, that this is American democracy in our republic.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush, and it looks like President, at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory.
Oops.
And wish him the best.
You want to hear that stall
and I can only hope that the concerns that
right.
my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans,
are really on the ground. A lot more touchy than the
moment
DC.
the 24 hours of excitement.
Psychiatrists right now.
floater.
Nice. D. Bannon just said that Kamala is refusing to concede. Did Kamala just become an election denier? Oh, the irony. Ian Carroll. So, how about that Epstein list? Question mark. How about that Diddy list? Question mark. Let's get to work, boys and girls. Amen. The good guys win. Praise God. This is one of the greatest moments in American history. It is. It is a big deal from a lot of perspectives.
See that one, man, that was smooth. That was nice.
No, I'm going to have to watch the replay on that one. Or see if I caught it at all. My camera's facing the wrong way. I was looking at the White House. But I take your word for it. I mean, I've seen you make several in a row now. We keep the camera. We'll be on the White House roof. Turn the camera down on the ground.
Snipers.
Yep. Let me get ourselves into sniper position.
You need to protect this man.
Yeah, we do. Holy be Jesus. Absolutely, man. These people are insane. I'm afraid. I am totally hoping it doesn't happen. I hope finally people kind of calm down, but they're crazy. So I hope this time tomorrow night shit isn't burning. Cities aren't burning. Nobody's destroying anything. Nobody's rioting and nobody's looting. And if they do, then I hope they get what they deserve because, you know, enough is enough. Enough. Like Molly was saying, enough is enough. No more resistance, no more. I mean, we got shit to do. Our country's in trouble. That's why this happened today. Ooh, I'm watching you this time. Nice.
I was trying to push it that time. I was trying to see how close, how deep into that stall horn could I get it.
You're getting it down pat. Yeah, like you said, you're able to take off now before the...
Yeah, this thing will climb at 27 knots.
Wow.
These full flaps.
Full flaps. You did go to full?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for this kind of thing, full. Alright, so here's a tip. When you are just holding it right above stall speed, and you're rolling out of a steep turn like this.
Oh, hey, I hate to cut you off. Trump is coming to the stage. I got to kick the desktop audio on. So you're going to echo if you... Here he come. Oh, they're playing the music. Oh, shit. They're playing the music.
The Real American?
Yeah, I love this land.
Oh, yeah.
God bless the USA. Barron Trump's next to him. I can't believe how tall Barron is. Holy crap, man.
That's what Trump said on Joe Rogan. He said he's taller than him.
Yeah, like two. Here he come. Oh, music's still playing. There's JD Vance. There's some other family members. There's Dana White. Everybody's piling up on stage. Yeah, look at Barron over there, man. He's like Lurch. I love that kid. Don't know him. Don't know much about him, but you know he seems like a pretty incredible kid. They say he speaks a bunch of languages, that he's a chess master. You know, and never hear about him getting in trouble. In a lot of ways, I wouldn't want to be him. I envy him, but, you know, who wouldn't want to be Trump's kid? But at the same point, you know, man, the amount of shit that kid has to probably absorb. I feel for him. Oh, don't like you, Mr. Johnson. And music's still playing. That would suck. I don't want to get any copyright error right at the last hour of the live stream after, what, 14 hours of live streaming or something like that. Okay. Here he is.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible. And
I can't believe the flag on the United States Capitol looks like crap.
Most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
It kind of sums up our country at the moment, though. Brr. Brr.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before. Nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
He's won the popular vote. Wow, look at somebody flying by in a jet. I love you, man. Somebody's happy about the win. He's over here flying. Walk the dock.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large
Let's get
room.
some F-18 formation flights over the White
Unbelievable
House.
people standing.
Nice.
These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond.
Amen. Amen.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Yay! We've taken back control of the Senate.
The Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
So, depending on the numbers of changes, we could find ourselves in a supermajority situation.
Terrific job.
That would be incredible if we could get supermajority.
Wife Melania, First Lady.
You betcha, Melania. You betcha, Mr. President.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that?
Wow.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children.
They are.
We all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate.
Oops. Crap.
Vance.
Yeah.
He's always
well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey.
Say that again. DJ Vance.
DJ Vance.
Let's hear what JD has to say. DJ Vance. Nice.
Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children, and after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Look how many viewers is this live stream on Fox.
What's the number?
1,100,000.
Turned out to be a good choice.
Oh my lord. On one channel.
I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets.
Nick,
and we love the
cancel
family.
your
And we're
cable
gonna have
TV,
a
cancel your
great
satellite,
4 years, and we're going to
DirecTV.
turn our country around.
You don't
make it
need
something
it
very
anymore.
special.
Just
Lost that little.
Yeah.
lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can
drill, baby, drill.
If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris.
I wonder if he's really going to pardon Russell.
Come here.
The silk.
One moment. Let me turn it down, and turn off the desktop for a moment so I can hear what you're saying, and you're not echoing. Go ahead now.
I want to remember he said he was going to pardon Ross Ulbricht if he gets elected.
I don't know who that is.
He was the guy. He was the kid, like this 24-year-old kid, who set up the Silk Road dark web drug market, and he got busted by the FBI, and they gave him a life sentence for being a drug kingpin, just because he made basically Craigslist for drugs on the dark web.
Oh, well,
just a website. He hosted a website, and the terms were you can advertise drugs here if you want. No weapons. There are no weapons allowed. No child pornography or anything like that. But drugs.
Wow. I think I heard about it, but it, one ear and out the other with that story.
Yeah, he got busted, and Trump said he's going to pardon him if he gets elected. See if he does.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's the only way he'd get out, because they gave him such crazy federal charges.
Wyatt, someone in my neighborhood just set off fireworks. If they get a fine, I will gladly pay it myself. All right, I got to turn. I'm going to turn the desktop audio back on and turn Trump back up. One moment.
said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen.
Remember you said a little while ago to keep your eye on the stocks, the price of stocks in the stock market?
Oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was...
It might be, again, it's over. It's the stock market's closed at the moment.
But I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it
hanging out. It's not doing anything too crazy.
Tomorrow, if during tomorrow's live stream, if you're around, if not, I'll check it again. But we should definitely now, from this moment, really start keeping an eye on things and see which way things go. I want to predict that it's going to turn around, man. I think that, again, today's very hopeful. And what he's saying is true, that we've got the House and the Senate. And if the numbers are proving to be right, and not only do we have the House and the Senate, but we move enough seats to get a supermajority, it might be a supermajority now if we control both House and Senate.
Associated Press site.
Oh, really? So, so we might have a supermajority, and with a supermajority, you can do powerful, powerful things. And here comes more people flying now around DC. There's another person up there. Rare Bear 77 is that who's doing the jet? Either way, somebody's flying around here. Here comes Krager. He's flying in. Aero Pro is still at the White House.
Wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby.
Hold your little baby.
Beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you?
Should we plan a flight to Mar-a-Lago after the speech?
Oh man, what a great idea. Tomorrow's live stream to Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, whenever.
Or you mean now?
Yeah, whatever. I don't know how much longer you're going to be on.
I don't know. I mean, doesn't matter to me. It's well, we are approaching 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Time
flies though. Today has been a fast moving day.
Welcome home to the After Work Club.
Commercial. Skip.
Oh, look at him.
Who's he bringing on?
He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job.
Dana White.
He's a tough guy.
Right on.
So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very... motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters and they,
Sir Rent-A-Cow is a great time for a celebrational smoke of the peace pipe. So here's to you, my fellow Americans, no matter which way you voted tonight, which way you voted, I'm not your enemy. We're not your enemy. And, I'm going to spark this up here and toast all of us, like the peace pipe, folks. We've got to turn things around. And so, again, we're not the enemy. We weren't the enemy for the first 4 years. We're not the enemy. So, here's to you. And we ultimately, at the end of the day, we all claim that we want what's best for this country. This is the way it's got to play out, though. No tampering, no election nonsense. We've got to let the will of the people happen. I wasn't thrilled through the Obama years, but I didn't complain and make hell for everybody. And over the last 4 years, I haven't raised hell and made hell for everybody. That's the America I grew up in. If you lost, you lost. It's cool. Now let's try to get something done. Try to be productive. Try to do good. And that's what I'm hoping for. Let us vow to never again have a Big Mac over $5, my fellow Americans. We need to do everything we can to get things back to at least a 1980s economy. People say it can't be done, but we here in America, we don't do can't. We don't do impossible. We don't believe in it. We don't believe in impossible. We don't believe in can't. Like, you can't recover now. You've spent too much money. You're too in debt. You can't. There's no way to get the economy back. We have to, because as of today, with the prices we're all paying today, it's not affordable. Any more increases at this point, and we're all tanked. Nobody can live right now. They can't afford you can't afford anything. Your rent, your food, your every little thing in your life now costs so much. It's so hard just to live. And you've got to feel for the people that have it. I mean, look, we have the luxury to sit here and stream in a simulator all day on the internet. You know, that is luxury. And there are so many people in our country that don't even have the luxury. They're so poor that we have to turn it around. We have to do whatever it takes. But we've got to turn things around, and I hope that
not just on the border, but
that we're on the right track again. So yeah, I think you're right. I think tomorrow we'll do we'll do the live stream, and I think you nailed it. We'll do Mar-a-Lago. Where should we take off from, though? From here, from the White House, or from Washington, D.C.?
Great Commonwealth.
For the people of the planet, you know, same thing. Stuff has to change. We have to stop. We need to stop these wars that are happening. As Mr. Rent-A-Cow was saying earlier, that, you know, right now he's saying they're talking about potentially putting nuclear weapons on the table when it comes to dealing with Iran, if Iran continues to hit shenanigans. Let's just say Eastern civilization. If it continues to push and push and push in the Middle East and keeps doing what it's doing with regards to Israel, that they're going to put the nuclear option on the table. And That would be horrible. And it's unfortunate that their drive to, at this point in history, that we can't find a balance. Look, you've got your places, you've got your little corner of it's a small world after all, and we've got our corners of it's a small world after all, and that what makes us all wonderful, and everybody gets to just hang on to their cultures and make it a wonderful it's a small world all over the world. And
I think placing the Jewish nation in the heart of the Muslim, like directly in the center of the Muslim heartland, maybe that wasn't the best, most well thought out plan.
But where else historically would you put them? I mean, that's their homeland, all the way back to the beginning, the Temple Mount. You know,
I mean,
I get it, but I get it, but you know, I mean, that's also part of prophecy that they will rebuild Solomon's temple. They were removed from their homeland so many times, and you know, according to the Bible, you know, that was God's wrath as well, that, you know, for punishment, that he allowed the other kings in the area to come in and take them out and kick their asses for a while, but that they would always get, you know, the chance to come back home. And I kind of get it, but that's proper. It seems very, very proper that that's their... I mean, my God, the Arab world, the Eastern civilization, they own so much. I don't know that there's any place that you can really put them that, you know, that they're not going to be hated by.
I mean, just anywhere that they're not going to be surrounded by Muslims would be a pretty decent start.
Yeah.
Someone in chat is pointing out, this is in fact an all-time high for Bitcoin. Like, Bitcoin has never pumped this high, ever. So this is a good time to have bought Bitcoin, literally any other time.
You mean before right now owning it, you mean?
Yeah.
I didn't plug in my phone.
You want to hear something wild? So
yes, sir.
You mentioned Dogecoin, and you remember Dogecoin kind of went apeshit, and
yeah,
got really valuable right around the time Elon Musk was on Saturday Night Live.
Yes, sir.
And so that was, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years, somewhere in that range after the first stimulus checks went out, the COVID stimulus checks.
Yes.
So think about this. You take all your stimulus checks, when you get them in the mail or whatever, direct deposit in your bank, you go straight to Coinbase or wherever, and you just load up on as much Dogecoin as you possibly can. And then by the time Elon Musk goes on Saturday Night Live, I think somebody did the math, and like it was, I don't know, like $2,500 or something was the average that people got. So if you had bought $2,500 worth of Dogecoin when the stimulus checks went out, then by the time Elon Musk went on Saturday Night Live, it would have pumped up to like $400,000 or like I think it was like a couple $1 million or something like that.
This is how much of a bit player I am. My position in Dogecoin is 0.005485, and I'm making $2.27 at the moment. So
you got $2 worth of Dogecoin
today, just today. Today's return, 226.
Okay, that's not bad.
Okay, so on the Bitcoin today, today's return, $86.57.
Yeah.
On the quantity of Bitcoin that I'm holding, 0.0017397. So an absurdly, stupidly small amount.
1/1000.
And I made $86 today. Could you imagine if you hold one Bitcoin?
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be wild.
I'd want to cash in, to be honest. I think at this moment, if I had one Bitcoin worth and the money that you would have made just today.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. See, like that, because I thought about it, and back in the day, like I knew about Bitcoin, I heard about it, and I bought some, but then I eventually sold it. And I'm just thinking, like, man, if I had bought Bitcoin, I probably would have still ended up selling it long ago. Like when it hits 10 grand, I would have freaked out and sold it.
Oh, it does seem like I was wrong. That was Ethereum I was telling you about, where I made $2. My position in Dogecoin is 911.86 shares. So my total return for Dogecoin today, $106.53.
Yeah, that's bad. It's not bad.
That's
where you buying Dogecoin? On
Robinhood, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, see, so the thing is with Robinhood is you can't send that money off the platform.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Technically not yours. Technically
yeah, I get it, but like I said, I'm not really into the idea of buying and selling. I just wanted something to give to Christine, and here you go. I invested and
for that you would want to do self-custody wallets. So you'd want to make one of those 12-word phrases and then
go to coin.
Yeah, well, see the Coinbase website, like that's just where you buy Bitcoin and or whatever, and it goes to your Coinbase.com website account, and then from there you have the option to send it to someone else or even to yourself, to your own wallet that you created yourself.
In the last hour, I've made $3.80. Just overall with everything.
Yeah, it's not bad for an hour just on its own.
In the last day, $43.87. In the last week, $68.24. But again, the market, other than like the Bitcoin stuff you're talking about, the markets are closed. So can't wait to see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah, we'll see.
I bought Christine a bunch of Disney. Disney has had some horrible publicity lately, and their stock just tanked. They got canceled real bad because of what they were doing, and their stock nosedived. And so Christine's a fan of Disney, so I bought her a bunch of Disney, and as a long-term thing, I think it's going to totally come back around. So hopefully she'll be happy with that. Nvidia's up. Let's see. Today's return on Nvidia, $8.76. I own 4 shares of NVIDIA, and the total return so far,
nice,
518.76.
Oh yeah, NVIDIA is doing great. AMD doing great. Intel. I mean, this might be a good time to buy Intel. I haven't even looked at the chart.
You know, I saw a headline today, Rent-A-Cow, that said that AMD might buy Intel. It's hard to believe, but
that's even a thing. I don't know if that's realistic. Like we're talking the most valuable chip design company that exists. See, Intel.
But it's just, sorry, 2024, let me come up here, do this, hit this, and you go there at 2024. So that's the one, it's just a dramatic change when you come here. And so Donald Trump is remaking the map again at the moment. And the question is there any way for Harris to come back? Again, we've given Donald Trump North Carolina. So let's see where we are.
I'd say be ready to buy Intel. You don't, maybe you don't have to do it now. I'd see how next January goes, and then be ready to jump on that. Because they took a huge dive over the last year, over the last
COVID.
No, just this year, since last January, they've been suffering, just the price going down and down and down. Because of they had some manufacturing defect issues, but they moved on now to a new generation, and so I think it's going to be business as usual. And so, I mean, you can look at the chart.
I've always been a big fan. This until these last 2 computers, in my entire life, I have never owned AMD.
I always had an AMD gaming computer because my brother worked for AMD way back.
That's right. Like you being so
he would get me not engineering samples, but like basically they're finished CPUs, but they would get sent out for stress testing pretty much. And then the ones that didn't pass the stress test, then he would get those, and they're still good CPUs, but they couldn't hold up to the extreme stress tests that they needed to. And so,
man, that would have been great.
Yeah, so we had piles of AMD gaming processors, like the good ones that you could overclock and everything. So he gave me one for as graduation present in high school. But I mean, back in the day, that was back in the late 2000s, like 2010, somewhere in there. And at that time, Intel was king. Intel had the best. If you were elite, you had Intel. Yeah, man, look at AMD's chart compared to Intel since last January. Well, okay, yeah. AMD hasn't been going crazy. NVIDIA has been going crazy. NVIDIA went absolutely ballistic. Yeah, Bitcoin. Man, Bitcoin.
I was so sad. The big investment that I made early on and we lost really bad was 3DFX. Before NVIDIA took off, 3DFX was climbing. Do you even remember them as a graphic card maker?
Vaguely.
So 3DFX was pretty much the ruler of the graphic world, and they decided to sell all of their technology to like the medical companies for 3D imaging. And so
they made Voodoo, didn't they?
Yep, Voodoo. Yep.
Yeah. It was ATI. They've since been acquired by AMD. So it was ATI. NVIDIA was around back then, and then it was 3DFX, yeah, with the Sapphire card.
Yep. So
Sapphire versus GeForce, and I can't remember what Radeon's, or I can't remember what ATI. It was Radeon. Is that what? Am I getting my brands mixed up?
No, I think you're.
They had Radeon graphics.
Yes, ATI.
GeForce or Sapphire.
Yeah, man. So I lost bad on 3DFX when they went out of business, or whatever the hell that they did.
Yeah.
Just we lost all of our investment, and pissed off.
They could. Well, what happened was NVIDIA kind of figured shit out. Sprinted ahead and.
You know, it's one of those where you pray that you get in right when a company is going to take off, and that over time that that's that's the thing that does it for you. You know, being in at the ground level when somebody starts, and oh man.
You want to hear something wild?
Sir.
The movie Forrest Gump that came out in 1994. And,
yes.
And there's like some joke in the movie where Forrest says, "Yeah, Lieutenant Dan bought
invested in Apple
in some fruit company, yeah, and it's Apple, like millions." All right, so everybody in the theaters watching that, and you know how much a share of Apple was in 1994? It was like 25 cents. So, so everybody there in the theater watching Forrest Gump talk about how he made $1 million on Apple stock. Like, this is 1994. Like, they could have got in touch with a broker and picked up Apple stock at 25 cents a share that night, or that week, and here they would be today at, geez, I mean, what, $1,000 a share?
Yeah, my mom always talks about kicking herself, like when Walmart first came out.
$220.
Yeah, my mom's all pissed off that she didn't get Walmart right when it came out.
Yeah. All this shit. Man, my dad has told me, like, because when I told my dad about Bitcoin, and like just I was just kind of, because he had asked, he was like, "What's this Bitcoin I keep hearing about?" So I kind of explained it all to him, and I told him, I think this shit's gonna be worth $100,000 per Bitcoin someday. And it's looking like that's going to come true. But, just at the time, my dad was like, yeah, back when I was about your age, I could have bought Google. I could have bought Google stock. And he says he always remembers that.
Yeah.
He wishes he could have bought Google stock. But man, if he did, I wouldn't be around. He wouldn't want no more kids. He'd be on a beach in Maui, sipping Mai Tais.
Wow.
So yeah. But then I told him all about Bitcoin, and then he bought some. He's sold it since then, because he ended up making, he bought a whole big generator for the house with his Bitcoin money. I showed him how to cash out and everything. Tesla. Man, look at Tesla stock.
Oh,
in the last hour.
Really?
Yeah. 3 hours ago, it just started rocketing. Looks like it might be cooling off now, though.
Today's return, $5.29. $5.30. It's floating back and forth.
I have a feeling. I have a
200.
Tesla's going to do well over the next couple of quarters.
Yeah. I think Elon, again, now there's an opportunity. There really is. I mean, everybody's been the promise that he can go in there and help make government more efficient. You know, his popularity, he's going to become an icon. He's already kind of an icon. But yeah, I mean, this stock can possibly just shoot. But now the Democrats are saying,